Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up.
He's on the ground.
He's in the ground. In the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Making a transfer is a big decision for a lot of teams. Like if you're a top 5 team and you want to change a player, that is a huge risk.
When we talk about transfers, there has to be some sort of disconnect between expectations of a team, goals, and what is that frustration or that disappointment is always the source of any kind of transfer.
To make a good transfer good, I feel like needs to have a lot of discussion and needs for you to think that it's gonna work in the long run.
So I think it's very key to know first, like, which role do you need the new player to fill in your team.
I mean, obviously the main one is like if they fit in the team role-wise. You don't want like two people doing the same job on the team. Most teams try to balance it out with like how people play and try and find like the ideal situation.
A huge factor is, of course, is he working out socially with his teammates? And you need to know how he is as a person, not only as a player, but also as a person, because he needs to fit into the team. The best ever, oh my God.
When it comes to the best transfer, there's an obvious choice.
If you think about the Astralis era, that's one of the best.
Kirby, who kind of initiated that move, willing to move away from the Astralis, and Magis comes in.
I think it worked out so well because he was exactly the missing piece that they needed to fill out the puzzle. I think he played perfect roles that they were missing in the team, both offensively and defensively.
Unsuspectingly, they become the absolute team that will terrorize everybody. Went on to create the era, win all of these majors. Historically, that has to be the most successful transfer we've seen. In 2022, Rob's joining FaZe definitely made all the difference in the world for them. Kerrigan finally had last piece of the puzzle.
I mean, they won the major after he was on the team for like, what, 6 months?
I would say the best transfer in 2022 is definitely Monesi.
I feel like something I got to be a part of for a small time was Monesi to G2, and I feel like he proved himself last year, and I think he's only gonna do better.
He's young, he's quick, he's an opper, he has insane movement, it's one of very many clutches.
For us, when we changed Jabi in instead of Refresh, we wanted some a new boost to the team.
I think a lot of people doubted their decision when they removed Refresh. First event with Yabi went horribly wrong. Last place in the main stage of Cologne, of course, but they kept on believing in their project. We could see how they ended up the year, winning in Copenhagen, of course, a grand final in Rio. And as far as I'm concerned, it's also one of the most successful changes we've had in 22.
Hat-trick to NIP is a very exciting transfer. He's like the same type of prospect that Monesi was last year.
NIP have needed an opper for so long because S-Tag was kind of forced into it, and then they had Rez opping for a little bit, so I guess role-wise, Hat-trick makes the most sense for NIP. I think they're going to be a lot stronger now.
I think one team that maybe has benefited from staying together is maybe G2 is a long shot, but I think they played really well at the Blast World Final.
I think Liquid can still be a strong team. If Yekindar just keeps doing what he's doing, and just fragging out everyone, then I think they can still be a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to start the season. I'm just feeling super excited. They, as well as us and all the teams who picked up a new player, they're trying to prove it now.
We've had our fair share of upsets already at the Blast Spring Group, so it's only fair that one day returned to Rationale. OG attempted to take down the 22 champs, but FaZe and Star Twist came back swinging on Decider Inferno, rightfully earning the spot in the Group B Grand Finals. Next up was North America, and a bold Anubis pick coming out of Complexity. Unfortunately, although they talk the talk, no walking the walk. Dead last in Group B, and for Liquid, setting us up perfectly for that rematch versus the likes of OG. My name is Freya, joining me as always down on the floor, Jacob and Matthew. Yesterday, short and sweet action, but what was your main highlight coming out of it?
It has to be FaZe versus OG, right? Because the first map was very one-sided. We thought it would be a quick affair, and then OG showed some teeth. They showed some resistance on Ancient. Maybe, just maybe, they pinpoint a couple of issues that at.CET would have with this FaZe roster. No, I don't think it's an issue short-term, because when you have a talented pool such as Robs, such as Twist, who had a superstar-like performance, then it doesn't matter if at.CET is having a hard time. You are still going to win.
I think you said it yesterday, Freya, you were fairly disappointed in Complexity. We expected them to do a little bit more. So for me, if I have to take the negative spin on this one, who didn't show up yesterday was Complexity. Losing your own map pick 16-2, not really making the second one in Overpass competitive either. It was a day to forget for the guys in Complexity.
Yeah, obviously the first time we saw them playing Anubis on an official LAN matchup. So yeah, plenty to learn from going forward for Complexity. But I also want to recap exactly who you voted for in our CS Money Play of the Day. You had 3 plays to be choosing from. Who is up as play number 3, Jacob?
Yes, we're starting off with Yakinda, who yesterday had a good showing, especially in the pistol round. A very, very nice action right here. And almost like a turn on the side. He's just killing left, right, and center. And as Matthew said yesterday, no idea how he's not dying right here, but he survived.
Crazy, didn't lose a single HP. A FaZe player now coming in second place. It is going to be Robs in that sandwich position on Mirage with a beautiful, not only spray, but also crosser placement, making sure that FaZe win yet another under advantage clutch against OG. That was the theme of the day.
I said it yesterday, if you're not voting for this man right here, you're not doing it right. Twist with an absolutely stunning 1v2 with the Deagle, and I'm just gonna let the pictures talk for themselves. That is dirty. That is dirty right there. Turning around and just killing him instantly. Dexter could do nothing wrong right here.
Yeah, the most well-deserved player of the day that I've seen so far throughout the duration of Spring Groups. Absolutely disgusting coming out from Twist. Now, Matthew, you touched upon the theme of yesterday. I want to pose a theme of today because I think it's undoubtedly the AWPs coming into the equation. Obviously, Munacy taking on Simple. We've got Headtrick and Searson later on today. So I want to check in with our players to see what they think of the role.
The most important aspect of being an AWPer is obviously like individual mechanical skill, but there's a lot of layers to it.
How you can search frags, how you can make entries for your team.
Oh, the snap out of Munacy.
I think the most important aspect of being an AWPer is being unpredictable, because being predictable means that a team can counter you very easily.
Wiz, good support, gets himself a second and a third.
What's really important is that you need to have very good communication.
Dexter is now on his own. It's all on his shoulders. And he's hitting some crazy shots. A no scope on top.
Some players play aggressive, some players play like more passive and just like playing the structure with their team.
To come into a team and instantly occupy the role as an AWP player, especially if you're a rookie, is incredibly tough.
And first when I joined, I was not even upping on the team. All of us upping. And then Nico said after some time that, yeah, let's try you as upper. I think the most hardest part was getting used to upping in a team.
Brokey now, it's all on Jade. It's a running no scope.
Prime Simple, like in 2018, 2019, I was watching him and I just liked the aggression of his style and just kind of tried to play it like that.
When we played in NAVI third roster, I played with Maniac and team and we like swapped on some maps. Some maps he played main op, some maps I played main op.
I started playing with him and NAVI Junior, I don't know, since I was 14 years old. Like, I'm proud of him that he's an NIP now and I'm really happy. You can see me smile, I don't know.
I think that definitely is one of the most delicate weapons in terms of balancing in CSGO, because kind of the overall aspect of the gun is just unique in this game.
The nerf coming in for the AWP I actually personally like a lot. It doesn't change that much. Instead of having 10 bullets, you have 5.
Sometimes I had like even like situations when I forgot like I have 5 bullets and when I'm shooting my last bullet, like what's going on?
I just opened Reddit and I find the topic about 1v4 on Anubis. That's after update. In situation 1 versus 4, I had only 4 bullets. So if you miss any of these bullets now, you have no chance to win the round.
It adds a little bit of a higher skill ceiling, I would say, to the AWP players. Those who are consistently hitting shots instead of just taking random shots through the smokes and wasting bullets, so to speak.
I think I have kind of a really important role in my eyes of becoming a good North American opera. But I think that for me right now, I just need to kind of just work on getting better every month, every day.
Before like NAVI, I wanted to play for international team, at least for a good experience, and of course, I think we have good roster and we win titles, you know.
I see people watching me around, like on the stage, and it helps me to play my game. Maybe I'm too confident to say that I don't have pressure on stage.
Those who are able to withstand the pressure, those who are able to maneuver around the chaos with all the utility today are exceptionally skilled players.
I think it's fair to say that m0NESY has the stats, has the firepower to be backing up that confidence. I do want to flip back to a conversation about the most recent update for the AWPers. Jacob, you said you quite like the change that's come in, reducing from 10 bullets to 5. You on that same train, Matthew?
Yeah, I agree. I think this was as much as we needed to change it. I didn't think we needed to nerf the AWP that much. I've said that numerous times, and I'll say it again. But I agree with what you said in the video. I think it removes the, I guess, the bad habit of spamming smokes and boxes, because now you have to be very careful with the amount of bullets you have. Dexter said in an interview as well, in a couple of clutch situations, if you miss a bullet, it's over. I still think it's not always that you end up in that 1v4, and you're not always going to have the highlight that he did. So overall, a small update, but I'm okay with it. I'm all right with that.
Yeah, I like it, honestly. It just raises the skill ceiling a little bit. That's, for my money, a good thing. We have a game where a lot of players are very good with their AWP, but only very few manage to take it to the level where we speak about them like they're gods of the game, the Simples, the Cyrus, the Device. We saw him back for Australis as well, having a fantastic showing on Inferno with the AWP. I just like the raising of the skill ceiling. The more and the harder it is to dominate the game, the more we appreciate when they do it.
And there's a lot of names that were kind of thrown into the mix throughout the duration of that video as well, and it kind of provokes, different styles of AWPing as well. And there's been an evolution in that, arguably.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think the main evolution is that the top AWPs today's, and we talk about this, I Would, the Simple, the Shiro, they are able, or they have to be able, to do everything. If you go back in time and you think about the history of snipers, the ones that have actually left a mark in history, and I'm going to name JW, Kenny's, Guardian, Device was also in that name, although a little bit different. They had specific styles. They had categories. They had a way of playing. Kenny's and JW, that was just lights out, crazy, quick scope everywhere. Whereas Gordon was way more defensive. He was way more calculated, methodical in his approach. I don't think that distinction exists nowadays. I think if you want to be a top AWP, you have to be able to do everything. You have to be clean and reliable in your defensive angles, and you have to open up sides and be chaotic. So I think that's much harder now to be a great AWP.
So glad you said that. That much harder, right? I don't want to take anything away from the era of Kenny S, JW, and those guys, but today, the amount of utility you have to dodge and maneuver around as an AWP player, it is absurd. And we can't even relate, if you're a level 10 FACEIT player out there, if you've been playing Counter-Strike for 5 years, unless you've been in a semi-pro or in a pro team, you can't even fathom how much of a task it is to constantly dodge a Molotov, to constantly being pushed off your angle with a flash, to constantly be behind a smoke. It is so hard to be dominating with the AWP today, which is why I said it. When you're able to do it, when you're able to raise above that level, when you're able to raise above all these circumstances that makes it harder, that's when we get to appreciate it even more.
Is it that diversity and, I guess, more demands of the role that led you to say, when you're actually moving into a team, you view being an AWPer as one of the most difficult roles to integrate into a new
Especially
squad?
as a rookie, it's because we expect so much, right? You can't come into a team and just be a decent player. You can't come into a team and just post a 1.0 rating if you have the most expensive gun in the game, if you have the most important role in the game outside of the in-game leading role. So, of course, we expect a lot from the AWP players, and I think we do a good job of it, but also justice in a sense that whenever we compare two teams, we always look at the head-to-head AWP duel, because it has a big, significant, I guess, correlation with whether or not you're going to win the game.
Yes, it's one of these roles with the highest return on investment needed.
Yes.
There are a few roles out there where you can get away with maybe being slightly below in terms of skill. Maybe you can compensate with your placement, your positioning. But with the AWP, if you're not performing, that is it for your team. That is it. There's not going to be a team dominating anytime soon with an AWP that is below the top level. Just look at the HLTV top 20 ranking. Last 4 years, Nico is the only rifle that made it to the top 3. It has been dominated by snipers time and time and time again, because when they peak, then the impact they can have on the game is unmatched. So if you're a team and your AWP sucks, that's it. You're not winning trophies.
I'm going to open up the history books for you guys, gentlemen, and I want a totally biased opinion from you both. Who is your favorite AWPer to have ever touched CSGO? What was a style that really, provoked you, inspired you, maybe you tried to replicate inside some of your favorite games?
Are we going into history now? So we're trying to distance ourselves
anytime,
from
you know,
now?
we can bring back somebody if you want.
I think I can tell you whose Opera frustrated me the most when I was playing.
Frustrate? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
frustrated
play
me the
against.
most.
Right,
yeah,
right.
I think Gordon, by far, was the most obnoxious, annoying little rat. Always with his AWP. He was never in the wrong position. He was always punishing me. Anytime we didn't flash, he was killing us, and then he was escaping very cleverly. Gordon was horrifying to play against. He traumatized me quite a few times. If you're watching, Ladislav, that's for you.
He was a nerd. He was a massive nerd back then. He was just doing all the right things. In an era where Kenny S and JW is dominating, you had Guardian doing all the right things. He would fit well into modern days Counter-Strike. I'm going to say Kenny S. You played with him as well. He was annoying to play against, especially before the big AWP update we had 6 or 7 years ago. He was just dominating game after game after game. Our game plan was always to avoid him. We had to figure out where he is and then go the opposite side, because we knew if we ran into Kenny S, there was absolutely nothing we could do. His peak was absurd.
Yeah, King Kenny with his magic stick. You absolutely hate to see that if you were on the other side of the server. Of course, plenty more AWP action going to be going down in the server today. It's going to be Big versus NIP to be rounding off the day. But first, it's G2 versus NAVI.
They need B right now.
Two.
That's split.
Two
That's
there.
split.
It's some B split.
I'm going B. I'm going B.
I'm gonna push him in.
Either dead. Nice.
What?
That's
Nice,
A main guy.
two B main.
Hello?
One more B main. B main and one cheetah. Cheetah dead. B main.
Nice. I'm blind. I'm blind.
B main and lurker.
He's dropping. Did you scope? No.
Cheetah dead. Cheetah dead.
Nice.
Nice. Let's B main. Let's B main.
Nice.
Cheetah. Cheetah.
I got up. Okay.
Temple dead. Emo one.
Nice.
Emo.
One way. He's dead.
I got cheetah. Bomb down B main.
I got the bomb. He's out. Hobbit, guys. Hobbit or Ninja?
Emo. Dead. Nice. Ninja clear. I got cheetah. Emo is clear. I'm in triple. Mid player and A player.
What's he flying?
I respawn temple.
I'm just playing
Ninja one.
Yeah, Ninja?
Cheetah dead.
Nice. What the hell, he didn't see you?
Yeah. 2 CT, I think. Stun.
His ramp.
Halls dead. Nice.
I'm coming back around for me.
One on ticket. On top of ticket.
Guys, ticket. Ah, cannon cross. I'm going to area for a second. Left side or right side? Is that up on default?
Yeah.
Could be halls as well.
I'm watching halls now.
Nice round.
Fun match.
Left, rotating. Back up to vent. Left.
Nice.
Push out. Wait, kill him. Back up. Come back. It's hot. We can't. Let's go on.
He's vents. Where vents? Okay. One is back up behind us. He's Deacon. Deacon, back up. Are we certain he's there? No, I'm not sure. But he was back up before, okay? He left. He was shooting us.
He's Deacon, I think.
Holding Deacon.
He's a Deacon.
Nice.
Sick round, bro.
You're so good.
Top good, Ilya. Nice round, boys. Sick, Ilya.
I'm going
up. Smoke, man.
They smoke me.
Volleys.
I nade in front, Russia.
That door.
I'm holding door.
Top refresh.
Can be outdoor. I have
Top. Nothing else.
Picking you. Only one, right? Can be outdoor.
Coming door. He's going back top. Door one. You hold door, Ilya.
Holding door, yes.
Nothing ramps, guys.
I pick on your contact, Russia.
G2 versus NAVI, Maniac versus Simple. Two teams with enough history to write an epic from every angle. This matchup is set to be a banger. For G2, lifting their first LAN trophy to round out the year was a sweet, sweet taste of victory, and now they are hungry to replicate that coming into a brand new year. For NAVI, a new look from them, bringing MPL in tow. So, gentlemen, I want to start off by asking you a temperature check for the squad of NAVI, with NPL integrating into the squad. What do you think of him so far? Hot, cold, somewhere in the middle?
I mean, I think a couple of maps he's done well, but there are apparent holes and weaknesses in the NAVI game plan. I think the fact they lost Mirage against NIP, and in that fashion is a strong alert signal, but also we have to manage expectations, and they're managing their performance. They need to peak at the right time. You can clearly see it, and you can hear it from the interviews. What this is about here is obviously to qualify for the spring final, but also probe and test with NPL. What is it that works for you? Where can we put you in the game? What kind of game plan can you suit you or not? And I think they're definitely still trying out and figure that out. And for him, he's done all right. He's done all right. I wouldn't give any more than that.
I would agree with that. I think he had, as we spoke about, the worst possible start at the World Finals in Abu Dhabi. Couldn't be any worse for him from an individual point of view. NAVI didn't show up as a team either. So coming into this tournament, I think our expectations were put to a floor now where he's actually lived up to those. I would say that he's been all right. As you said, he had a very good showing on Inferno, where he, in one half, was the dominating factor, keeping NAVI in the game, you know, making them able to win it. So there's been positives and signs of progression, but still very, very early to make any conclusions.
He's occupied two different roles so far, at least on the CT side. If you want to think about it, there are a few maps where he's more an anchor on small sites and he's just doing his business. And I think he did that on Inferno, for example. I thought he did okay. Whenever he was tested, that was fine. But when we put him on Mirage on a position, which is connector, which he had to talk a little bit more, and he was probably involved in a little bit more of chaotic situations, he looked a little bit lost. He looked a little bit out of his depth. So I don't know if it's going to play a role today in this series, but this is where I keep my eye on him. I want to see how NPL does when he's integrated at the center of the defense, and he has to handle a whole lot of factors at the same time.
It's a long-term progression and integration, which is exactly what Blade said to us in one of the winners' interviews, courtesy of Banks. Let's check in with him once again to see exactly why he brought NPL onto the squad.
So Blade, I want to start by asking you, NPL coming into this team, World Finals, performance-wise, we saw obviously he wasn't quite up to scratch. He had that hard game against Liquid where he came in. I know me and you discussed that before. But I want to see, what is it that NPL has and why you thought he needs to be on this roster, and how you want to work with him that maybe other players you had choices over didn't?
First of all, we stick to our strategy of development, overall like NAVI system. And we must grow up young players, and then they transition to another level, to main squad. So the main reason was just about this, like we must stick to our system, we must not like hesitate. And the same was with Bit. Like for example, Monacy was some player who could be NAVI if we would lack, for example, Oper, like just in case. And then it was Hat-Trick, again, Oper, then NPL. So we must give him a chance. We must to see how good is he, what he's capable of. And yeah, like this.
Okay. And what would you say NPL has that you see in him, individual characters, what he has in terms of in the game, which you think is good? Because you are a person who's raised so many young players, even when you were playing, to be great players of the game.
I see. First of all, he is good mechanically, and he's a player who's from new generation, from new wave of players. And this is kind of players who learn from more quality CS, from more CS overall, like Twitch, streamers from FPL, NPL, FPL. So they have more knowledge to gain, and the quality of knowledge is different, of course. So this is like the new generation of players, and I think a lot of teams must give more chances to new players, because eventually they will be much better than these players. It's obvious, because they have more opportunities from the beginning, and some players started like to play at 6 years old. So this kind of new generation, right? Because I, for example, started like to play CS, I don't remember, but it was like 15 or 14. But imagine player who started at 6. It's like in sport. That's why it's a really good move. But now I still need some time with NPL. Yeah. I think at least after Katowice, I think he will be a player, a different player than he was before. Absolutely.
Always really eloquent and insightful words coming from Blade, particularly on the hot topic of NPL coming in, which begs the question for me, Jacob. Objectively, do you agree with the switch out from SDY?
I sure do. I think SDY had a great chance in NAVI, and at moments he did okay, but nothing more than that, unfortunately. He had a ceiling, and it was not going to get better with SDY. So the fact that you bring in NPL, that you, as you said, stick to your DNA, stick to developing new players, put a lot of emphasis and put a lot of effort into maybe making NPL the new bit sort of NAVI. I actually like that a lot. So the ceiling is raised now with NPL. Whether or not it's going to work out, who knows?
And also what Blade is saying, which I think is important, is that they are aware that it's going to take a moment for NPL to fully reach what he can do on the server. And that's a thing that sometimes teams struggle with. I feel like people want everything immediately, instantly success. But there's a delay of gratification here. If you go for an academy player, you give him time, then he says probably after Katowice, that's going to be enough experience for him to turn into whatever he can be. But yes, of course, there's a trade-off. The trade-off is, on very short term, he might bring a little bit less than someone else is already established, like SDY. But the ceiling, as Jacob is saying, is higher.
I want to draw a comparison between, the glaringly obvious when we're coming into this matchup. Obviously, Simple and Maniac going head-to-head. It's only actually been a handful of times when I was looking back at the stats. I believe they've only actually faced each other in these current rosters twice. But every single time, I am so hyped to see them, Jacob.
It's the new generation versus the old generation. Of course, Simple, we know who he is.
Simple old already?
He is, in terms of Counter-Strike age, he is kind of old. And the stats you're looking at right here are quite interesting. Simple's rating the past 3 months is 1.16. And by any player out there, that'll be a decent showing. That'll be a great level of consistency. But it's one of the lowest ratings Simple has ever had over such a long period. He's actually, from an individual standpoint, according to his own standards, been struggling a little bit. Whereas Maniac, I feel he's getting better and better and better. Now, I have full faith in Simple turning back at some point. I have full faith in him coming into Katowice and getting better and better every single game he plays here. But right now, we have a matchup where you can argue that Maniac is more informed than Simple is, and that is very intriguing to me.
And what Maniac managed to do now after a year in G2 is to actually have that debate. Maniac versus Simple. How is he going to turn out? Because when he joined G2, of course, the fans, the hardcore fans would say, oh my God, he's the next Simple. But these were just words. They were empty. They were just empty promises. We had actually no clue how he was going to turn out. We didn't know if he was going to be consistent. We didn't know if he was going to perform on stages. And he's been jumping through all of these hoops of fire to the point where we have to admit, all right, Maniac is Simple. Yeah, that's one of the top duels, one of the main cards of the game. He has reached that level already at his young age.
It's absolutely mental, isn't it? I was just reminiscing. We were literally stood exactly here this time last year when we were talking about Maniac coming onto G2, and we were saying, yeah, the pressure is apt that we're putting on Maniac, obviously coming from an academy squad into his first tier 1 organization. He has just delivered on every single level, Jacob, and it's amazing to see him performing not only in these booths, but in front of crowds as well.
And it's quite the contrast to what we talked about in NPL, right? Because we want to give NPL time. We want to make him develop. Maniac didn't get any time. We didn't give him any time to develop whatsoever. He just came in and instantly showcased that he's, according to me, what I would label as a generational talent. There's very, very few who's ever looked that good before coming into a team, and there's very, very few players who's come into a team and dominated from the beginning. The consistency that is coming out of Maniac. His first showing in Katowice on LAN was stellar as well. There's been almost no negatives to say about this young kid right here in front of you, so there's absolutely no way I don't believe that he's going to be one of the greatest of all time in Counter-Strike.
And that's why we are so hyped for the matchup today. Another reason to be getting hyped is, of course, Nico entering the server as well. Current takes on what we've seen from one of the best riflers, if not the best rifler to ever touch the game.
Listen, I've always had great admiration and respect for Nico. I think he himself said that he wasn't sure his ranking last year was deserved, and I think he is very level-headed on his situation. I still think the floor of Nico is still the highest of 97-8% of the whole scene, right? So I think we were very harsh on Nico. I think our expectations have always been so high for this guy, but he keeps on delivering. He keeps on distributing frags as well. You have to realize he's got Maniac next to him, and even though we don't like to think about it, mathematically, there is a finite amount of kills you can get in a game. If you have someone next to you who's turning into a star, the frags just, they don't pop on freaking trees. There's a limits of frags you can get, right? So I think his numbers are still extremely good. They're in the green. He's doing what he's got to do, and one of the main reasons, definitely why G2 is up there right now.
Well, let's check in with another Kovac cousin. It's Hunter with Banks.
Hunter, we found out through your HLTV interview that Swanee's staying as the coach. Now, obviously, he's been with you guys some time as an analyst, then sat behind you for the last few events. So I want to see, did you look for any other coaches? What made you come to this decision? Why does it work out?
I mean, us as a players, we didn't look for other coaches. I don't know if G2 did something, and with our management stuff, maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know the answer, honestly. But yeah, he was with us since the beginning. Since I joined G2, he was here as an analyst, and he was with us when he started building this team, like with Hooksy and JKS, together with Extas and Niak, our manager, and we started building something, and we didn't want to force anything after Extas decided to leave. We just wanted to keep it how it is and keep trusting and keep believing till the end, and then see at the end of the year what's the best for us and for our new coach. So yeah, at the end, I think Swanny will stay with us. So yeah, we'll see, but hopefully he'll stay, honestly.
Stability is key, that's for sure. Now, can you explain to me what he's bringing? Because obviously not many people get an opportunity to go from analyst to a coach, right? And this is a huge opportunity for him, but it's obviously working out for you guys.
I mean, as you all know, he was analyst before, and he was like kind of preparing us for the opponents together with coaches, and he was doing this anti-stratting thing about other teams, and obviously helping us if we were doing something too much or if we were taking some spots like too much. For example, me, Inferno playing, and he was telling me a lot of times, you need to change a bit this, you need to change a bit that. So he was helping us a lot, I would say, and he's really good for the atmosphere, really good guy, really like good human being. So. And yeah, he just needs more experience, and he gained it like during last 2-3 events that he was with us, and of course during practices. And yeah, he's always showing us mistakes after practice, what we were doing, and after officials, and I think that's a really good thing, and everyone is respecting him, honestly.
Now, a tasty little nugget to go alongside that veto. James Banks gave us some insight in the green room, and you can see Nuke being picked out by NAVI. MPL never played this map. NAVI Jr. did not play this. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting for this guy on your screen right here. Having to come in and have your debut against a team like G2 on a map like Nuke, it cannot be easy. I'm very curious to what role he's going to occupy, both on the CT side and on the T side. One thing you have to note when it comes to Nuke is you cannot hide. You cannot put away a player like NPL. Sometimes on Inferno, you can have a player, you know, in Pit, or you can have a player on the B-bomb side that can sort of hide away, throw nades. On Nuke, you got to be strong as an individual, so NPL will have a lot of responsibility going into his debut here.
We learn a whole lot about the team on NAVI as well, and we are staying in this perspective of trying stuff out, figuring out what is good, what isn't working for you. You can't roll into Katowice and not having played Nuke. You have to take risks here, you have to assess the situation, and that's exactly what Blade is doing with that Nuke pick.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Nuke being brought in by the side of NAVI, Inferno, G2's pick, and Mirage, if we do so need it. A frequent ground between these two squads as G2 and NAVI go toe-to-toe. Simple and Munacy is about to go down. It's with Maui and Anders after this.
And now you're going up against NAVI today, certainly a tougher opposition on paper, but do you think they're weaker at the moment with MPL over SDY and still transitioning in this?
I don't know if they're weak or not. I think like Navi is always like a really strong opponent regardless of who they have in the lineup. Like they have such a solid foundation. I don't think it really matters who they sub in or anything like that. I think they're always going to be like a pretty good level. Maybe they're not like at the strongest as what they used to be, but I think they're still pretty good.
And you guys won over them a lot in the last year, so you feeling confident going into this year?
Yeah, I'd say so as a team for sure, but like individually, like it's always hard versus those guys. I think they're all like such good players, so any of them could step up and have like a really good game and it make it like a lot more difficult. So yeah, I never really know what to expect when playing them, especially when you're playing against Simple, and it's really hard. But yeah, hopefully we can just play good as a team and stay the.
Ooh, okay. Some respect from JKS, and it's probably warranted. This is going to be an epic game coming up. Navi and G2. Alex, how are you feeling? You excited for this?
This is the most excited I've been for any game so far at the Spring Groups. Ooh. I'm looking forward to this one. I want to see some fireworks. I want to see that NPL can prove himself in a high-pressure game against a top-tier opponent. Some of the games that he's played in the past have been to mixed results. But this is a chance for him to show on the world stage that he is the future for Navi, that they made the right decision to bench SCY, to cut him, and to bring this academy player in.
I love it. I think this is going to be one hell of a game, too. We've got G2 on the CT side, Navi starting on the T side. We're on Nuke for the beginning of this one. Already, they are running 2 people down, and it looks like it's fast from the T side into the ramp. I don't think the CTs even know this yet. They might now, because they're also checking what an active round for the CTs already, and from the T side as well. Nico starts another headshot. He needs a 4th, and he'll get it. Oh my god! We are off to a hot start. The last one is Modesty, and they have just decapitated Navi.
Blistering speed out of Nico to get us started into this series that we've hyped up so much, already delivering right there in the pistol round. What is this from Nico? He's just so precise. Nobody else you'd want in the world in this kind of position. All headshots, of course. He's even laughing about it.
Don't laugh, you monster. That's an all-in position at the back of that silo where you cannot escape. You're just fighting from there, and most players happy to get one and delay, like, you know, get a kill, maybe try and see if you can slow this down a little bit, and instead 4 headshots. If the 5th one would have been there, he would have been dead too.
They just overlooked him for a split second, and that's all Nico needs. We were kind of talking about it, prefacing it, the fact that G2 was so active on their CT side in that opening round. Obviously, nothing else had to come into play other than the shots from Nico and the last one from Modesty. Navi, this round, just working with a handful of pistols. We see, of course, that Simple went for the upgrade on the Deagle, but not much else to work with for the offense.
Yeah, they're going to be taking a slower one here. Sure, Simple can hit that shot if he's presented the opportunity, but for now, why not take a deep breath? You kind of got beat up a little bit in the last round. You know the next one anyway. You're gonna give you right back into it. You could put some more pressure on. And G2 know it as well. They don't have a lot of incentive to do anything apart from just stall this out, buy some time. That's a hell of a flashbang. They were coming through the smoke to try and beat it.
Oh.
Well, there is another player on the server that can match the kind of output that Nico can have. And I mean, it's probably more than one, but Simple, absolutely a name that you could call for here.
Yeah, this round is still a bit awkward for Navi. 20 seconds left. They have to pick a site to hit. There is this single player defending lower in Nico. He's changed up his position from the previous round, and it looks like he'll make contact with Simple, but oh no. What is this? Simple, with 3 in the round already, they'll be able to find a bomb plant, and G2, they're scrambling.
Now, he's very low on health, luckily for them, so this should come to an end eventually, just because he's, well, out in the open like you saw, couldn't really have the health to get any long fight in. Perfecto is still alive, and the bomb is planted. A very awkward position for the CT side. A nice couple of headshots through the window from Hunter will make sure that doesn't become a problem, but that's a hard position to clear. Even in a 2-on-1 where you're on the CT side, it could be hard to find the T's up there. So a good job, but obviously very, very expensive. Navi, they're celebrating this round. A bomb plant, and they can go straight into a buy.
Yeah, just a couple pistol upgrades, and they were able to find so much damage. This sets them up beautifully into the first gun round. But those were, yeah, those were 6 shots.
2 bullets.
Yeah. So swift. He wanted to one-up Nico. If he had more targets, he just might have.
It kept going.
Okay, first gun round here. Thanks to Simple's heroics, we see a very even buy between both teams. In fact, it's actually T favored. The MP9, of course, for Hooksy.
Yeah, still a weapon that can find a lot of utility on Nuke. A lot of close-range combat happening, so obviously would have probably preferred something else, but it'll get the job done in a pinch. Third round, and let's just find out. So far, this match is living up to the to the hype, but it's early days. Honestly, didn't really like that Molotov being thrown at him. He'll fall back down below, and Bit will claim this part of the map pretty quickly. Obviously not walking past, but nobody else could hear it, so that's some good map punch. Over a minute left, you've got Bit already in this sort of deep position. See what the rest of the team will do behind it.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, given that he's at the top of Secret. Not really in a great position to actually pinch the B bomb site just yet. He doesn't have that advanced space. So Navi might actually favor an A hit, where Bit could actually flank through Mini, but only Electronic knows at present. And it does actually seem like they're going for ramp, where 2 members from G2 wait. This is a tough crossfire to deal with, but that might open things up for Bit getting that frag.
Puts a lot of pressure on the ramp all of a sudden, and they have a lot to deal with already. Oh, the crossfire is working out great. JKS will follow it up. A nice 1, 2, and even a 3 combination coming in there with JKS getting the last one. Just 20 seconds left at the moment, and with the bomb and ramp control of the CT side, it's going to be difficult. They know that Bit is coming. This is not a surprise. They're absolutely aware that he is walking down below somewhere, and yeah, time is simply up. For him for Bit to try to contest this bomb, he would have to just run up there, noise and all, and that's almost certainly a death sentence. So G2, they will secure the victory in spite of losing that early battle over at the secret stairs. It's a pretty good job, especially that ramp hold.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they were able to figure out that it was likely to be a ramp hit, but either way, if it's Gamble or off of a tell, that's excellent work from G2. We saw JKS and Nico, that is, connecting to find 3, and at that point, yeah, there's just no way that Bit's going to be able to find a way back into the round. Too far away, recognizes the skill of his opponents, that charging right at him is likely going to spell his doom. Early outside utility, and Nico playing a bit more aggressively. Doesn't want to give Navi the same space that they had in the prior round. But with this L-bend, does seem like Nico wants to peek right over it. This could catch Navi off guard.
I'm curious how this will play. Yeah, he's looking on top. He's got such a great view. A couple of quick kills. You could see you've got the little smoke icon, but I mean, Nico definitely knew it was coming there. That's upsetting if you're Navi. The kind of trick that you want to be wise to. You want to maybe have somebody up on the silo just to spot it just in case. Nico gets away with a lot out there. And now they can play it very safe. CT side, they don't have to take any risks at the moment. All of the pressure on Navi to try and reclaim the rest of this round.
And it's very hard to map out how Navi would do that. No utility whatsoever. They've already spent their smokes trying to make their way outside. And Nico came up with the perfect counter. So Simple's just looking for a gift at this point. He's just hoping that somebody throws their life away. But at this point, I wouldn't be mad at Navi for just opting for the save. Okay, wait, that might be the answer. Nico still contesting, and now Navi have a way to try to convert here.
He wasn't just hoping for the gift, he was manifesting it outside. Nico walked into it. NPL trying to crouch under that one, but Hunter coming up with a double to seal the round. 15 seconds left, and Hooksy still holding on to that MP9. Surely upgraded now, but it's a good end to it. It's not too bad. I mean, having 2 casualties in the round for G2, I think that's acceptable, surely.
Oh, they're definitely fine with that. Given the fact that Navi bought into that round, kind of a mismatch buy. We obviously saw the save weapons, but some upgraded pistols and some utility spent. Puts Navi in a very interesting position for this upcoming one. And we see that they, once again, go for this half buy. They were trying to get everybody on the same page. Actually, it's still a bit of a mismatch, given that Simple invested more than everybody else.
That's a really, really fast smoke in towards Mini. Wow. Or is it actually towards the... Yeah, towards the vent instead. That's so quick. They were blowing out the windows in T-spawn and just threw it right away. Nico's gonna get one, and the follow-up is just a good educated guess to take down Bit, and Hunter is there to make sure that nobody's going to make the dive down. So, yeah, a bit of a roll of the dice in this one for Navi, probably hoping that some of the early pressure towards Mini and Vent would have, you know, maybe created more chaos on the G2 side, but that's not the case right now. Nico is locked in. A third kill of the round. Well, these Nico games are some of my favorite to watch.
When he can just lock down this much space, you can see that Navi are left scratching their heads. How do we get past this guy? How do they open up this side of the map? Because Navi, they've been stumped on these T-side rounds. They haven't been given anything. Nico, right now, sitting at above 200 ADR, 5 rounds in.
Come on.
That's just incredible. He wants more. Maniac was talking about it on the desk, the fact that Nico himself recognized that maybe he didn't deserve such a high ranking by HLTV's top 20, but I think he's making a case for it here.
You know, in my mind, the way that I think about the world is basically that we are living in a simulation. I think that's inarguable if you've been paying attention to anything in the public realm in the last couple of years.
Okay,
I think I've already won that argument. Simple's already won his major. I still think Nico's next on the list for me.
Okay.
I'm not based on the current performance of G2 in general, just based on the fact that that's just how it has to be scripted out, I think. There's no way around it, so I'm excited.
He's one of the few in the pantheon of all-time greats that hasn't achieved what is supposed to be the pinnacle of CS.
I'm telling you, it's coming.
Yeah. We would hope so for every single narrative in the book.
Well, we've got 5 on the side of G2. They've caught fire now. And Navi, not exactly excited about this. I mean, there were some asterisks being put up at the beginning of it with NPL maybe not playing this map so much. And Navi getting him into the fit at the moment. Good trade from Simple, though. And he's still fighting left and right. He knows there's one more downstairs, and Perfecto will finally be there to help out. Otherwise, that could have been a really tough spot. A minute and a 2-on-2. It's not a bad position for Navi to be in. They have at least info about where Monacy is at the moment. And Hunter could be a little bit more elusive, perhaps, at this point in the game.
I think there was a footstep, too. Monacy might have heard that. Might be keyed onto an angle, and Hunter taking down Perfecto leaves just Simple. He has 1 kill to his name. He does know where Monacy is, and he's able to take him down. 35 seconds left. Retrieves the bomb. Hunter on 9 HP. This is a great opportunity for Simple to win the 1v2 and to put Navi on the board.
Got the team fired up behind it. Hunter is just saying, you know what? I'm gonna bank on the idea that eventually this will be B, and this must surely be just a roll of the dice. Hard to figure out which is the right one. Simple could go down the vent still and end up at B, but it doesn't feel like that's going to happen right now. It feels like he's going to commit to the other side, so tough break for Hunter. It means he's at least going to have to contest with the afterplant. Very low on time. All right, cutting it just down to the last second. And what does Hunter do from here? Especially at 1 health. How do you even get up from this position? So risky, and he just has to, again, try and gamble it. If Simple is looking, Hunter's probably already dead, but he's going to have maybe 1 shot at doing this. Walking straight out into the hallway, and the spray is there. Simple to win the 1 versus 2 against Monacy and Hunter, and finally bring Navi on the board.
That was a great position by Simple, of course, in the late round. It's one that works so much better if you know that your opponent is lit. Just needing that single body shot, playing that off angle. This was a crazy flurry of frags in the mid round where everybody just seemed to be activated at the exact same time. The crossfire started working, the pushes, everything was working against each other. We see that despite the mess of kills, that it was actually G2 that came out ahead, but Simple, he just figured out their positions, recognized where he needed to posture, where he needed to position himself, and that's why he's one of the greatest, just able to break it down even against world-class players such as Monacy and Hunter.
Timeout used after the victory. They're finally getting 1 on the board, and Blade wants a chance to now say, okay, well, now that we have that cemented, let's try and really get into the game plan here. I'm sure that there's a lot that's been prepped for the map, so hopefully we get to see a little bit more out of it. Of course, the problem is they first need to chew through that CT economy. I mean, so much of Nuke, we've talked about in the past, how much of a difference it makes if you can break up the CT economy, especially if you want to be early out the squeak door or into hut on the A-bomb side. You need to get rid of some of those nades.
Yeah, just opens up the playbook so much so when you know that the CTs are pretty dry on nades. Monacy going for one of those aggressive peeks. We've loved what he's been doing lately. Ever since Hooksy joined the lineup, he's been just going for these so vigorously, and Nico is there to connect with him. 2 openers for G2. They could fall back. They might want to just sit around, though. Don't want to give their life up for free from a trade attempt, but there's nobody there for NAVI. Well done.
That is so... That's crippling at the start of the round. The bomb is out there, and it's going to get picked up eventually, but just... You hear the M4 go off up by the container, and you were not expecting it to peek by an AWP. That's a 2-in-1 shot. Oh! No! He just didn't even face him. Simple on the other side. Love to see his reaction. And Electronic is out here. His team already defeated.
Not much left for Electronic to do in this one. Good start, though, from m0NESY. Good rotation on top of that. It's what you want to see from the budding Opper. One that has already punched in his ticket as one of the best in the world wielding the weapon. Yeah, with 38 seconds. You have a lot of time, Electronic, but probably more about self-preservation at this point. Try to do a little bit of economic damage. Okay, we're going to find a kill on Hooksy there. But that will be it. All right, 6th round for G2. NAVI, they had to construct consecutive rounds if they wanted to break this money from G2. But now, it's in as good as a place as ever for the defenders. This is brutal, though. This wallbang. Oh, man. That's something you think Simple's doing to somebody else, but he's on the receiving end for once.
Maybe that's why he's not complaining. It's like, yeah, fair play. I would have done the same.
Yeah.
Real recognized real.
It's like a mirror match.
Well, we've got, what, 4 Tech-9s and a Deagle on the side of NAVI. But they're once again pushed back, and this last round was their real opportunity to crunch the economy on the G2 side. They didn't have any money left on the CT side. So if NAVI would have won the previous round, they would have had a much easier time. And they just can't quite do it. So G2 are going to be very, very fortunate to keep moving forward in this fashion. If they can win this round almost flawlessly as well, then it's almost a reset for NAVI. They have to do all the work again to try and bring the money low and try and see if they can finally break it again. And they're running out of rounds even to do that. This is about to be 7-1.
See what Hunter's able to accomplish here. Taking down Simple, and NPL still not on the board. It's not looking good. This is what I would consider the first real test for NPL once he's supposed to be integrated to the roster. And unfortunately for him and NAVI, he's not quite passing that test. It's tough. It's tough to move from the academy team into a match such as this.
Yeah, but I love that interview with Blade at the beginning because so many people never specify a time frame for when they expect things. And he very clearly gave it to us, said after Katowice, we're going to get a chance to see a different kind of MPL. I think that's great. Then we have somebody to look for. So I'm willing to excuse a lot of stuff. Obviously, doing something here would be a little bit better. I mean, get a couple of kills. But then again, even Bit, Perfecto, Electronic, they're all at 2 kills. Right now, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily MPL letting the team down. It's just the team as a whole has been crushed by G2 at the beginning. Except for Simple, but it's a hard nut to crack.
That's why he is who he is. Because he can always stand above the rest. All right. This is a good position for Nico, though.
Could be, especially because they only have 1 Molotov, and they don't want to use it for this one. So he's going to get that one almost for free. Bit trying to see if he could sneak his way through without using any utility, because, again, now we don't really have that. And he gets punished for it. 17-4 on Nico. It's absolutely disgusting.
It's what you love to see.
But look at the rest of the team, even.
Yeah.
No one's even close. Oh, here we go.
Well, Hunter wants to catch up. Double kill for him there. I love this about G2 and how they play Nuke, by the way. The way that, even in a 5-on-4, they're willing to push the issue. It catches teams off guard so frequently. NPL finally finds his first. 30 seconds, though, and it might be too little too late for the rest of NAVI. But, oh, okay, a second kill from NPL. That was looking pretty snappy. We're seeing the individual skill from the youngster. But, yeah, once again, it's kind of the fact that you were saying that he's more of a symptom of what's going on with the greater picture here for the team. It's not that he's necessarily letting them down. It's that they're never even getting a chance to get in position. When's the last time we've even really seen a post plan? It's been some time.
Yeah, they're not getting there right now. They're getting shut down way before that even happens. And part of that probably is the economy in that previous round, right? Any set piece that NAVI would have been stopped by the fact that they don't have the grenades to even do anything with. So just generally that it seemed like their moment in time was at about 6-1 where they could have broken the economy. Now that's all in the past. G2, they have a fair bit of money, and Navi definitely don't. So, I don't know. That chance might not come again for the rest of the half here.
No. It's going to be very tough to break whatever it is G2 are doing. All right, some utility out. A-Exec is there for Navi, but only a single player out. But Bit, actually, able to chime in with one. Pushing on forward. The angles are taken away from G2, and they're just stuck on that bomb site.
Yeah, it's a very awkward fight. I don't know how Bit lived through that. It looked like Hunter thought he was dead and almost gave up the spray, and then it just wasn't quite enough. Very weird round for Navi to finally get a bomb plant, but whatever it takes, I suppose, at this point in time, they desperately need it. I just said they might not have a chance again, but if they win this one, I'll take it back. Electronic with the Tech-9 to drop JKS, and now there's a real shot at it. They just have to get through Nico and Monacy, and already that's in full effect. Simple's gonna get a headshot there. Oh. Quick shot, he jumps close and Simple there to meet him. Another clutch. Both the rounds they have so far is Simple winning it for the team.
Simple closing the distance on Monacy right there. You felt like there was a chance for him to reset that op, to fire another bullet, but Simple not even letting that chance slip. Well done. Really wanted to see some kind of gimmick from Navi, some kind of quicker play that just was able to get him into the bomb site, and there it is. They waited for that opening utility from G2. They go for a slightly later hit onto this A site, and that's when things open up for them. Good call for Navi. They really needed to get back in this one, and there's still a great opportunity for them to have a respectable half.
Look at this cool lobby crunch. It's a new classic. Perfecto, though, one of the hardest players, I think, to fool with something like that. He just always seems to be aware of his surroundings, even at the start of a round like that. So well played in taking down Hooksy. But those lobby crunches are so lethal. And he gets, wow, he actually gets shut down. Anyway, Nico, he took the liberty, the space on the map to crawl onto the T roof, which in itself is a massive risk. And then he got the shot. Simple's going to be taking down Monacy and Hunter. Just his head showing here. Molotov maybe to try and buy some time. JKS getting in the taps on the outside. And another headshot here for the Australian player. 9-2. G2, they... like, you have to fight for everything right now. That you're getting nothing for free in this opening half.
Nico's showing no respect. He's got 20 kills right now. He's pushed every single round, it feels like, towards outside. Maybe one or two just playing back. But this time he pushes through lobby to get onto the roof. The T roof. Not supposed to be there that early. Not on a gun round. No. Yeah, that is very frustrating for Navi. And at the very end of it, they actually had a chance to get back in that round. Simple found that return onto Monacy, but JKS with that swing from heaven, I mean, he's been pretty quiet so far this game, but his kills, they've had impact.
Must be a frustrating experience too. You watch the enemy team fumble a lobby crunch, and then they just roll it forward into what? Attacking it. It's so crazy, because you expect them to probably sort of walk away defeated from that. Like those lobby crunches, if they don't work, you're kind of like, all right, let's back on out. We can't really hang around here maybe, so we'll go back and defend A and ramp instead. But they're like, we'll just keep it going. More
push up the ladder.
That's so sick.
That's supposed to be a free kill for anyone that's waiting. Okay, doors open. Monacy, though, blinded. And Hooksy, okay, there's too much utility this time. Navi, they tried for that A play once again, but they're still fighting back into this.
He's so unaffected by the fact that that's a weapon where if you miss the shot at close range like that, you just die. He's like, I'm still going to play right in front of the smoke, basically. But that's because he has the skill to back it up. Eventually, he did go down. Navi trying to see if they can put some pressure on the ramp. Good jump by. It's so nice to have someone you can bait into those kind of angles. And then JKS just couldn't follow the spray through the AKs there to follow it up. Nico goes down after the single kill. So one of the few rounds where he's stuck on the one. And now it's a 2-on-2. Navi, I mean, I think it's respectable that he even got into this position to begin with.
The fact that Perfecto was able to get the clean entry on a JKS made this suddenly so possible. And now that it seems like the entire map is at their fingertips. They can actually work G2. They can pull a rotation. But this peek from Hooksy, this might be everything. The timing, will it favor? Oh,
you don't know yet. This is a coin flip, but it looks like it's going to be Hooksy. Absolutely disgusting timing so far. He's going to be takedown Perfecto in 35 seconds. Good headshot, but Bit has no idea that Hunter is right there, and he still almost wins the fight. That is dangerously close.
Yeah, for Hunter to just post up right there in the open, that's a bold choice for him.
But you have to love the fact as well that on the G2 side of that 2v2, they're not content to just sit and wait. Hooksy's actually out looking, and it feels like a lot of the time that's what we've been seeing so far during the start of the year. A lot of the CT sides are really active in moving around and getting information.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say you can actually split up G2 into the people that are looking for info and the people that are willing to play back. And
yeah,
it's a cool dynamic that this team has. But there was actually a vent drop here from Perfecto. This could actually surprise G2, but I do think that m0NESY has an idea that there's someone towards lower, as does Nico. Yeah, they're trying to figure out where it is that he got off to. Don't want to let him just wander down here for free.
Oh, okay.
He gave the chase up.
He did. That's going to tell them right there. And they're on top of him. He's actually sandwiched in. High pressure scenario all of a sudden. Perfecto. Is the rest of the team doing anything? He's occupying a lot of the team right here. So it feels like NAVI somewhere else has to do something. He goes down almost for free. And it doesn't seem like there's any movement on the rest of the map.
No, you would have loved to see a distractions, some kind of fake, or NAVI to just use the fact that two people are trying to figure out what's going on. But now it's just so segmented. G2, they can recover. They should be able to put this together. But no, actually, they just walk right out the door. And Electronic and NPL pull off 2 frags. I thought G2 was going to recover right there, but NAVI just walked on out, and they were able to find the kills.
All right, brilliant stuff. Bomb instantly planted behind that one. And a bit of a choice now to be made. And not a lot of money in the bank for the G2 side. So these 3 rifles, super critical if they want to continue to do this. NAVI, they're going to be allowed to get a 3rd round. And, I mean, if they can get the last here and get up to 10-5, then we might still have a game on Nuke. It feels like they need that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think we've already seen at this event, and really with just years and years of NAVI in the past, it's so tough. Once they switch to the CT side, once they dig in, it's tough to get them out. Tough to close versus them. But this was a strange round for NAVI, where I think they were quite fortunate by the fact that G2 they left one position open, that door, and it just worked out for NAVI in that moment. I think the timing for G2 trying to re-smoke it, it was just right when the rest of NAVI decided to push through.
That'll happen sometimes. I mean, you can't have the timing on your side every single time. And G2, they've certainly had a lot of it throughout the first half themselves. This time it was Navi's turn.
That's a fair point.
4 AKs, 1 M4. It's still Simple leading the charge, but everyone else is creeping up a little bit behind it. The next 2 rounds, they better be Navi's, or I don't know if they're going to have much of a say on the map at all.
This setup for G2, it feels so risky. Nico holding the top silo, m0NESY holding close. Oh, they held so much for so long. And the smokes have faded, actually.
Still just moving forward. They're very confident in what they're doing. m0NESY, you'd think a flash or anything like that would be enough. There's at least the trigger, but he can't catch him. And Nico, there's the trap. Beer was looking for it, but you're so busy trying to scale up a little bit of map control behind having forced that AWP back that he wasn't quite ready for the fight. Under a minute now, and m0NESY's moved back with the AWP, and that's a shot he's not going to miss. 3 versus 5 to start the round with, and it's another one of these scenarios where if Navi win this round, there's no more cash left on G2. They've been here before, and they weren't able to crush that economy, and now here we are again. It looks like G2 are going to get away with it one more time, and that'll be a huge part of the story for how this Nuke map has played out so far. It's just the continuation of the economy game for G2.
The inability for Navi to string together consecutive rounds, but they're still looking to attempt this one. The molly's there. NPL's trying to find the spam. It's him and Perfecto. They got to bring this one back. NPL, he's actually able to deal with m0NESY, but there's just too many bodies on the bomb site. They actually are able to find those openers, but the trades are there for G2. A well set up defense. They knew exactly what was coming. It just took Navi so long to breach that bomb site. They had to make every single step known to G2.
Yeah, nice attempt at the end, but just nowhere near enough.
No, but I've loved these opening setups from G2. They've had so many different ideas, so many ways to get m0NESY, Nico involved. Those are supposed to be your heavy hitters, the men that are supposed to open rounds up. And they did it. They're doing it against what is supposed to be one of the best Nuke teams out there in NAVI. I think they've had a little bit of a fall from grace with that title, but still hard to say that they're not up there with the elite teams.
Yeah, they should be. And working on that new lineup, so I'm not too concerned. Modesty with the opening again. This time it's simple, so heavy loss for NAVI to lose him early on in this 15th round. They are in so much trouble. Nico is nothing so far. What an absolutely classic performance out of him. And yeah, I don't know. In terms of them taking the aggression outside and taking all that map control, I feel like when you've got players like Modesty and Nico, it feels like a mistake to have them sit passively too many rounds, because they surely just mentally must be in a better space when they can force those fights, which can be hard to do on the CT side, but they're doing it in, the yard of Nuke at the moment. 3 versus 5, 50 seconds left, and Modesty, shallow peek coming up from Electronic, but because this kid on the other side is so lightning fast, it doesn't even matter. He's gonna hit the shot anyway. Perfecto, the last one left, and only question is, how do you want to go down, Nico or Modesty? He'll pick Nico, and what a devastating first half. G2 looking hot to begin with.
Welcome to the round table of in-game leaders. I've assembled some of the greatest minds. I've got Nitro, Nexa, and Karakin to discuss all the things around being a fantastic IGL when it comes to Counter-Strike. This kind of discussion I want to start off with is becoming an IGL. Now, I know for you, Nitro, as an example, you just kind of fell into it. You know, you went from being one of the star players into this. But how does it come into it? How do you just start becoming an IGL? How did it work for you, for example, Karakin?
I think already in a young age, when I played 1.6, I kind of was always a secondary caller in that sense. Okay. I was a star player back in the days. People might not know from CSGO. So yeah, I played under great in-game leaders back then in the Danish scene, but also GOB was like kind of the last big IGL I had before. I kind of took it myself up. So yeah, it kind of came natural when I was 16 that I had like a strong voice and a vision for the game and how it should be played. But I waited until the right moment, so I was mature enough to kind of lead bigger teams.
I mean, for me, I never really wanted to be the IGL, right? I was always the secondary caller, and I guess the thing for me is I never really played with any like top tier in-game leader, you know, so I don't really know how others do it. I just know that like I was always a secondary caller, and people kind of like looked up to me, and they said, yeah, bro, you should do this. Like, you know, you have what it takes. You should be the in-game leader. You know, you can do it. So I always went into that path. Like I tried to stop being an in-game leader like 3 or 4 times, but it just, yeah, like, you know, I was like, I think I'm better as a secondary caller, you know, like I can help my actual in-game leader, you know, and then just somehow I just kept coming back into it, you know, and then I decided to take the responsibility and you know, see where it can take me.
For you, Nick?
I think like 2016, I first tried, and I was really bad because I was really skilled on my team, and like I was like the second voice. I think the second voice in the team is like the best because you can kind of do what you want and like also be playing your own game, right?
Yeah, it's the best job in the world, I think, in the CSGO.
2017 is when I first took over and just went from there, and it was not something that I wanted.
They don't break door, nothing in. They're broke now. They broke. Rush him, they can go.
I'm going backside.
Rush him. Lobby one.
He's
ready.
committing, guys.
They won, I think.
Dustin, can you hold?
Careful,
I
main.
think we're gonna hold.
I feel better. One more. Nice. Pushing it. Nice.
Give me.
I think he was there as well. He doesn't cap. Nice, Nico, sick.
Don't you just love to see it? What a way to start a match against NAVI on Nuke. 4 kills from Nico in the pistol, and he never let go behind it. Alex, how excited are you? I mean, I didn't really know how this is going to play out, but G2, they look so good right now.
I thought this was going to be competitive. It's not, but it's still fun. It's still great. It's a spectacle in its own right because of people like Nico and Monacy.
Yeah.
I loved how Hooksy called that round too. Every time Nico got a kill, nice. That positive reinforcement goes a long way.
It does. Just teach him, even if... Oh!
Keep it going, Nico.
Come on. Come on.
Oh!
He does one more time.
Yes!
Another headshot. You must be kidding. It's simple and piddle. He's just done it again.
Man, this guy, he wants the pistol crown. He's already smiling in the middle of the round.
Wipe that smile off your face. Oh, he's at 100. That's pure greed, but you have to let him do it. He's an artist. Just don't interrupt him. Just let him go. You can't really control that. I would never try to call Nico back from doing that 4th kill and the 5th. What an absolute monster.
Unrivaled precision in this one.
It's so stupid. Oh no.
Okay, well, Bit wants a chance. Took a bite, but huge bite back. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. 13th round for G2. That is really not the start you were looking for NAVI. Again, we were prefacing it as such that with NAVI, if you give them that pistol, if you give them a chance, if they have room to breathe, they could have brought this back. But at this point, it's hard to believe in that world, that timeline when Nico is playing at this level. You think that the halftime break would cool him off, but he stayed as hot as ever.
I don't know. The only analogy that I can think of, I don't know if anyone watches boxing and used to watch like some of the early Tyson fights, but there are some fights there where you could see once he gets punched a little bit, he's just made up his mind to basically destroy the person in the ring with him. That's what it feels like with Nico sometimes. You can tell, even before he even gets close to someone, it's like something about the way that he moves, something about the way that he approaches every angle. There's like a determination, like, I'm not here to try to win. I've basically already won the round, and now I'm just going to sort of play out what's in my brain. It's so sick.
I just love that he's still having fun with it. Sometimes you see players go off like that, and they are in full focus mode, almost nervous that the round has gone so favorably for them. But for Nico, it's not his first time. It's not his first rodeo. Not the first time he's just deleted people from the server, ruined their days. And so just presses the issue.
It's 27 kills in basically 16 rounds. This is round number 17, and I don't know.
He was sitting for a while at over 2 kills per round. That's
hard to do. One per round is super impressive. Many people can't really do that, and doubling that.
It's a good game. You think it's usually you're having a good game if you have 80 ADR or above. Nico right now has 169 ADR. He has over double what a good game is, a solid game for other people. Might have a chance to collect some more damage here. Even got shot in the butt by his teammate, but that didn't slow him down.
Little slap to keep him going.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's like a little booty pinch.
Oh my god. Yeah. This is not at all what we were expecting for Nuke. NAVI, they finally have someone to fight back with here on the CT side. But a comeback from here, I don't know. It's NAVI. You really don't ever really want to count them out, but it does feel very unlikely at the moment. They'll have to prove it. Let's let them prove it.
Yeah, we'll see what they set up with here. I'm interested in what Blade was talking about, the way that they're trying to slot NPL in. If there's something still to take away from this in terms of referential data, it's where is NPL putting himself, and he is taking the same spot STY had. This is already a big challenge for him, though, as they are executing into his sight, and he is passing the first test. 2 kills with the FAMAS, but there are still G2 players trying to breach this bomb site. JKS finding 2 of his own, and Perfecto on top of the hut, able to close things out along with Bit.
Yeah, huge play at the start from NPL. Obviously, getting those 2 headshots is amazing, but because he stays so far back on the site, instead of panicking and swinging all over the place, it means the people that are coming out of the squeak door, if they want to fight him, they have to swing so deep into the site that suddenly they're exposed from the hut. So this is about as far as he goes. He gets these kills and he's backing up, he's trying to limit that angle, and it means any Ts that want to fight him, they basically have to just get out in the open to try and look for him. And they maybe only know where he is. Maybe the rest of the team is hard to pinpoint. So that's a target you want to fight because you have the information, but to do it, you're just going to be out in the open. So I like seeing that. You know, the kills is obviously impressive, but just keeping that really tight angle is also a good look.
Yeah, you could see some pretty good instincts there. Good counter utility, too. Something to be happy about. Look forward to the future. Okay, Electronic. Great damage. And Nico, who's really just controlling all of outside in the previous half. Won't have a chance this time.
There's a long history with Electronic and the smokes out in the yard here in a bunch of different... I was a little bit disappointed we didn't see any of it in the first half at all.
No.
But he has this walking through the smokes and yard history, and it's so sick to watch. So I hope we get that back. It's a good round for him. 3rd kill as he takes down JKS. A little bit of a boost over, but Perfecto pretty quick with the reactions, and he's going to be taking down Monacy. It's about to be 5 rounds for Navi.
Yeah, we'll see if Hooksy's able to find anything, but no, not going to happen. There were already 3 players from Navi down there.
The only thing that could make this more of a classic Nico and G2 game is if they lose it. I'm just going to say it.
You had to put that idea out there. It is now just waiting to be grasped at by this history.
Yeah, I've told you, we're living in a simulation. So.
Yeah.
It's bad news for Nico, unfortunately, but...
And you're the architect.
for a bit. I wonder sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
Feels you're in control, but then sometimes maybe not.
One of your best titles. Let's not forget that.
On my resume somewhere. Still not as many titles as Yanko. He's got all the jobs in the esports industry. All of them.
Truly.
14-5. 2 rounds for G2. It seems simple. Surely. There's no problem, right? Couple of steps, like, easy.
If there's anybody that can do it, we've already said it is Navi. They're the ones that you have to worry about here. You'd hope, for the sake of G2 and Hooksy, for that matter, that they can put together a winning strategy, given that they have so many opportunities moving forward. But we'll see a test from Bit.
Do you think the calling is different when you have this much of a buffer?
Yes.
Are you willing to say, you know, let's try some things?
Yes. It actually varies, I'd say, team to team, because some would want to actually take more gambles, more risks, because you just need that one. But sometimes actually teams, especially in this kind of format, where it's this group stage, they might actually not want to go too deep into their playbook. They might actually want to hide strat, so they just kind of keep defaulting. I've seen teams that are up at this much just go for default, 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 and then eventually someone just wins an individual fight, it turns into a 2nd kill, and then they win the game. So, okay, it doesn't matter what pistol this guy's got, huh?
He got the 1, which is mandatory for him. He's like, that's my quota.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea, yeah. If you have something new, maybe you don't want to use it when you're almost at the finishing line. But of course, that is, in itself, is a risk, just in case. You might end up needing those rounds at the end. We'll see how they play it out. We've got AKs in this round. I still think... Wish Navi would have done more in the yard in the first half, but I guess they did get shut down a lot from that Nico Monacy duo that just made it very tough.
Yeah, they tried. It wasn't for a lack thereof.
Yeah.
So, would have loved to see Electronic get activated earlier, but I think he's now in the server. Took him a minute, but they are joining up with Simple. So, slow round for G2, just waiting out any potential push from Navi. The smokes are here. Nico actually might play around this timing here. These smokes are landing, and he might just sneak right in. Oh, no! Okay. 2nd round now in a row that Electronic just finds that much damage through the outside smokes. He is reading them.
Yeah, we warned you already. He has uncanny ability. Obviously, shooting through is crazy, but even just walking through them sometimes, he just finds really good timings on that one. HG as Perfecto. Thought he was getting a run down, but I guess he is fine. And everything's kind of been revealed right now. It feels like G2, there's no element of surprise. Very safe way to take that jump as you kind of curve you sort of stop the arc of the jump a little bit, and you get down to the ground a little bit earlier. Hooksy and JKS both go down, and it's a flawless round out of Navi. 14-7.
Yeah, I'm not too worried yet for G2, but it's not looking good. Not finding any headway on these rounds. Reason I'm not too worried is because it's been off the back of Electronic spraying people through smoke twice.
And you have amnesia. You don't remember the other G2 games.
Yeah, and well, that's, you know, the org's history may make you worry, but when Navi gets to double digits, then I think we'll see the sweat bead on Hooksy's forehead.
Okay. I think that's probably fair. 14-7. You still have a feeling on the G2 side that fine, they're getting a bit of runway here. All we need is that one good entry, one good round where Nico cracks it open and Electronic doesn't shoot us through the smoke, and it's probably okay. I can be on board that train. 29-12 on Nico, just in case.
If anybody forgot, yeah.
Yeah, listening in, you know, making a snack in the middle of the day and just listening to the audio. That's where we're at the moment.
If you're tuned into the radio version of this. Yeah. Electronic probably wants a little bit more action. He recognizes that he's warmed up into the server now, but he just needs more fights. So, we'll be looking for him. Okay. Love that. One shot, one kill. Looking for more. Another headshot for Electronic. Yeah, he's definitely feeling it at this point. This is becoming a little bit more worrying more quickly when he is showing this level of form.
And you know what? When Nico unfolded all the chaos in the second half pistol, Electronic was smiling, and I feel that you can also almost warm up the enemy sometimes. If you just play well enough, it's like a slap in the face, like, okay, fine. If you want to do that, I'm ready too. Really good stuff here. Good clicks coming out. He seems so crisp at the moment. That's an 8th round that's going to be picked up by the NAVI team. So they are feeling really, really good at the moment.
Yeah, and it's forcing G2 to expend yet another timeout.
Yeah, and if you don't know this is happening, there is an overtime show happening at the end of the day. So once the match is done, you want to stick around and find out what's being talked about there. I think we had a player that was joining last time. It's on Blast.TV, of course. You want to make sure to tune in, make an account there and all the rest of it, and come hang out in the chat with all the rest of us.
It was Yakindar last night with Mahone and Launders. So you never know who's going to be walking on in, who's coming through that door.
Markov. They were asking they asked on the desk earlier. They said, who was great at AWP inspirations? And nobody said Markov.
Too young.
I was heartbroken.
Yeah.
Source players, they don't know.
A few people said Fallen in that.
I can respect that. That's an acceptable answer.
Yeah.
Nobody said Kogru either.
That's true. Or Fraud.
Fraud, yeah. Nice. Well, enough of the history right now in the present moment. They need to keep this up, Navi. They've had a good run at the start of the second half. This is pretty impressive. They were almost getting pushed out of nuke, but one slip-up, one mistake, and it could be done. Perfecto's not going to be making many mistakes at all. And JKS, he'll still be able to find that one. Electronic showing up, and he's deadly accurate, but Monacy, he's up for the task. 3-on-3, NPL on the back, getting put to the test once again, and his crosshair was not ready for it. Follow-up headshot from Monacy leaves Simple down below, far away from the action, and unable, surely, to reclaim this round.
Great call from Hooksy. Great movements from G2. Recognizing every sliver of opportunity they had in that round as the player falls from top of the garage. They can push in through the door. They can follow that push up. It all came together. It was a bit slow, and I think that caught Navi off guard. I think it caught NPL off guard. Did so well when it was that full-on, just A-exec right in his face, but this time it's a little bit more strategic, and that long, drawn-out nature made him uncomfortable. It made him nervous. He didn't know where he should be looking, and Hooksy, he actually was able to take down that anchor. He's only sitting at 8 kills, but it was an important frag at that.
Did someone give up the AWP to pick up an AK? But you can make a choice. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's interesting if he did.
I think so. Monacy has an AK here, and I'm pretty sure he has Simple's AWP at the start of this round.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well. Simple was still able to equip the AWP though.
Yeah, I guess they have so much money that maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, give it over to somebody else. That's actually reasonable. Can't obviously purchase the AK on the CT side, so maybe that's just what it was. Okay.
Yeah, Electronics got it. So.
Fine. Cool.
He's been doing a great job out here. He's gonna have to do more though. A lot more if they want to come back in this game.
They need 7 in a row. So yeah, Electronic out here in the yard. So close. He must be able to see just the elbow, and the crouch in is there. But Nico just as accurate on the other side. Electronic gets blown up. Sneaking up Hunter. He wants to try and get into the ramp, and he almost had the timing for it. 4-on-4, and with this kind of ramp control and so much time left, I think they're in a good position here, G2. Let's see what Hooksy can call from behind this kind of forward setup.
Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure on a couple players from Navi. NPL is sitting right now on a swivel on that A site. You see that Simple wants to acquire a little bit more information because he can't really leave this team out to dry. If you just set up in this 2-2, 2A, 2B setup, G2 have a million ways to crunch A. And that's not okay for Simple. And you can see that he wants to be the master of his own destiny, pushing right there through the door. And Nico will be the one to contest him. And okay, wait, a tag. Not actually finishing the kill.
Yeah, but what a read still. He managed to see it coming. He knew that Nico was outside earlier, and he decided, yeah, I'm going to catch you when you get back inside. Only 24 seconds left, so G2 running out of time right here. They have a smoke still to try and see if they can block off something and go for the bomb plant, but Simple is in all the right places at the moment. That's the smoke. Great use of it. A Hooksy on the opening. Perfecto. Double spray down, maybe to try and save the day here for Navi. If not for that, they might have already lost it here. 4 seconds left, and they can't see a thing. The bomb is going to get planted, even if Simple comes in with the punishment afterwards. JKS now on his own to try and win this one for G2, and he can't get the job done. NPL, labored spray, but it will be another round for Navi. And I think if not for that double spray down on Perfecto, they probably lose the game, or at least the map right here.
That swing out, it was a bold one at that. Perfecto, usually known for being that stable force, but sometimes he takes it by force. Pushing on in, and this was overall not bad for G2. They got onto that bomb site. It was looking pretty, but smoke fading right then gives Simple a chance, and he takes it. Navi, they stay in this one. Got 9, and it was a little bit hard to watch there at the end. JKS with the Galil just couldn't quite control that spray. If he had that, I think everything's possible for him. But early flashes onto the A site, it baits out so much utility. And it does seem like G2 aren't actually making a play with that. So, just holding on.
Always a bit scary in that moment when Electronic is flashed and he's just shooting through the corner of the vent like that. If they're going for a really fast play on top of Mini to try and jump down on him, you're going to be reloading as they come down, basically. I mean, it's obviously a bit of a timing thing, but I'm always worried when I see players just go for the default spray like that if they don't know for sure, because there was no one else in the yard at that point in time for the CT side, so he would have been very much alone. I'm a huge fan of those fast mini plays. I think it's so much fun.
We've seen G2 try to implement them already to mix results.
True. Yeah, Perfecto was there last time to catch them. Round number 25, and Navi a step in the right direction from that last one. They've got Simple in the ramp, and that gives them a little bit more space to move players out and around. He's just as quick. He might be older than Monacy. You can't really tell on the server, can you?
No. Age is just a number for these players. Okay, 30 seconds left. Navi, they seem to recognize exactly what's happening. There are quite a few players ready for this A defense, and the nades, they're flying out for G2. They have to start their hit now. They're actually going for the vent dive, though. This is a bit surprising because it only actually nets a single player down towards that lower site, but Simple is already lying in wait. There's so little time left. Hunter can't even justify committing for this because they know you're there, so he doesn't even want to actually try to breach the bomb site, just wants to keep himself alive, maybe find some damage.
Possible pretty quick. He might have been spotted right there.
Yeah, it's back on a...
The smoke that was maybe meant to help them down just didn't cover anything near enough. So that's obviously a big problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it missed the mark because of a molly or just poorly placed, but G2 though I think they were trying to fake that they were going down secret earlier in that round, but no one from Navi bit. And that's quite interesting that Navi had that much faith in G2 just throwing those smokes for naught. Ooh, that's nice from NPL. Okay. Just reading that positioning out. All right. Still 15-10. Another timeout coming for G2 here. This is a tough position, though. This is where I was saying you do need to worry a little bit. When Navi get to double digits, it just feels so much more possible.
If there was a way to get sort of an internal readout of the mental state of all the players when or if it gets to overtime, I'd be so curious to see that, because I bet you for G2 it's such a sinking feeling. Of Navi, it's such a mental reset, and you're like, okay, fine, we're just now all we have to do is a little bit more and we'll have done the comeback and the upset. And that's going to be fun when it gets there if it does. They have to still win another 5 rounds in a row when Nico running through with the AK. He's taking it upon himself to just try and see if he can close it right now. 31 kills on him, and the pressure is on for the B bomb site. No time wasted. Instant bomb plant, grenade on top of Simple, and with JKS stabbing in the back with a MAC-10, that is absolutely lethal. What a call. G2 changing the formula and speeding up to that B bomb site, and NAVI were not ready.
No, the outside smokes worked out for him. Electronic couldn't repeat the success of prior rounds, just spamming them right through the smoke blindly. And now he's forced into such a tough situation along with his partner in crime, Perfecto. They've done a great job clawing this one back, but it will not be enough. G2 close this out 16-10.
Really well done. Nice way to finish it, not repeating any kind of history. G2 fans have got to be excited about that, and all Counter-Strike fans should be excited about this game. That was a really fun way to get this started. Of course, it is only the beginning of the best of 3. There's still Inferno, potentially Mirage is the 3rd map if we actually get there. But this was a nice way to begin the day. G2 looking incredible, especially Nico. What a performance from him. We've got James ready with the interview.
Swanee, I'm going to start by looking at the fact that Nuke's, in general, a pretty good map for you guys. Yep. They end up picking it against you. NPL's never played it, and you guys have an insane first half. You must have been feeling good with this veto.
Yeah, we were a bit surprised that they picked it against us, but we are happy that they picked it. So I think they just want to get reps with NPL on it. So yeah. I think it's more for practice again for them. So it's a bit of practice for them, but this was ultimate domination for you guys. Everyone seemed to be in a good spirit. We were seeing smiles from just the kills going on, a lot of laughter as well. So the mood is high? Mood is high with Nico and Monesi kill outside so much. I mean, you can only be happy, and we did a great game. I think we had good reads on them. We lost like one force play against Tech9s that almost broke us, but we kept fighting, and 12-3 is really good. What do you think for Inferno, though? Because obviously NPL's had a bit of practice on that. He was playing even back at the World Final. It's a map that I think will be a bit closer. How do you view it? I think it's even easier for us to anti-strat because they obviously played it with NPL, so we had better preparation for it. Nuke was a bit off because we didn't know where he would play or if they had the same playstyle. So I think we are ready for it and happy to play it. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, Swanee. Thank you.
T-spawn to connector to B, through palace to CT to mid.
Okay, I don't even know.
Bridge to A through T-spawn. Yes. Yeah, I got it. I think my team, NIP, is going to be best on this map. So here we are, T-spawn here. Obviously very similar, like artistic style to Dust 2 actually.
The map has open skyboxes, so I think it was great for executing sites. I think that was like Valve's main initiative here.
So let's see in how many seconds I will be on B site if I want to rush.
There's also windows that are very obvious going into the B site, so they want to make it easier to execute. There's plenty of things to boost on if you get smoked off in main. What's great is that there's not many corners going into the B site. It looks good. It looks like a CS map.
Like on side time in 12 seconds, so it will be really tough for CT sides.
This peak here isn't very valuable as CT because the terrorists can come from the left as well, and it's very difficult overall.
They will need to block it immediately and to use utility if they don't want to lose the round instantly. But obviously with throwing flashes through these windows, I think they will blind them.
Like this is the first area you're gonna probably counter a CT if you're gonna take an early peek as T or CT. It's like these angles.
But I think the only problem is like I don't think you can smoke everything off, and it seems like you can always boost over every area that is smoked. So it's gonna be interesting to see how pros approach the map.
Because there's a lot of angles that terrorists can abuse because they can take map control very easily. Very difficult to hold here. Like in general, I think this map is very T-sided.
The left side of B, like going towards CT, I think the CTs definitely have advantages in these areas. The creators of this map had the plan in mind already for it to be kind of, CT oriented.
Like here's the CT spawn. What I think is like, I think that there's going to be 2 guys at B, 2 going to mid and 1 going to A. Like that's what I think it's going to be like.
This is kind of middle. I don't think it will be easy to block.
It seems like a really easy area of the map. It's kind of just about, a chess game of utility.
Now, it may only be the first map of the day, but man, are we starting off at 100 miles an hour. And holy hell, pedal to the metal was NiKo from beginning to end of this round of Nuke. The epitome of precision, of proactivity. Jacob, there was just nothing this man couldn't do.
It's so good to see. It's so good to see NiKo play at that level. I absolutely love it. I've said it a couple of times during this tournament as well. I think aesthetically pleasing players out there, you put NiKo to the top. The way he's able to run around with the rifle, the way he's able to, as you alluded to as well, be part of the top 5 best players in the entire world consistently year after year with the rifle is just fantastic to see. His impact in the pistol rounds as well so far this tournament. He's done a 1v3, he did the CT side pistol, he was absolute outstanding in the T side pistol as well. NiKo is one of the best players in the world, and we got to see why.
This is so fantastic from NiKo, honestly. And this first half on the CT side is what makes NiKo unique. Because I don't care who you cheer for, I don't care who you think is the best rifle in the world, there is no one but NiKo that can have the first half that we have just witnessed.
It's
and the reason I say that, it's not the first time I've seen it. I have seen this scenario happen in the past where he takes off in a game and then the amount of space and responsibility and risks he takes as a sole rifle outside is ridiculous. The math don't work, it doesn't make sense, but it works out. Bid had a trauma of a game. I felt bad for Bid. I wanted to call for help. This man got bullied outside by NiKo. He didn't even see the sun. He was stepping just 1 meter, just instantly, that was
L
Bid.
after L
That
after
was
L
Bid.
for Bid.
He was just getting punched. I felt so bad for Bid. Can you imagine this game he win?
It's tough, right? But that's what NiKo can do. He can dictate the game with the rifle. There's very few selected players out there who have the ability to take over, as you said, an entire half single-handedly. That's what NiKo did. Sure, he had a support cast of Maniac, who had a decent showing as well in the first half. Obviously, G2 as a team set him up well. There was a lot of flashes coming in for NiKo, but as a rifle player, very few people in the entire world can dictate a game, let alone against a team like NAVI, like NiKo did right here.
8 for 0 in opening duels as well after that first half. More than half the time he was taking them and he was winning them 100% of the time. Absolutely insane.
And you have to go further than just the numbers. Of course, we can be in awe of NiKo as we should be, but just you have to think about the tactical consequence of that. If you're Electronic, if you're Blade, and you're trying to know what the hell are we supposed to do in this game, the fact that NiKo shuts you down outside, it becomes super easy for HooXi to know where the next target is going to be. Well, they can't be outside. It's very easy. There's 2 main solutions. Either they go A or they go ramp. Turns out Maniac is here with JKS when they need to. NiKo is sometimes with JKS as well. They always have the read. That's why you have a 12-3 scoreline. It's super obnoxious for NAVI to play when you cannot have the luxury of taking the outside position.
Yeah, and to be fair, it wasn't just the NiKo show. Arguably, everybody showing up from the side of G2 in that first half. And we've got a particular round you want to be breaking down.
Yeah, Matthew is speaking about it, right? The fact that G2 didn't allow any space whatsoever for NAVI. Look at the time right here. NiKo is pushing all the way into lobby. The first kill goes the way of NAVI, but they're being pushed outside of their comfort zone. They can't even hold their own T lobby. NiKo on top of the roof, 25 seconds into the round, gets a kill right here, and you just see the constant aggression continuing to happen. Maniac finding a kill, then a duel on Yard, simple wins that. You have Hunter having another isolated duel on the lower bomb side, and there's just duels going on all over the place. It's almost like a glorified deathmatch server you're watching right now. NAVI had no idea how to handle this aggression. You said it, you can't even be in your own T-side lobby. What on earth are you supposed to do?
And I love that the scoreline is 8-2 when that happens, because in this clip you just chose, there's a couple of moments where NAVI have 50-50 duels. There's a couple of moments they can reclaim the control of the round, but they've just been bullied for 10 rounds straight. Bit is fighting Hunter outside, or sorry, lower, for a good 3 to 4 seconds. He doesn't hit a single bullet onto Hunter. We know the quality of Bit, but at that time, HooXi knows he's in their head. They're not warmed up at all, which is going to be in your face.
And G2 can have their heads held high moving forward as we do move on over to their map pick of Inferno. So, Danny, what exactly should we be looking out for G2 on this ground?
Yeah, G2 is a strong team on Inferno, and it's all in the details of why it makes them so strong. So right here, I have a round to kind of showcase one of these smokes that they have. So first, I want to preface it by kind of laying out what this round will entail. So first thing you're going to see here is that this is going to be a split onto the A bomb site. You're going to see 2 people go towards long, 2 people go towards short. And what I want to focus on is actually this smoke right here. Now, with the smoke, NiKo actually throws it from the pit area here, and it lands just towards the site side. So it lands right next to the site, just like this. And with the smoke, the idea behind it is that it's to create an avenue for the players coming up long so they can take the site. They don't have to worry about a player towards this pit side. They don't have to worry about a player towards this area where the bike is, and it allows them to do that. But it also cuts off this angle here towards this graveyard position, so for the players coming up towards short, they don't have to worry about a player graveyard as well. This player has to swing up to the left. But the one spot that it doesn't cover is somebody playing on top of the balcony. You see that from Crimbo's point of view, he has a very clear view on players coming up from long. So what do? They have a flash that m0NESY throws right here that pops just above the balcony area. It pops right about here. And what that does is it forces this player to fall down towards the pit, but it also allows NiKo to kind of pass in towards the site because it breaks all the potential site pit crossfires. And with that, it allows them to kind of crunch onto the A bomb site. So you'll see this from HooXi's point of view as he's coming out here from long. You'll see that as he comes in, the flash pops. Doesn't have to worry about Crimbo, who was on the balcony. Also doesn't have to worry about a player towards pit. He can take an isolated fight onto the player towards site. Now he loses this duel, but like I said before, NiKo, he's coming in from short, uses that flash that pops behind him, allows him to come in towards the site and kill Favin. And then lastly, for these players who are coming in towards the site, they don't have to worry about the pit player here because the last two players in line, m0NESY and JKS coming from apps, they're gonna deal with him right there. So really this all came from just this one smoke, and this is why G2 is so strong on an Inferno. They use the details in the utility to help their site takes.
Another excellent breakdown there from the Mahone zone, echoing exactly what Swanee was saying in that post-map interview. Inferno is a very confident ground for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But hot take, I don't think preparation is going to help G2 in that Inferno game, because I don't think preparation had anything to do with the smacking they put on Nuke against NAVI. So if you go in tactical, you go in technical against NAVI, you try to anti-strat them, you might just bite your own tongue.
What helps G2 is that they are the better team right now. They are the more informed team right now, and they have a very clear game plan, and they've been together for quite some time now. So I believe in the G2 2-0 right here. They're looking very hot.
Anybody that you're particularly putting under the microscope in this one, considering, you know, NPL, we have seen him playing it once on the side of NAVI. Is he somebody that you're looking to have more impact coming into this?
Yeah, I guess we can name NPL, we can mention him for the main reason that we're learning about this new player. We don't really know what he's made of, and he just got his ass kicked on Nuke. He didn't really have a lot of impact. Maybe once or twice he had a few good rounds on A, but overall he's been very complicated, very dry for this young player. So moving on to Inferno, we have seen him play good Counter-Strike. I want to see how he transfers from a very complicated game to now having to bounce back. That's my question.
We just saw the breakdown in the Mahone zone, and NPL is playing in that exact position that will be affected by the smoke, that will be affected by the execute. So what we saw right here from Mahone is going to be NPL's in the center. We're going to see whether or not he can withstand that pressure. And I think if I'm G2 right now, that's something I want to test, because I agree with you. On Nuke, he wasn't necessarily playing well. He wasn't necessarily playing bad. He's not making the difference right now. So if you're HooXi, if you're G2, you want to test NPL. You want to use that strat. You want to see if that's enough to break the defense.
Now, I don't want to make the NAVI fans any more nervous, but with that NiKo performance going down on Nuke, we know what he can put out to play on Inferno. This is undoubtedly his playground. I am looking forward to see what he's going to deliver.
Yeah, but I guess if you're NAVI, at least you're going to be able to take a breath and decide what you're going. I don't think NiKo is going to be in your face the way he was outside. The map is just a little different.
Yeah.
If you want to let him take banana control on the CT side, you can do it. You can retake it after 30 or 40 seconds. So I don't expect him to be that obnoxious towards NAVI, and I guess Electronic will have a second or two to decide how he wants to play.
At the end of the day, we got to see more from Bit. We got to see more from the individuals coming out of NAVI. We spoke about it. From an individual standpoint, G2 outmatched and outskilled NAVI throughout the entirety of the game on Nuke. There were possibilities, so more from Bit, more from Simple, more from all the individuals, and then NAVI with a clear game plan. Maybe they have a chance of making it competitive.
Yeah, a chance for NAVI to be bouncing back into this one after what was a blowout on the first half of their choice of Nuke. It does come down to the choice of G2. That will be Inferno, and it's going to be going down after this break.
We're back once again. It's Inferno coming up second map in this best 3, and it is between NAVI and G2. Can NAVI make it back? Is it realistic? Are they going to be able to revive themselves on the second map?
It's always possible for NAVI to come back. I feel like with a team like NAVI, they've been through so much. They've seen this kind of defeat before. They faced this sort of defeat before, and they know that it's just the one. Even though it was, of course, their map pick that they lost on, I don't think that anybody is stranger to being down, but you can never count them out till they truly are.
They're going to be fighting for it, I'm sure. I would love to see a third map between these two teams, but now we will have to prove it. They will have to try and win Inferno. It is coming up right now. G2 on the T side, NAVI on the CT side. And Nico, so far in the pistol rounds, he's had himself kind of a special touch, you could say. They've given him the P250 for obvious reasons. Let's see if he could go 3 for 3 in this one. He is being wheeled in. You could see a little bit of some bodyguarding going on. He is the super weapon of these rounds right now. And look at this silent. This is the entire team, Alex, that's walking up the middle.
Yeah, and we've got a smoke from Hunter. That should be landing front sight. And there's some flashes, too. So, oh no, sorry. It was actually the Mahone smoke. The one he showed, actually, in the Mahone zone.
It was. They don't have to worry about Pimp. They're going to be jumping into it. And there's the headshot. One from Hooksy, one from Nico. And it will open up the bomb side. So yeah, even in a non-rifle round, that is still a really powerful smoke. Glad that we called that. Shout out to Danny. He's always on point with those clips. And the rest of them, they're far away before they didn't even need to get close. They can't. They've got some body armor. They've got some grenades. It's not worth throwing away. So G2, with minimal kills, going to be able to win the pistol.
Well done. Well put together. Another good strategy from G2. Obviously, we can expect a wealth of those moving forward, as explained by Mahone. I like how Pimp framed his affinity for Nico's play as the most aesthetically pleasing. It's a very good take as an analyst to make statements like that, because you can't really, no one can really argue with that.
True.
It's subjective in nature, but it also really puts him out there. And it's a great way to describe just how Nico plays too.
Yeah, it can mean almost anything, but most people, if they hear that phrase, they kind of, you can nod along. You're like, yeah, that does make sense. It's nice.
It's very pretty. And we all like pretty.
Well, hopefully we'll get some more out of that. We did see a little bit of that. I thought it was simple and electronic at the end of it. They started to get warmed up on Nuke. So if they can keep that going, I think Perfecto also had plenty of rounds that were impactful. And this is interesting. They save some of the armor, and they actually buy up behind it into this one. I was not expecting that.
No, I didn't think that NAVI was opting for this prior to the round start, but they actually have a wealth of utility. We'll see smoke coming out from Perfecto. He's got a flash, I think, to set up electronic too. And there it is, the flash. But oh no, he didn't swing. There were 2 white screens, but swings after. Wow, that's incredibly off meta from electronic, and it comes back to bite him. Just going for the dry swing. Simple's here on the rotation, but the smoke will cut off his sight lines.
Best he could do is just randomly try and land some bullets. So it looks like NAVI are going to give him this round right away. I don't know. I wonder if that's an intentional, like you said, sort of trying to create a weird timing there, or if there was some other problem in the communication. Seemed like an easy idea to pull off, and especially it's sad when you see it from our point of view and you see, like you said, that flashbang just completely blinded 2 people. A little bit unfortunate.
Right. You think that perhaps in the confusion of the players becoming unblinded, that maybe they fiddle with some nades, they start relaxing, you catch them sleeping a little bit, you lull them to sleep just because, yeah, it's a fake nade. It's just one guy there probably, so he goes for the dry swing. Whatever the idea was, all we can say certainly is that it didn't work.
Not this time.
But it's worth trying again.
Well, they'll take it. Second round on their side. And I mean, like you pointed out, I think it's a fair point. NAVI is so experienced at playing the game at this point that losing a map is obviously not going to shatter their mental state. But I'm sure, if nothing else, it's a more comfortable position to be in if you can at least win the pistol on the start of the second map, get off to a little bit more of a roll. Because right now, this is going to feel like an extension of what was happening on Nuke.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're back from a break. We've had had something to drink, we've been to the restroom, and now it's continuing. They're still doing it, maybe not quite as comprehensively, but that's mostly because also Navi are saving some of these rounds, so G2 aren't getting the same opportunity maybe to just try and farm them early on.
Yeah, you'd love to see Navi collect some momentum pretty soon. Just go down and out once again. It's tough. I mean, we saw a little bit of a comeback there from Navi in the previous one. And I want to say that it was actually a little bit more than cosmetic. It actually was one that instilled a little bit of confidence in some of the players. Electronic reminding himself and everybody in the server that he's a force to be reckoned with. And for G2 in this one, this is a bit concerning because we can see that they're grouping up actually towards bracket. And of course, they're leaving Nico. I'm not sure if he's actually going to make his way into the bomb site, but G2... They might actually call the right thing. I think that they're flirting with both ideas right now.
Keeping all options on the table until they really figure something out. And the fact that he's allowed to step on here, there's no one just jiggle spotting him from up at the coffins or anything like that. It is suspicious, and I'm sure he's calling it in saying, I have no feeling that anyone is here. Top mid, Deagle rings out, and now they're starting to bring it back. So yeah, having both those options open and not committing to anything up until the very end of the round can be very beneficial sometimes.
This could have been so bad for G2. I'm just going to put that out there. They saw 2 pistols towards A, and they made this last-second dash into the B site with 15 seconds left, and they had no smoke for CT. They only had a single nade and a Molotov left. If the other 3 players from G2, or from Navi that is, were at A, that could have been a disaster. But crisis averted. There was no actual threat. And so I'm just throwing out worry when it may not be needed.
This time it was good, but there was definitely a moment. I mean, if Nico doesn't, and it's a kind of a scary position to be in too, because he's doing all that work checking the B bomb site with the AK in hand. If he's somehow wrong and there is, you know, someone lurking around with a CSET 75 somewhere, it's not just a Mac 10 he's given up. So, yeah, a couple of different reasons it could have been a little bit sketchy. At the end of the day, nobody even dies in the round. It's just a, just a bomb plant to follow it through. So, a much more slow start to this one on Inferno. I'm sure that's about to expire, though, because Navi are going to be picking up rifles finally.
Yes. We'll finally see what they're made of. We'll see what Hooksy opts for with his first call on the T side. Obviously took a while for Navi, or for G2 that is, to close out the previous map when they were on the offense. This time they've got a little bit of headway. We'll see if they're able to continue that momentum. But Simple, I'm sure he wants to stop that right in its tracks. He's got the op posted down middle. Really wants this fight, but it doesn't look like one will be presented just yet.
Good grenade onto Hunter, just as he was trying to make the jump up. A little bit awkward, perhaps. Another one. This time it's on electronic, so I guess that's even in some sense. Nico's still very hungry to look for a fight. And this is the kind of intentionality we were talking about on Nuke, where you can sometimes see that he's just, if anyone is there, it feels like he's just going to win that fight every time. And maybe for Navi, it's a good thing for now that they're not giving him a lot of fights at the beginning of it, so he's not having the same momentum build-up that he had on Nuke right away. Just maybe let him chill out a little bit out on Banana for a minute before he really could do something more. He's jumping up at the sandbags there. I don't know if he could see over them just yet, but... And it's dangerous for him to jump to look over. That could also obviously expose him to electronics, so... Oh, just enough! I can't believe it.
I'm not even sure what he spotted there. Probably an arm, but that's actually going to activate G2. They're pressing into the bomb site now. Nico finds the double entry off the back of the assist from Hooksy, and that's Navi priced out of this round. What a default from Nico. Just able to somehow spot, I think, an elbow around the smoke right there. And his vision, it's better than 2020.
Yeah, somehow, I really can't believe it. My real fear was that he was going to try and make a little bit of a jump to look over, and that backfires, but he must have seen something.
Yeah, I'd love that from his perspective without X-ray. I don't know how much he... let's see this. What?
I actually can't explain that.
I need his eyes and his settings in-game, and I need his monitor settings on top of that. There's no way I see that.
What kind of RAM is he using?
Yeah. Whatever printer cables he's got attached to his computer.
Could it be the radar instead?
I don't think so. I don't. With the
Surely not.
Around the smoke, I think they really did away with letting those dots appear. That was Glaive's favorite bug for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely confused about how that works.
Yeah.
Maybe he just is playing on another level. He's like, he's using the force.
He just sensed it.
Yeah, exactly. If we had the camera shot as well, he has his eyes closed as well when he's taking that shot. He's not even, he's playing with eyes closed.
Yeah.
Because then the smoke doesn't matter at all.
Who is whispering in his ear? Just someone saying, Nico, use the force.
All right. Timeout. I can understand why from Navi. This has been a strange first half so far. A lot of saving from Navi. They're quick. It makes sense. I'm not blaming them for it, but it must feel like they're not really getting into the groove of anything either. They have got so far 3 kills in total on their side. And we're starting in round number 5.
I think Blade had to tell the team right there, just don't feed Nico. Let them run a play, because we've already seen Navi playing back quite a bit in this tournament. It seems like they really are okay with settling for a passive defense and just testing the opponent's executes, more or less. And just don't want to give up opening picks if that's what you're opting for. But flash there, Hooksy making his way up the long side. This looks to be an A crunch evolving before our very eyes.
Or if they keep going with it, this is a huge problem for that pit setup. Maybe especially simple with this AWP. We saw, Mahone was talking about the flashes you can throw into the pit right here. If one of those land, you might be in trouble. But before it even gets close, it's another flashbang and an MP9 that sets up a beautiful double for Electronic. And they take that all away from G2. They thought they were setting up on the B bomb side. In fact, they were being set up on instead over at Archway. That's a really cool play. Modesty and JKS 2 versus 4. And they are in a lot of trouble here. What a turnaround from Navi.
Just great reaction. Excellent protocol from Navi. Recognizing where G2 are likely trapped behind all those smokes. And then the perfect flash setup is there. Electronic able to pick up 2, even with the weakened gun. Given that he was on the MP9. And now Modesty just wants to save this AWP into the next round. And so what we're seeing from Navi, and what we've seen in the previous day too, is that they really seem to like playing this reactive style. Whereas, obviously, teams like Heroic, OG have been always trying to push the issue, always trying to make the next move before their opponents even get comfortable. We see that Navi are very comfortable with playing back. They're okay with reading what it is that the opponents are trying to throw at them, and then they come up with the perfect counter to that. 4-1. Navi on the board.
And again, having to save for the first, 4 rounds, just had to pull the plug on all those rounds. To then come back into it again with not the best weaponry, MP9, a flashbang, a little bit here or there, but being able to figure out the round anyway, that's got to feel rewarding too on the side of Navi. Because like you pointed out, going toe-to-toe against Nico right now just doesn't feel like a great idea. But they found another avenue where they don't have to try and feed him so many kills, and that's impressive. Round number 6 is coming up, and it's a very similar setup for Navi. 2 on that, this time all the way in the apartments.
I think it's identical.
It is.
Okay, wow. This is a rerun. I've seen this exact thing happen last round, Anders. But they're going faster. They're going much faster.
Way quicker this time before that MP9 shows up. Simple. He's flashed, but not enough. He can still see Hooksy.
Oh, what?
Hey, that's absolutely sick. A good couple of headshots. Bit and Simple get exploded, and Navi will pull the block once again immediately.
Where did that come from? Wow. Okay, Hunter, that is a quick adjustment, a quick way to find a double.
First 2 kills of the map for him.
Well, you'll take it.
Yeah, that was really sick.
That, I need to see that from his POV.
Just, it's, a lot of the time we say, I wonder, if things would have played out differently. Like, how could that last round have been played out? And then they actually give it to us. They just say, okay, we will play, both of us, the same round. Only thing will change is this time, instead of waiting and delaying it over at Arch, G2 go much, much quicker. And there's no rotation from the B-bomb side. So it's a scientific study in Inferno.
Yeah.
It's good. We need it peer-reviewed right away.
Hooksy operating with the scientific method. He is a man of the Enlightenment period.
We can isolate all the variables.
Yes.
We can figure out exactly what works.
That's well done. I'm glad we're seeing that unfold right before our very eyes. This is an interesting position though for Navi because they opted to just use the same setup, and this isn't even that much different either. They keep going with these 3B starts. They really do want to stop Nico, and that does seem to be a priority for them. They don't want to give him any space on this side of the map, and it's working.
Yes.
6 HP already for the star player of G2.
And you know, another team that we're going to see at some point too again, in Heroic, if they were to play this kind of three banana type thing, then they would probably do something more with it than just let it linger for a long time. It would be 3, and then maybe they would push down to the bottom, and there would be more action. Some of the last rounds from Navi, it feels like, yeah, they put 3 heal there, and it's a little bit passive. This time, they're changing it into a 1-4 setup at the end of it. So this A-bomb site's about to be very well defended, and a slowdown from Bit with the kill. Simple takes one of them through the smoke. It's Hooksy to go down, so maybe there is a chance for a defense, even if NPL is tagged up. Bit, he's doing his best to play hide and seek down in the pit, and that'll do it. Very, very tricky to try and break their way through. No fights for G2 to take. It was just smoke everywhere, and impossible to really, I think, win any fights there.
Really similar strategy once again from G2. They're finding this bracket control, and they really want to go for these lane apps, long crunches onto that site. But Navi, they've seen enough. Not going to be able to run the same strategy 3 times in a row. There was a slight variation there. The smokes were in different positions. It didn't have the same pace as the first 2 times, but more or less the same in concept.
And also, I mean, the timing window, right? I think when Nico in the beginning of the round, he gets grenaded and shot down low on health. If you instantly, let's say they had the read on how many nades were coming in from, and they knew that there were 3 people on the other side of the smoke and banana. If you were close to A, maybe you pull the trigger and you say, fine, it's a 2-on-5, let's go right now. But it was a little bit slower. Slow enough, certainly, that now we can actually get all 4 people defending the A-bomb site into decent-ish positions. So that's maybe something else for G2 again in terms of the speed behind some of these calls. If you sense that there is this weakness, it's not going to be there forever, and like Navi made a good counter rotation coming out. Okay, it's something. First time out being called from G2. Navi picking up a second round.
G2 were pretty strong after their timeouts actually in the previous game. I know that Hunter in that pre-game interview before the whole BO3 even started with James Banks, he was praising his new head coach for his ability to recognize mistakes after the fact and then find ways that they can improve in the future. I think for a tier 1 coach, you really want a guy that can actually come up with a solution right then and there for the next round. You don't want to have to wait till the game's over while you're recouping after your loss to figure out what went wrong. But I think that Swanee actually has already shown in this group stage that a timeout is a good thing for G2, that they can find an answer immediately.
Yeah, you're right. Those 2 things are definitely not the same. So maybe that's something he'll grow into as well in the new role. Want to see, instead of Nico leading the charge with the AWP, that's a different flavor. But Navi is still not too aggressive in fighting this. They're happy to hang back, throw some more nades. The second one is devastating. Molotovs on top, and a third will bring down Nico. That is such a great way to get rid of him. Why even let him fire off a bullet from that AK? Why not just make sure he cannot even get close? Well done.
Well-placed utility from the side of Navi. Simple, trying to hold on to the short side. Recognizes that his position is slightly more vulnerable than he would like, so he backs on up. But G2, they have a lot of ground to cover. Minute left in the round. They still have the time to work with. But this is a very tough position to unseat Simple. He's so strong here at just taking that one shot, falling back to the bomb site, and then playing around the cover there. He gives it up.
Yeah, some timing internally that he wanted to try and avoid. Perfecto, and then Electronic playing the anti-flash position. It could be that there's going to be a flash from JKS. Oh, wow. Here we go. Let's see, Electronic pushing forward, and he's going to find Hooksy. I think JKS was down there, although he doesn't have a nade, so maybe not. Spray can't be continued, but Perfecto, he can't escape right now. Just a grenade, he still picks up one more kill, and that is huge. If not for that, it's a 2-on-2 with a likely afterplant, and now instead it's m0NESY. We've seen him do some clutches before, but this one, 9 seconds, he has to go straight for the bomb plant. He doesn't even really try it. There we go. Now I think it's over. If they run him down, he cannot win the round. NPL will be the one to get rid of him. No bomb plant either. And NAVI, they really have to fight for some of these early rounds, but they are doing it. They're getting some rounds on the board, even though this one's an expensive one. They do lose 3 players.
The opening game plans for these rounds for NAVI have been effective, making sure that Nico is either taken down to such low HP that he's a non-factor or just eliminated entirely with that utility. Great hold from Perfecto there too. That little flash that he threw right off the roof, that's a nifty one. I'm surprised it worked that well, actually. And he's pretty happy about his performance, as he should be. 5-3 scoreline. Still money for G2, but if they lose this, they are broken.
Dream for NAVI right now. Finally get rid of it. We saw the problems that it inspired on Nuke when G2's economy would always just survive, always just keep going. That was a big problem for NAVI, and that can't really repeat itself here. Simple, ready in case there's a boost or a jump on the other side. And Electronic up close, and even a third man behind them in Perfecto that can set up grenades and all the rest of it. So this is a heavy defense. And similarly, all the A bomb side, if it gets tested again, that could be a problem. Though G2, they're in it for the banana control. Run through Nico with the headshot on Electronic, and he nearly could have had Simple on top, it looked like.
But G2 pumped the brakes. They knew that that op rang out. Can't just charge into a bomb site against Simple. That would be foolish. And so they back on up towards A. They're unsure at this point if Simple rotated, but they're just gambling that it's going to be the weaker setup. 2-2 for NAVI, and it's down to just a couple players here on this defense.
30 seconds. Oh, the backup is miles away. No one's rotating out of B. It's just going to be down to this crossfire hold. NPL, it's a great start. That's all the attention, and that opens it up for Bit. So now they're just trading kills, and they might have done enough here. 18 seconds left. That is so scary, though. If that first kill doesn't go the way of NPL, then the rest of the site will very likely fall behind it. But NPL and Bit, they combine for a very, very strong defense. And NAVI, they keep it going a bit longer. No bomb plant, and finally that money is gone for G2.
Good hold from the rookie there. Like you said, if he would have fallen, that would have been lights out for him, or if they were approached longside. But given the time constraints there, given the fact that they didn't want to even test that arch side out, given that Simple could have found himself into that position, G2 had a very one-dimensional approach. It was a good flash to get him in, but with that opening kill, that crossfire, it's just so powerful. And so another timeout as NAVI, they're bringing themselves back into this game. Slow start, but I think everybody is feeling themselves in the server now, which is obviously a worrying prospect for G2. These strategies towards A, they just have had pretty poor results, actually, in the last handful of rounds. They started so hot, but since Nico hasn't been able to find anything, he's just getting shut down in most of these banana takes. It's been tough for them to find anything at all.
Oh, whoa. Leg shot, and Monacy will run him down. Bit, you can't go down. You have to stay alive. You're the only defender at the bomb site. This is critical. He's going to put out smoke behind him, but they're just coming for him. Monacy's stolen the AWP, and you'll find a kill on Electronic. Nico with a headshot. Bit is still fighting for the team inside, and finally, he is brought low. It's Perfecto now in a 1 versus 2, but so far, it's Nico that's paved the way with the Deagle, and this is a tough one for NAVI to swallow. All on Perfecto to try and reclaim the round.
He's building a tunnel of smokes right now. That actually really confuses G2. They're not sure if he's going to pop out from the front, left, right, backside. And so Hooksy, who was trying to play his own game in the smokes, decides, let's just play this one passive, and Perfecto, because he wasn't gifted anything there, has to back on up. This is G2 with just thievery. I
know. Yes, just absolutely stealing it away. One leg shot, and then the running pistol coming out from Monacy. He steals the AWP, gets another one, and then Nico's there to follow it up. This is so disgusting, but at the same time, everything that G2 could have hoped for. After losing the economy, this is what they get.
Oh, wow. Nico is pre-firing around corners with a Deagle, by the way. That's how much he's feeling the game. Just thinks that everything's going to work for him. Great shots from G2. The firepower working in their favor in this one. Also, just interesting movement from Monacy. Just kind of the air strafing, the jiggles while flying at Simple, making it so hard, such a difficult target. And just when it felt like Navi were really coming back in this one, they're put back down 2 rounds away. And Nico has gotten close. This has been always a poor position for Navi when he's able to take that space away.
Yeah, risky to try and challenge him, but nice jump up Electronic. A failed smoke. I wonder what that'll do to his position here. He's worried that he's going to get caught falling back. And Nico still just moving up behind it. Another nade lands on him. So he's having a very similar experience out there. It's hard for him to find real fights, and it usually puts him on half health or below whenever he shows up at Banana at the moment. He's not doing too badly in spite of all of this. I mean, he's still at 7 kills, but nowhere near the game-breaking performance that we saw on Nuke just now. And that's, I think, by design for Navi. They've done everything they could to try and slow that down.
Yeah, but let's not discount the fact that he still is holding on to Banana control. G2 looks like they want to set up for some bracket take, but that is a very well-timed smoke. G2, they're going to be on such low time to try to close this one out.
What do they even do? You're absolutely right. Already you could see 26 seconds. Simple able to find Hooksy. They're going to try and improvise this into some sort of a B-split, but they need to win this fight right now. And the crossfire setup here, maybe you check one of these angles. Surely you don't check both, especially when Electronic is this far forward. This is so well played. Navi, they read what's coming, and they don't just passively wait by. They're not at the back of the B bomb side, hoping and praying and playing for time. They say, no, we're going to make sure there's 2 arms to this attack, and one of them is going to be dead before it even gets there.
Well done. Isolating that fight for Navi, focusing on the CT position. It seemed like they knew that the majority of G2 players were moving through that direction, given the fact that they had to run, they were throwing the nades. It's unlikely that they were going to be more towards the Banana side. And so, back and forth game as Navi continue to climb back into it. But Nico with an op. This is actually, I think, triggering a few G2 fans from early 2021 when he was the primary. But we'll see if he's able to rewrite his past.
To be honest, though, if you're a G2 fan, you're used to more than most. So I feel like maybe you're just used to it at this point, you know. Like, all right. They're on board for the ride.
Just got to take it as it comes.
Yeah, it's part of the journey, really.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 3 Deagles. Sure. I mean, I can understand why he would spawn with it to try and I feel like if you don't get that instant spawn to try and take the fight at bottom of Banana, just give it a Monacy instead.
Yeah, that's fair to say. That's, you know, Nico's great, but...
Also because Neo is so sick with the Deagle.
Exactly. So just swapping sidearm for sniper rifle, it would probably actually just be stronger for them. But Nico really wants to hold on to this. So, gonna have to respect that decision.
I'm not gonna argue with him.
Yeah.
Earn the right to do whatever he wants. 12th round, and they spent a lot of time waiting in the middle, and Navi have not given them any fights anywhere. We're under 40 seconds as they try to make their way through. They don't have a lot to work with here, so this will come down really to the entries. Hooksy's almost escaped through the smoke. Monacy goes down next, and Perfecto is a really important double kill, even if Nico finally finds that AWP shot all the way in the back, and they do have a... Oh, wait a minute! That's a nice shot. I was going to say they have a Molotov to get rid of him back here, but he actually finds another one, and the Molotov's not going to touch him. He's already moved out of there. 2-on-3. The flash is good. Stolen. Oh, they can't even get any rifles. That's the problem. If only Hunter could have got that, it would have been different, but NPL, he'll take it down. Nico's still laughing, but Navi, maybe even more so. They win the round. They tie up the game. It's back in the 6-6.
Yeah, that would have been great had they had a little bit more time to set up in terms of positions, better weaponry for Hunter. But I think that in some ways G2 are satisfied with that, finding a bomb plant, finding a little bit of damage. They tested the strength of this B hold with a full-on exec, and this is one of those moments also for Hooksy where he's been calling a lot of AXX repeatedly, hasn't really gone too much so to the B hits, but now may recognize that this is a bomb site we can breach. This is not one we should be afraid of in the late round. So see if that actually influences their decisions moving forward into round number 13, where Navi have an excellent buy, as do G2, but there's a chance here for Navi to take their first lead of the map.
There is. NPL is at 7-1. I think partly because he's been a little bit on the powder map, hasn't been less action in, but that's still a really good scoreline to bring into the first half here. The rest of Navi really are showing up at the moment. Maybe the only one that's a little bit low on the scoreboard is Simple, but I'm sure that can change too. I think this is encouraging. If you wanted a third map here, which hopefully everyone does, I'm excited. I hope we can get there. It'll be on Mirage.
You know, that one half that Simple had that people were not too happy about, where he went 1-12, it was on the CT side also of Inferno to start this tournament off against NIP. We're seeing him at the bottom of the scoreboard, 4 kills, 3 deaths, at least for his team that is bottom of the scoreboard. And it's just been tough for Simple to actually find any consistent footing on this defense of Inferno. Would love to see that change for the prospects of Navi, because they can still put up a good fight.
Surely this is going to be B, right?
Yes, has to be. 25 seconds. The exec is coming.
JKS, one last grenade over on the arch side to try and set it up, but here comes the real attack. 18 seconds left in Perfecto. He's calling. He's on the microphone right now saying, yeah, they're definitely coming. Down to 12 seconds. They can't waste any more time, G2, and they won't. JKS finds a second headshot, and this is a great 2-for-1 trade getting into it. Attempted retake there from Simple, but that is blown up, and I'm a little bit surprised Navi is still pushing for this. It seems like it's impossible. 2-on-4. They've been so selective in which fights and which afterplants they want to fight for, and this one they go for. That's curious.
Yeah, this one seemed to get away from Simple and NPL there. Just prodding on in, perhaps a little bit too deep. Now the money is in a bit more precarious position than Navi would have liked. Bit's very close. Oh my, no. No way.
Do it. He's going to do it. He's already on it. He has the time for it. Wait, Monacy's turned around. He's looking for it. He has the right minute, and he saves the day. Oh. How close was that? That can't have been much more than a second and a half.
Yeah, I think it just was a second and a half right there. How badly did Bit want a G2 there? That's... Whew, okay, all right. Crisis averted. Monacy looking so calm about it too. Saying, why is this guy...
Yeah, he's not been in G2 long enough to let that round slip.
Right, exactly.
Give him a couple of more months and he'll be there.
And then that shot goes right through the armpit a bit somehow, and everything is lost. But there we go. Hooksy calling for the B play right after he found some moderate success in the prior round with pistols. Nico taking a bit more damage than he would have liked, just being licked by that Molotov. And there is a beautiful flash. No, Electronic doesn't commit to it, actually. Still recognizes his position, and somehow it's NPL that is able to find the kill. So Electronic pressured, but Perfecto is right there behind him too. And so he's standing his ground, and I think this might tip G2 off to the fact that this guy shouldn't be fighting right now. There's got to be, something's got to be up here.
Yeah. Yeah, they're calling a bit of a hold right now. Wait a minute, maybe not. Hunter's flashed his way through, and that's a god flash. Taking down Electronic, but there's still another player here, and they were not ready, at least not for him to be up that close. JKS is going to walk right into the shot, leaves Hooksy on his own. He'll get the kill, and at least could get the bomb plant. He goes straight for it, and smoke's not going to fade just yet. So Hooksy now, with a chance for a clutch, he would have to get another 2 kills, make it a quad at the end of it. But he's bought himself a little bit of time, sneaking in for it. Simple and Bit on the other side. What a duo to be up against a clutch of your Hooksy here. They don't have any nades, and neither does he. So it's all down to the mechanics at this point. Simple trying to check all the angles. Getting shot in the back, though, and now the pressure is on Bit. He's going to kick, but I'm not sure that helps right now. He's just going to try and not fake it. He's going all in on this one. Hooksy hoping to jiggle it out, and in the last second, no! It was Navi! He got the defuse anyway! It looked like it was on. I can't believe it.
Oh, he got it? The defuse?
I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure that he did.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Hooksy. He played it so well. Did he really?
It's so ridiculous.
It was so close. Yeah, Bit did defuse it. Bit did defuse it. Yep. That's, oh, wow. So, oh, you can see the frustration right there. Bit just holding on for dear life. And paid off. Paid off for him. Oh, man. Hooksy timed that so well, too. You could see him counting in his head. And no time to count now, though. What the? Monacy right through the side of that wall. And G2 are brute forcing their way into this bomb site with numbers, with impressive shots. This might be an 8th for them, but Electronic and Perfecto not the best spy to get back in this, so G2 may have tipped the scales in their favor for this half.
Still a very impressive scoreline to get 8 in the opening half here on Inferno. I don't think they're going to be too sad about it. It could have been way more, but Navi, I'm really impressed with how they managed to chill things out on Banana and never really, I mean, they tried their best to stop Nico. He's still top fragging on that side and in the server, but they've really cooled him down from what we saw on Nuke, and that in itself is impressive. Electronic, nice boost over, but it also reveals Perfecto. They know exactly where he is, and he's never going to be able to escape this one. Good headshot, 8-7 at the end of the first half.
Welcome everybody to Skin Riders. We are here with Blast in Abu Dhabi, and to my left there is this beast. Twist will do us the pleasure of being in it and going around the laps. What he's gonna do is draw skins, in fact, and then we're gonna have 3 players guess which skins these are.
Why is the painting just so bad, guys? They don't want me to succeed.
This right here is like something that a child would draw.
We need some art classes so we help people start doing like normal human beings, and right now it's a complete mess.
I just see some people trolling me. A player or an animal do this. I think a player, probably not a good one, but a player.
Like someone smashes the color on the paper and just like does with his finger. But I'm not sure why there is so many dots that are like going out of the USP. And they're also not only going out of the USP, they look so... They're just, you know, a mess. Every drawing is a mess, and I'm not sure who to blame.
Yeah, I would just say USP 0.
I think the skin is USP kill confirmed. It's either kill confirmed or Cyrex, but I'm not sure if there is even a Cyrex USP.
I think the skin is kill confirmed, even though it's black and scribbled and stuff. I can't think of anything else that looks kind of similar.
Guys, Dualies. How can I know Dualies' skins? Oh, I don't even know a name of Dualies' skin.
All I can think of is like they're blindfolded or something.
We are back once again. Second map, second half. It's Navi versus G2, and it has been a fiery map on Inferno. This is how it ends. Now, Hooksy, he's counting not just seconds, but milliseconds. And this defuse, the interval between the headshot and the actual defuse is 0.014 seconds. That is just over 100th of a second that he missed the timing by.
That's incredible.
We crunched the numbers. We actually had the data team go into the log of the demo and figure out exactly what it was. Because again, if you don't know this, we're playing on 128 tick servers. Every second, we have 128 updates from the server. So we can find out down to that kind of precision. It is sick.
Yeah, unless you're a race car driver, an astronaut, a professional athlete, or a professional gamer, you're not going to have to operate with numbers and margins that slim too often. But that's the difference between a 9-6 versus an 8-7 half.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, the margins really are that tiny. Second half is coming up now. G2 there on the CT side, Navi on the T side, and Nico. Well, he had a bit of a slow pistol round in the first half of Inferno, but otherwise he has been in a world of his own with this pistol. So let's just see if we could do it again. He's alone right now. There's no one here to help him out. There's one headshot, but no more could be coming. They're trying to get rid of him, and that's great. That's how they got rid of him in the opening half here. Smoke him out, flash him out, throw nades at him, just make sure he can't get those clean shots. So one might not be enough here. It's a defuse, and straight up banana comes the retake for G2. They're not slowing this down. Perfecto, though. Good Glock shot to bring down Monacy, and now they're getting a bit closer. Hooksy, he wanted that defuse, and now he's back in the second round here, or second half, to try and get some revenge. NPL, 1 versus 3, and Hooksy will hunt him down. Triple here for the Danish captain of the team.
Oh, wow. He wanted that one bullet back that he missed on Bit when he was going for the defuse.
Yeah.
And he got it. Well played shots from Hooksy. Obviously, Nico with the fadeaway after that first kill, taking down Simple. And G2 getting off to a nice start here. Love to see these from Hooksy's perspective. All right. Charging on forward. I love that he's the first one in, too, and he's still hitting the shots. That just makes everything so much easier for everybody in the back lines.
If you're Hooksy, not that... I mean, he's playing very well at the moment, but he must also have a feeling that it's always going to be worth it for him to throw himself in there, because he can get information, and he's got such firepower behind him.
Yes.
That if they get the information, they're going to be even better than he is at that. Nice push down the middle. It's Hunter to take down NPL and Simple. So very, very aggressive second round coming up here from G2. Trying to steal any piece that Navi might have wanted in this round to collect themselves, to figure out what's going on. Just take it away from them. Did he just throw the M4 over the electronic?
Yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah, I think so. Spread the wealth. Spread the love. We've been seeing a lot of top teams actually go for this. If you win the pistol to push down middle, seems like they really just want to take the fight on their own terms. Don't let the pistols get up close. Don't let them swarm you. Just upset them before they can even structure their attack. Hooksy, Nico, they'll have to connect if they want to stop any banana pressure. Hooksy's actually forced off his angle, but Nico still lies in wait. And Bit taking some damage here, not actually able to even tag Hooksy. Hooksy feels pretty invincible right about now.
Yep, and they come back to probably mentally think about the depth of banana in that car, and then suddenly it's dead. It's the MP9 up close. Super frustrating when you've got a mental picture about fighting a long-range battle, and then when you come back a little bit later, it's actually up close. Small details like that can really juke you out when you think you're about to have a fight. Either way, good round. Started aggressive, ended a bit slow. Either way, G2 10-7 as they are 6 rounds away now from defeating Navi in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, worth noting that Hooksy himself really carrying the weight. Nico on top, of course, but Hooksy right behind him with 13 kills. And Hooksy, I don't think anybody's going to forget that line he said, that he doesn't even have to frag and they should still be able to win tournaments. But when he's fragging too, it's hard not to imagine even greater pastures.
I think especially as an in-game leader, it's such a luxury to have that. Obviously, you are going to try, but it should also allow him to make some plays sometimes. I think that's sometimes what we see out of someone like Kerrigan, right? If you know that you have the firepower, that you can play a little bit off-color, and yeah, somebody like Twist will make up for it. Even if it is a bit of a screw-up, it's probably going to be fine. I mean, Hooksy should be in a similar position here. Yeah, 2 MAC-10s.
Would love to see some of these other faces from G2 begin to light up the scoreboard. Nobody else even positive, despite the fact that they have the round lead. So there is an A play developing for Navi here. They take this bracket control pretty early, but they're still considering their options. Electronic, NPL, seeing if anybody is right behind that smoke. And this is a slowly developing play for Navi. Smoked in front of the library. They can get so close if they want to crunch this A site, but they do still have this B option, and they are actually choosing to lurk in.
Like grenades, though. They don't have the nades, really, Navi. So some of those flashes that can go over the building into A, they're not going to have those, which is a bit of an issue. That's a CT side flash that came out to the corner of Arch.
Oh, wow.
20 seconds, and Hooksy's pushing up. So is Nico. Navi, they think they're about to attack the bomb site, but instead, they are getting shot in the back, and Panic's going to be at an all-time high for Navi right now. Monacy spraying them down. A triple on the young star. And Electronic, yeah, there's nothing they could do. They got absolutely caught with their pants down.
Just took so long to develop that play, Navi. They set the pieces in motion, but then they got held up. I do think that they were having trouble recognizing where they wanted to breach from. The flashes may not have been there, the mollies, everything that you need to have, you want to have a very clean route into the site. It kind of stopped them in their tracks. There was a little bit of counter utility there to G2's credit, but on top of that, I just love that Hooksy takes command, just pushes down, centers the defense, make sure they know everything that's going on. NAVI, they are having a tough time here putting T-side rounds together.
Almost a little bit surprised there wasn't a timeout after that round, because I'm sure if you're Blade and you're watching that and you're seeing that the first engagement is actually the banana defense shooting your team in the back at bracket, there must be as a coach, you must be looking at thinking, I really need to say something, because we've lost control of this game now.
Yeah, it does feel like you're being completely red at that point. If you lose that much space, and if the other team just has the wherewithal to even go for those pushes, I mean, that's incredibly concerning. And just to add some more insult to all of this, the NAVI have only achieved 3 T-side rounds so far in this series. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, would have really hoped to see a T-side that was more well developed after the player break, but I'm not sure if we're getting it just yet. Not at least against a world-class defense in G2.
Not at the moment, you're right. In Inferno, it's such a core map to be good on. It's just so important to have a stable performance on a map like Inferno, because it comes up so often, especially across best of 3s. I'm curious to see. I'm sure NAVI will be able to repair a lot of these things with MPL. More time that he's going to be in the team, I'm sure the better it'll be. 18 seconds, good smoke, good flash out into that lane. And that's a long range for Nico, but he's still going to find a shot. Good trade as well. And this round is slowly just going to peter out for NAVI. Not much they could do. 12-7 is going to be the scoreline as Simple's listening to the radio chatter a little bit.
Yeah, he's tuning in. Okay. Simple there. Not going to have too much to work with in terms of utility in the next round. The rest of his team will have a bye amongst themselves. But G2 are just looking incredibly powerful right now. The fact that they are willing to flank, that they have so much trust in their setups on top of that, this is going to be, it's going to be interesting to see if NAVI just go for something a little bit quicker, because if you let the round sit, it has been proven already that G2 are willing to fight back in the waning stages.
5-round lead. Want to see? He's got some backup because there is a player in second mid. Oh, NPL, surely this is called in. They let them walk back. That seemed like such a huge opportunity. I'm shocked.
Okay, that is an interesting decision from NPL. Exercises caution instead of looking for the opening pick right there. That player from Pit can usually find the jump on people that are pushing down mid like that. Usually it's good for even a double kill, but NPL didn't trust himself. That's worrying. And m0NESY, he does. He definitely does. He's pushing on forward right there with Nico. m0NESY wall banging Simple out of the server, and Nico just keeps pushing. This guy does not care if you are set up. He doesn't care how many people you have towards Banana. He wants to do better than he did in the first half.
That's obviously, I felt like that was such a big opportunity. Yeah, there's the wallbang death on the other side, but that's that start of the round. I'm so confused. I think Bit was actually scaling up into the palace or into apartments at the same time, so I don't know if MPL was waiting for that and saying, you have to come back from palace or apartments to help me out. Either way, that seemed like a lost opportunity. They can't get it back. 30 seconds now, 3 versus 5.
Oh, the numbers are actually not here for G2.
Yeah.
That might be the saving grace for NAVI. It's a crossfire between just a couple players. Hunter and JKS, they got to hold on right now, and it looks like they'll be able to do so. JKS finds 1, a second, and Electronic, he's already priced himself out of this round. 6 HP, not good enough to even hunt for the trade, and now G2 are able to find a 13th, but we do need to unpack that choice from NPL to not swing up from the pit in middle. That's something where if you are a young player, you don't want to make mistakes, but sometimes you do have to call your own number. When it's m0NESY on the other side of the server, there's a reason to be worried, but there's also getting the jump and knowing you have the jump in those kinds of situations. And I think he did spot those 2 players, so I'm I'm just a little bit concerned for NPL there. I kind of wish he would limit test a little bit more in these games.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that he has to, to feel more at home and doing in the future. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll get the replay at some point. We can get maybe a sense of it. Yeah, it could be that he's just worried about peeking straight into the AWP. Like if it's double scoped in that position, I don't know. Either way, I kind of tend to agree with what you're saying. Opportunity that, the alternative was going over to fight at the top banana, and they got blown up. So that didn't seem like a better choice if you had to contrast those two options.
True. It's like we have back-to-back pauses here. So a lot that has to be said, a lot that has to be discussed for NAVI. Still yet to find a T-side round here on Inferno. It's been 6 straight for G2 if you include what they did in the previous half. And this is how that situation unfolded. Yeah. I mean, you see the lineup there if you're NPL. I guess after he tucks back in, because it seemed like he instinctually just uncrouched and recrouched. If you do uncrouch again, it is pretty slow. So Monesi would have been able to rip his head off if he chose that option.
Yeah, so his initial uncrouching was the time to go.
Yes.
Once he doubts it, it's probably gone.
Right.
All right. A lot of details. AK in the hand of Electronic, some pistols for the rest of them, and again the aggression is out, and it's not just Hunter. JKS and Hooksy was up in the apartments behind, so that's a 3-man swing to test second mid, and it just wipes out Navi.
This is so frequently the call after a timeout like that. Actually, we'll see. Can Simple figure this one out? This is an interesting position for JKS. No, just not going to clear that angle. Never going to expect somebody there. But you're going to see this a lot in higher level CS games when a team is ahead, the team is trying to come back into it, the team with less rounds calls the timeout. The team with the advantage so frequently just says, we're not going to let you set up, we're not going to let you enact whatever plan you just discussed, we're going to get into your faces, we're going to take the fight to you, and we're going to brawl, because then you're just completely off kilter, and that's exactly what G2 went for there.
Yeah, you actually take away their timeout, or at least the outcome of the timeout if you're doing it correctly.
Yeah.
Nice little recovery individually from JKS. He had a pretty bad start to this map, so up to 11. That's not bad.
Yeah.
2 rounds away at the moment. G2. This is quite the day that they're having. I'm sure people were excited at the end of last year for the overall trajectory that the team was on. It felt like they were creating some headlines. But if it can keep going through the player break, that's always something to worry about. You end the year really hot. Who knows what can happen, but this is still looking very promising. Hunter turned around for the flash in the middle, but with him and JKS on the other side, this is a 3-way crossfire, a 4-way crossfire in fact, and it's blowing them up. Wallbang onto Bit to take him down, and Simple and Perfecto. How do you bring this one back? If G2 played disciplined here, then Navi should not get back into this round.
No way. G2 have been playing too well, I would say. Maybe with this huge round lead, with the confidence they have, there's some way that they could slip here. But I do agree with you that I think G2 have put themselves in a position beyond just this game to be a team that thinks they should be contesting for trophies consistently. It's what Nico needs to do to solidify his status and his title as perhaps the best rifler of all time in CSGO. You want to see him win more, and now's the time to do it. They have a lineup that's already been putting things together. He has a right-hand man in Monesi. He has his cousin in Hunter. And it actually feels like this team has really found their stride.
Wait a minute. There could be a way back, maybe. Monesi put to the test in the corner, and he couldn't get another shot off. 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2. As Perfecto and Simple will open it back up. They don't want to let go of this best of 3 yet. If they wanted to take a stand, then they can't really let G2 onto map point. They're a series point. They really need the comeback right now. Hunter and Nico, she said, the 2 cousins now circling the bomb site. Already a lot of time off the clock, but at least Nico does have a defuse kit, so there is maybe a chance to get the job done, but not when Simple's hitting the shot. And actually, Perfecto picked up the second AWP. That's a steal from Navi. We just said it. If G2 played discipline, then Navi should never be able to get back in the round, but somehow they did anyway.
Yeah, I don't even think G2 didn't play discipline. They just missed the shots as the players were approaching them into that bomb site. Despite hitting all these blinders to start the round off, it was Monacy who missed a couple here in the back of the site. It was JKS who wasn't able to connect either. Good shots from Perfecto, though. He has been a stable force from NAVI, even when they were in what some may consider a downturn at periods last year. He was oftentimes actually the second best player for this team, right behind Simple. So he's continuing that into 2023. He's looking good. And for even more credit, I mean, people voted him, I think, the anchor of the year.
Nice. That seems justified. Barreling through behind the flashes, through the smoke, and catching Hooksy in a very compromised position there. Nico's still hanging around and just testing the smoke. Or curiously, not with the M4A1, which... No, you can do both, but obviously it's a slight bit more risk when you can see the traces coming through like that.
This is a rare moment where G2 actually have no eyes on Banana. They've been very good on that side of the map, but it'll be their bracket tested once again. Molly's coming out, JKS on top of the railing, and he's completely blind, but Navi, they didn't pounce just yet. And that allows G2 to set back into this defense, and that might be a fatal mistake for Navi. There are a couple players here, but no, Simple. He's able to get the jump onto Hunter. That is a great frag to find. Two-man advantage now for Navi. Have so many options here. Really want to see them close this out for the future of this team.
I feel like JKS should join the rest of them over at the B bomb side at this point. Surely leaving him alone against what could be 4 or 5 players doesn't make a lot of sense. Monacy is going to be sneaking in, and if he catches the timing on Perfecto, that's a kill, but that should also be the springboard moment for the rest of Navi to say, all right, let's just go. Electronic runs straight into it, and JKS, he wants to be the hero here. Falling back into the site, tapping away, and he does get the shot on Bit. That is an insane performance. I thought he was going to be dead right away. 2 versus 2 now, and he's actually bought away for G2 to maybe at least get close enough to try for the retake.
Yeah, they have a chance.
Monacy and Nico. Yeah, they do. Bomb is only just planted. Simple, though. He seems to have got his hands on that AWP in a nice way. And Monacy recognizes it's not worth it. So for all of the work that JKS did, it's not quite enough. It'll be 14-9.
That would have been incredible if G2 were able to pull that one back, down 3 versus 5. JKS put up a great fight, but as soon as he got blinded there at that moto position, he kind of put his hands up, said, "You got me," but he kept shooting, somehow able to find the second there. And Navi, they're making these late resurgences into these games. They keep having this trouble. They start behind versus G2 on Nuke. They did it again here on Inferno, but it does feel like once they get tested, once they get pushed into a corner, that's when they're most dangerous. But would have been nice to start making this comeback a little bit earlier, because G2 still have a lot of slack, a lot of rope to play with.
Yeah, they do. Could be a problem with the money, of course, and also they're both teams really now running out of timeouts. So if you want to get the coaches behind them in with a little bit of info, then you're going to have only a couple of chances to do that at this point in the game. Yeah, Navi cornered. You're right. It just always feels dangerous. And you could see that Simple is starting to feel very loose and fast with the AWP. And a lot of the talk today has been about Monacy, and I think for good reason. You know that Simple can take over a game. 24th round. What are we seeing? It's a very tight constellation on the Navi side. It's 14 on Perfecto, and the bottom fragger is, well, Bit and NPL at 11 kills each. So, yeah, tight spread going on over there.
Okay, Monacy might be able to find that opener versus NPL. Oh, beautiful jiggle from NPL there. Recognizing that's an option for an opposing opper. Now, Bit is able to take down JKS, going for the push. And Hunter, okay, he actually took Monacy's place. He's pressed on forward. This is actually going to find a lot of information for G2 and might give him, Hunter, a backstab opportunity in the mid-round. But NPL seems to suspect that something is amiss, that there could be a play afoot. And he's making his way back, still jiggling on forward. This is on a knife's edge. Hunter is so close to finding an opportunity here. Now decides this is time to peak, but NPL was holding the line. Good discipline from the rookie there from Navi. Had so many chances, so many times when it felt like maybe it's safe to go back, but it never was. And so he just waited and waited And that's all he needed to do. And now everything unravels for G2. They have no position. They have nothing to work with. Their position untenable.
Maybe even more impressive that he's still holding the apartments there when everyone else is starting to show up for NAVI, because it's very easy what can happen, almost this diffusion of responsibility. If you've got a lot of people in the area, everyone else just assumes that someone else is probably covering. When it's just him almost alone, it's like, yeah, you could say maybe he's going to hold it because it's his life on the line. But when it's like 3 or 4 more people there, it's so easy to say, probably somebody else will. But he did it the whole way. I think there's like 3 people behind him at this point in time, but he's still just committed to making sure they're not going to get surprised. So I agree. Well done.
Yeah, playing very well in the system there for NPL, averting what could have been a really bad round to lose on. But G2, they still got a buy for us here. Flurry of nades towards this side, and NPL comes out on top, but Nico brings it back. 2 kills for him, even tagged Simple on the jump spot there. Simple wants this fight, and he is able to take him down. So it's a 3-on-3 situation. Numbers, they have been evened out. This is a very interesting situation now for G2.
It's so cool to see that kind of fight between Simple and Nico, because both of them probably have this attitude that they don't really care about the caliber player on the other side. I don't think Simple is worried about peaking Nico, even if he is currently dropping 20 kills, and he dropped more than 30 on the first map. He's still just thinking, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to take you down anyway, and I'm sure Nico's feeling the same way. They don't really factor that in, I'm sure. Really impressive stuff. 3-on-3, and NAVI have made a good comeback so far, but they need to keep this going, and maybe they could. Monastery is a very compromised position. Even if he hits a shot here, he's probably dead anyway. Yeah, well, not even gonna get a chance. Bit will take him down, and JKS and Hunter, I would say, given the money in the bank, it's probably worth it to save the rifles instead.
It's hard to justify going for this one. Really interesting mid-round, I will say, from Electronic and Navi to walk out of apps. That's generally a position that's being watched by a player that's either on the balcony or in the pit, but just good idea. Maybe they read the scouting report.
Yeah.
Said that G2, 3-3, watch out for this sort of setup. And it paid off. Whatever it was, that kind of intel prior to the game, or just based off of how they read the mid-round itself. Yeah, this felt like G2 had a really great shot at winning it. But and also on top of that, Navi could have thrown a flash there, and that would have alerted Monacy to their position too. So many ways that could have gone wrong for Navi, but just the perfect call. Just outplaying G2's positions.
It's what they needed. They're still not out yet. A little bit of a chance to make it back. Although that round, you couldn't help but feel at the start of it got very, very close. With double kill from Nico out there, the trade 2 for 1. You wanted to stick around and fight Simple, but if anything goes wrong, even if Nico just lives and Simple falls back, that's a very, very different round for the Navi squad. Let's see. AKs picked up some deagles, and we'll get a chance to see what G2 can do with this. Hard to be very aggressive with when you don't have that much utility here, but it'd be fun to see them try and do something like they did earlier. They were in second mid. Maybe this is not the optimal round for it, but feels like Navi are in a zone right now where if you give them some more map control, they're making great calls, especially at top mid right now.
Yeah, and I think that G2 are just playing back here. They recognize, too, that their utility isn't too strong. You can't really fight for too much map control effectively. Nico trying to take some pot shots there through the smoke, but Simple takes him down. Now 2-2. This is where things really should be getting easy for Navi, because G2 are splitting up into their own 2-2 type of defense, and it's probably not going to be enough to hold on if there is a strong execute from Navi. Still got some good utility on Navi, of course, and this is going to put a lot of pressure onto Hunter and Hooksy.
Yeah, this boost is usually good for the 1 kill, but when that many rifles are on the other side and all you have is the deagle inside, I don't think this crossfire should be enough to stop this at all. 30 seconds, a little bit of a smoke coming out. That's interesting, but they're going to find the kill immediately. The bomb, that's very awkward. I want a spray from Hunter as well. He takes down NPL, 20 seconds. And now it is a little bit more fun. G2 with a chance to steal this round away. They can get Monacy and JKS into a position. There's a gap in the smoke. That's so strange. Simple. Nobody guarding him. That must have been called out. It feels like what could be a devastating mistake from Na'Vi. Electronic is now in the back here, and they know it as well. No grenades, but it doesn't matter. JKS has shown up to play in the game. He's got 17 kills, and that is the round won by G2.
I can't believe Simple planted the bomb exposed to CT spawn. Of course, he thinks he trusts that Electronic can cover him there, but with just a rifle, it's a tough shot to hit. And credit to Hunter, though, on that spray. That boost, that paid off so well. Even though Hooksy fell in the sight, Hunter was able to recover beautifully.
I don't think Electronic was even peeking. I don't think he was even looking, as far as I could tell.
I don't think he could even necessarily cover him unless he's completely wide swung anyways, or lined up with him. That's a very curious way to plant for Simple. Maybe just thinks that it's such an off angle it wouldn't matter, but that's odd. And G2 are pretty happy about that. Really feels like they stole one there, but they're gonna take this one. Nico has banana.
Does. Perfecto standing inside of the flames. There was no way out, and no one that could have helped him either from behind. Simple couldn't really have swung against that. He also steps on a grenade, so 4-on-5 to start the round with. Okay, fine, that's great. Take Nico down through the smoke and behind the wooden play back there. It's Electronic to go down next, and the pressure is on. Hunter here to help out, even as m0NESY will miss the shot. It's Simple and NPL, and they are not even aware. Hunter, that's a huge misstep. He walked right into it. Simple's creeping up, m0NESY's on the other side, and the timing betrays him. He's gonna get dropped, and Hooksy, how much of a hero do you want to try and be here? They have a little bit of money, but maybe not quite enough. And NAVI are only gonna be at 12. Hooksy's gonna get close and hope that someone's gonna make a mistake, but surely Simple's got this round on a tight leash. I'm sure that he's telling NPL, just don't get out of that pit. Just stay there for as long as you can. The bomb is way out in the open. He's gonna try and underhand that smoke. They all train at the corner. Nice pre-fire! And he's quick with the spin. There's a chance now. But again, that bomb position is so dangerous. Hooksy, he has to hit this headshot right now. It has to be a one-click, and NPL's playing with him down there. Time is running out. And it's NPL to bring it down. And another round for Na'Vi, up to 12.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised that Hunter decided to peek there in the 3 versus 2. Hooksy almost bringing it back, though. That shot, that pre-fire onto Simple, it made you believe for a split second there. But just call Simple the Nico killer in this one. 3 rounds in a row that he's able to find the pick onto him. And that's been monumental in the chances for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I think that in this situation, G2, they saw the map, they saw Hooksy on the other side, and they wanted to make sure that they give him a little bit of info to set up, but oh, this one's coming fast. Perfecto right there. Nico's able to find a trade with a nade, but Perfecto, he's in firm control of banana, and Nico just choosing this top orange spot. If he gets popped on, this is a very strong spot to play from, and he actually has company too. m0NESY is rotated in.
The fact that they got the nade kill on NPL is obviously huge. Oh, he does check it! m0NESY.
And now he knows.
Absolutely sick. He has every clue. A little bit of spam coming over the top. Electronic just trying to stay alive back here. And Nico's so hungry to get the kill. And that might have been not just hungry, but greedy. m0NESY trying to escape, but Electronic is on top of it. And the round is going to go to Na'Vi. They're just too far away.
G2 are having a hard time holding on to their nerve in this game. This is what is a bit too typical for this organization's past, but they still got some room to work with.
They do.
But some of these deaths, despite having man advantages and positional advantages, have been thrown away in uncharacteristic ways for a team that just came off such a huge victory at the World Finals.
I'm sure if you could defeat Electronic in that position, it takes it from being a round that you probably win like 70% of the time to maybe like 85%. It's a huge step in the right direction. But when you die instead, it swings so far back the other way. So the risk versus reward is probably never going to be worth it, even if it feels like it's so close you can almost touch it, but not quite. Na'Vi, they're getting there slowly but surely. This comeback is much more doable than the one on Nuke, where they were really far behind. After that kill, they're in such an excellent position.
And now Electronic's in his zone in terms of calling, in terms of individual play. G2 have taken so long to close this one out that everybody has really begun feeling themselves for Navi. JKS, okay, we haven't had to say his name too much just yet. Playing so far forward. Oh, Bit spots him out, and neither player, they don't want a piece of each other. Recognize how much of a 50-50 that is.
Smart play from Bit. I'm actually really impressed. That's an easy oversight to be making. I know they've been a bit aggressive over on this side, but...
This is a cool trick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Perfecto's even going to challenge this. This would have been a really solid way to find an opening kill.
They need some tricks, don't they? JKS got denied his. Why not try another one on the opposite side of the map, whatever it takes. They have one more round after this to try and play with, but they would rather close it here. Top mid control for Navi, and this is where they've done so much of their excellent work. It feels like, especially once they turn that corner on Arch, they're just so good at taking the fights in towards the A-bomb site. But G2 don't have what it takes to contest this part of the map. They can't really go and fight for it the way that you could normally. So they're forced back into the site.
Oh, it's good. It looks like it's going to be a B-split, though.
Yeah, which is super devastating.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Hunter, if he gets 2 kills right here on Simple and Perfecto, this becomes so awkward. This smoke, that trick, it's still there.
Yeah, but they might get shot in the back instead. That actually is an insane smoke. Oh no, Navi. This could fall flat right at the end. This actually could be devastating. 18 seconds. The bomb is on the ground. They try to recover it. And down from the middle. Now it's going to be called out, but they can't escape. The spray is in from Electronic. 20 kills on him and 7 seconds left. Not a lot more had to go wrong. If they get back into the site, just even being there and staying alive could actually screw up the round for Navi. Instead, they get 14 and we get all 30 rounds.
You could see the panic set in for Hunter. He had an option there to stay behind first oranges. It's not the best fight by any means, but you can see he really wanted to retreat right there. And that cost him dearly. Oh, might not have even known actually that they were there. So that was news to him when he fell down or when he was trying to fall back.
Too much chaos.
Okay. Wow. Navi bringing it all the way, giving us all 30 rounds here on Inferno, if not more. And they are feeling themselves. Good call from Electronic. That was a great mid-round from them, using all the space that they were given once again.
Do you trust in the default here again? Or do you, if you're Hooksy, you try and do one more crazy call down the middle or something else like that, a crunch from Banana maybe? How do you want to play a 30th round?
Oh, that's what I'm sure they're discussing in this timeout, Anders. I would say that the banana takes have been all right for G2, but it's you're putting a lot of faith into a play that hasn't always netted you a victory outright.
Right.
And so
it's the follow-up to the initial engagement that's a problem for G2.
I almost feel like the early plans for G2 have been solid. The setups too, not too much to complain about, but just making sure in those moments of transition from the early round to mid round that no one's getting caught off guard when they're shifting spots.
Yeah, they need that. They need that. Once they get into the 3-on-3 or the 4-on-3 especially, just a moment of pause where everyone can collect themselves. If they could have one round like that, they might be able to find a way. Round number 30. Here we go. They have so much money. Fortunately for the G2 team, that's not the issue that they're dealing with at the moment. A little bit of a peek down the middle for Monacy, but not for long. He didn't want to stick around. And see how, yeah, Hooksy's going to be running back, so they're going straight into the 4-1.
You can see nobody from either team wants to be the one that makes a mistake here. For Navi to have crawled back this far, for G2 to let such a massive lead slip. Nico is deploying the top banana retake utility. Navi throw their own smoke, but this actually leaves both teams devoid of information. Neither one really has an idea of what's going on over there. And Navi, they're shuffling some nades from spawn back into the fray, and that'll cost them quite a bit of time.
Yes.
But they still have 50 seconds. Don't have to ring the alarm bells just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Nico's already used 2 smokes and a Molotov over on this side. I think that's probably why Hooksy started to make his way back. That's the kill.
Yeah.
Hunter getting curious in the middle. Now they're split up to A, to B.
This has been a death sentence for G2. These setups have not held up.
No, they really haven't. And they know it as well. Monacy is going to be dropped, and now you got to wonder, Navi, do they still want to go through with this? This is the best defended part of the map at the moment. 25 seconds. They are pushing through underneath Nico. The flash is so good. It doesn't even matter. This is going to be overtime. JKS is way too far away. And Navi, what a way to call themselves back into the second half. I'm really impressed. They made it work. Even though Nico is playing super well at the moment, they found a way to shut it down.
JKS not going to find anything. Yes, Navi brought it all the way back. This was a rough start for them, but they are showing why you cannot count them out till round 16 is hit.
Wow.
What great calling from Electronic too. When Bit finds those frags there, you could easily choose to make your way over to that A bomb site, but with the time, with all the pressure there, it actually worked in their favor somehow. I think that this was a round that could have gotten away from Navi, where the panic actually could have shifted to their own side. Even though they found the kills, it might have sent them into a scramble, but they just stayed with the plan that they had despite the frags from Bit.
And that flash towards Nico, absolutely brilliant. Here we go, overtime is in effect. No breaks on this one as they run up Nico again. And they manage to defeat him one more time. NPL with a flash assist from Simple, and Nico is no more. 4 on 5 to start overtime with.
I think Nico wants to crack back at some of the earlier rounds in this one. Very interesting boost setup, though, towards apartments, but Bit jiggles it out. Wow,
He's so aware.
Yeah, this is a trick you do not see all too often, and yet Bit, whether it was just by the coincidence of him peeking another angle or him knowing about that one, he's able to stay alive.
He dodged JKS being aggressive earlier. He's in the zone all of his own. He's not showing on the scoreboard so much, but in terms of not making too many mistakes, which that's a nice way to play Counter-Strike too. If you can just limit the amount of mistakes that you make at a high level, that's really going to pay off.
Right,
4 on 5 and 3 at the A bomb site.
Navi are setting up here in bracket. Electronics already posted up for a short re-aggress. This is a situation that Navi have quite a few options in. They could go for any variety of A execs, but it does look like they want to end towards A. They're making their way up that long side too, and now Monacy, he might feel like there's some pressure towards CT, but it is in fact an A hit.
The time though, Navi, this is getting really scary. 18 seconds, they're starting to make their way around the corner, and no scope. Okay, I'm worried for nothing. They blow it wide open. I was getting a little bit scared because you don't know, especially in overtime, there could be another grenade left. There could be a Molotov inside of the A-bomb site.
Could be a fourth player there.
There could be a fourth player there even. They're going to be catching Hoaxy as well. Absolutely flawless work from Navi, in spite of my concerns.
Wow, they were just gifted so much in terms of space this round. Used it very well. This is how it all kicked off. NPL with that frag on Nico. Simple battle opping his way into the bomb site. This game has really slipped away from G2 at this point. It was quite concerning. And I think that this is a feeling all too familiar for many.
Why? Oh, they need something, but it's not going to be this round. Simple timing shot onto Hoaxy. At least it wasn't Nico, I suppose. He's been feeling very frustrated at that exact scenario. Double nade, which is some information to work with. They've just got one kill, and then they see the simultaneous nade, so they know that was a 3-stack at B to begin with. If they would have been a bit closer up, maybe they could have taken advantage and jumped straight onto the bomb site. But they run into Monacy, and he will take down Bit. So a fortunate turn of events for G2, which is what they need right now.
It's been tough for Monacy to get involved in some of these rounds. Seems like he's just getting exec on, having to rotate. Flashes in his face now. He's going to have to find something from this pit. Not the spot you usually want for an op, but with a boy of this much skill, maybe it'll work. First kill onto NPL. Smokes himself out, and actually a moment of hesitation for Navi. Might not want to charge into the beast like this, and so they are rerouting themselves away from this perceived danger. Moving up the long side is Electronic. He's figuring out a lot very quickly.
Yes, but what a strange call. You make the call to put pressure on that AWPer in pit, and then you don't really follow it up. That's so interesting. 35 seconds. They are in CT spawn, and they're over that archway, but they need an opening. And this has to be so clean for Navi, or I don't think they can get back into this round. Next couple of shots here will be absolutely telling for Navi. 23 now. And the clock's running down low. JKS spotting it out, and that should be the call. Nico's walking up the middle. He knows that this is coming towards the A bomb side, so he's going to be here fast. And it doesn't stop Simple, though. He's going to take down JKS. Monacy, they're about to be right on top of him, and I think he realized, gets the flick onto Perfecto, and now pulls out the USP instead. 4 seconds. He takes down Electronic and leaves Simple all alone. Very low on health here. Molotov, I don't think is going to be saving, and the problem is, he just can't take a sustained fight. And Hunter, smartly on top of the box, is being read. Simple, he's 1 step ahead, and he needs 1 more headshot. That was nearly it. Monacy, he must be feeling the pressure. And Simple just is not. Absolutely world class.
You push him back into a corner, but somehow he's able to fight out of it. Hunter thought he had the advantage jumping on the box, but Simple read it before it even happened. Crosshair placement perfect, and then able to close it out versus Monacy. It felt like Monacy did enough. He was able to survive in that pit for so long, waited for the rotation, but Simple is just a master in these moments.
Just immune to the pressure. He's in such a bad position in that round, but you can't really tell. Well, they still have some money in this one, but that's 2 out of 3 rounds so far in the overtime. Gone the way of Navi. The streak continues, and G2, where are they right now?
This was 14-8. 14-7, actually. This has been a landslide of rounds for Navi. It feels like the snowball effect is full in motion, and they are just charging down. Doesn't matter what G2 call, who's alive. It's been all Navi all day, but Nico wants to fight back, but it's just a 1-for-1. This hasn't been a favorable situation for G2 before. Almost feels like they have to push the envelope even more if they want to find something here.
Well, nearly jumping to his death. Simple waiting on the other... Oh, sorry, that was not even Simple. Perfecto with the AWP on the other side. But at least they did get the kill on Simple. And getting that trade, maybe it's worth it. It's better than Nico's been doing for some rounds. It feels like so many rounds Nico's just been dead from the outset here. Monacy, he seized it, and that's enough. Perfecto not able to beat that one. He's going to be back into it, quickly smoking it off, expecting a Molotov to follow. And now let's see if he can get one more flick in. That one wasn't it. 20 seconds left. The grenades, they don't do anything. He already saw it coming. He has the leg onto Bit, but Electronic is still there to create another opening for his team. The wall bang, it is close, but not close enough to drop MPL. He stuck that defuse. He didn't give up, which is really scary when you're getting spammed like that. And now he's looking for the 1 tap on that AK. That was nearly it. 3-on-3. Flashes coming over the wall, and they want this round. They need this round on the G2 side. It's all Hunter all the way at the end. And a 16-17 scoreline in the first half of overtime. G2, a sigh of relief, surely. They're finally getting around.
Needed Hunter to show up here. He hasn't been doing too much in this game just yet, but if there's a time for him to come alive, it is now, and he does. The utility also beautiful to set him up in that one. The flash is flying in, the Molotov on top of that. Very well played in terms of the retake here. Obviously, it's Hunter that's going to hit all these shots, but these players are in consistently disadvantaged fights. Well done. Okay. It has been a while since we've seen G2 put one on the board, but they're still here to play, and that might give them what they need. First half, let's not forget, they actually were able to find 8 rounds on that T side, if I'm not mistaken. So they still got it in them.
They still do. Nico and Monacy leading the board on that side of the map, and we'll see if that's enough. I feel like in the meantime, though, since they played regulation, started regulation, JKS has really come alive. He's really doing a lot more. They were missing him when they were on the T side to begin with. But maybe that'll be the deciding difference here.
So much pressure.
It is. This is one of those rounds earlier where they played slow and it backfired. This time, again, they're going very fast with it. Bit and NPL, they are alone, but they're still getting the job done somehow. 3 versus 5 and plenty of time, and the rotation is in already. A 3-man switch from Banana into second to mid, and they're just getting picked apart. This is great. It's actually a bit of revenge from earlier where G2 had that same backstab onto Navi. Now Navi are doing it in return.
Those 2 initial kills from NPL and Bit held the crossfire strong, allowed for the rotations to settle in, and G2, they just never pulled the trigger. They never went all in on it. They never shoved their chips in the middle. And because of that, NAVI were able to just one-up them. The flank came about. Nico, yeah, he's sitting in the library right now. He might get one off guard, but no, actually, NPL takes him down. Okay, NAVI, 2 opportunities to put Inferno away, to move us to Mirage. I think there's a lot of people out there that want to see that happen.
Hell yes.
But it's NAVI that have to get it done. G2 felt like you called the right strat. Everything was in working order, but then you just got shot in the face.
It's so deep to have the first fight of the round happen on the A-bomb side like that. That should be a winning formula for the T side. Well, G2 on the opposite side of the coin, they need 2 in a row to try and get into double overtime. Monacy is going to give them an opening here to bring Electronic down. Electronic has been out of this world. That's 26 kills on him. Topping the board.
He's been looking great. Individually, calling, comprehensive player. One that wants to reign again. It's been a rough patch for NAVI in the recent months.
Let's see what Simple could do. Gonna get that one easy shot, and with the Molotov already on the T side, he knows they're not gonna be able to just straight run him down. Some more nades coming out, and a little bit of backup on his side. Still a 4-on-4, which does present some problems for the CT side. They have a decision to make, and they've already made it 3 to 8, and just leaving Simple on that side alone. They trust him to wield that AWP. If anyone shows up, that's his domain.
Oh, there's so much warning. Yeah, NPL, he recognizes that Simple is under pressure now.
Yeah, there is a Molotov on Hunter, so they could throw it back here. I think they might have done that. No, not yet. Smoke is up. No scopes, Nico! Oh, no! 35 seconds. He almost stuck that gun right in Hunter's face, but instead, it's the AK to come out on top. That is so scary, though. And now from range, Monacy, this is where he feels at home. No more nades on the NAVI side, so they cannot dig Monacy out of this corner. He feels very safe back here. And G2 with the bomb plant on top. Surely NAVI can't get back into this one. Trying to put some shots through, but I think they realize this one is going to be done. G2 are going to be at 17.
They should go for it, though. They have money for the next round. There's no reason not to send it, but either way, NAVI, they retreat. They definitely would have had enough money to buy anything, but they just could not see any way realistically into that round.
Yeah, except AKs, I guess they can't buy. So
that's true. That's a very fair point. Yeah.
If you think it's worth it, and I guess they do, then that's what you want to hold on to.
Yeah, I didn't see Perfecto had one as well. I think he just picked one up.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Just at the end.
Okay. All right. Monacy puts one on the board with an aggressive early pick. Felt like Simple was going to bail his team out of this one, but yeah, once I think Monacy gets there to new box, I don't see any way to dislodge him. He is a master of that spot.
You need utility. You need some tools to actually get him out. 17-18 G2 working on their own isolated comeback after having had a dreadful second half of the game. And now be bringing it into overtime. We'll see if they have what it takes. Actually, this could be a really sick timing. If they run down Simple, this defense might be done, but it's easier said than it actually is to do it at the moment. Nice crouch from Hunter will take down Simple, and alone inside of the bomb site. It's a solitary player from the NAVI side. Hunter, bit of a quiet game for him, but 2 kills in this round, looking for double overtime. And this is where G2 in the past, when they have this much hype around them, they make a couple of mistakes. They have over a minute to play this 4-on-3.
This is where Hooksy has to do his best work. He's dead right now. He has an opportunity to see the lay of the land. He's able to call with the ultimate perspective. And this is where we are seeing him telling everybody, just hold on.
Yeah.
Play to punish. See if NAVI make the mistake. Don't do anything too suddenly. Make sure that it is a concerted effort. Nico just making sure that he's pushing anybody off that banana angle, keeping NAVI honest. And oh, they are very honest. Bit is in this bomb site by his lonesome. If Bit is able to pull this off to get us to Mirage, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, alone against 3 people that are coming. He's isolated in the corner and instantly dropped. Hunter was absolutely sure he wanted to get the double overtime. triple on him, 20 kills now, and they're gonna go for the bomb plant, obviously. Perfecto and MPL, yeah, they're gonna swing for this one. They're so far away, even by the time. And there's 2 Molotovs, one of them just used, one I want to see. But they have the nades to slow this down. I don't know. G2 need to make a series of mistakes, probably, to allow Perfecto and MPL to get back into this round. A little bit of a peek. The timing is great. And Nico will tap it away. It is Perfecto, the last one alive. G2. And this time at the hands of Hunter, getting the round and getting into double overtime. That must be a huge relief.
Oh, yeah. Hunter, not much to speak of for what he did in regulation, but in these last handful of rounds, he's looked like one of the sharpest players for G2. This is a game that is still impossible to decide. We need to head to double overtime. And with G2, I bet they feel pretty fortunate about how that one went. The picks that went their way early, the way they were able to slow things down, find that composure, and even though it felt like this momentum was all in favor of NAVI, G2 feel like they were going blow for blow at this point.
And in terms of getting the experience on land like this, someone like MPL, I mean,
invaluable.
It's super important. It's a different game when you're playing, you know, regulation to overtime to double overtime. It changes a little bit every single time. Hard to say who's going to come out on top. I mean, for the rest of the field, they do have a lot of experience at playing at this level, but I'm sure for MPL, yeah, this is something that NAVI overall probably happy that he's getting tested to this extreme early on.
The micro choices by Hunter in that round were so powerful. The way he's crouch sliding into Simple. Okay, all right. Simple wants to peek down mid. Early banana pressure. Nico naded down to 52. Has a gap right here with this smoke. This might actually catch them off guard. Electronic not actually aware of that. Okay, opener finally for G2 towards banana. Perfecto, okay, he's trying to get on top of these oranges, and Nico's reading that. He wants to keep pressing on forward. He's right there. Perfecto's butt to Nico, and Simple, he's trying to collect the situation right now. There is no smoke for CT until now.
He actually legged him through anyway. It's so sick, he doesn't have to see anyone. Oh. Another leg shot coming through, and still no kills behind it. I love the fact that Nico, he jumped all the way up, getting close and personal to get that kill. Obviously, everyone was blind, but that is so sick. Nico, he really got shut down in regulation on banana. He could not find that kind of entry, but in double overtime, he is there. Hooksy, blind or not, he's going to get that kill. And finally, Simple is there, but it is too late now. That bomb is so far ticked. It is a 2-on-3, and I think even Simple has to admit this one's not going to be happening. They're hunting him down. They want to take that away. That's sufficient. Even if they lose a couple of more players at the end, it's not going to matter. First round of double OT goes to G2.
Great work from Nico there to find that opening pick, to keep on pressing the issue, recognizing that he was so far advantaged in this one. That was a great 5v3 by the hands of the man Pimp calls the most aesthetically pleasing rifler in the world. Hard to argue with what we're seeing here, Pimp.
Personal call out? I like it.
He's been looking good.
Pimp can take it. 19-18. And let's just see. I have to imagine for Nico to finally get that entry at top banana, that especially the way that he did it there, but there were so many rounds in the regulation where he was just walking into nades, starting the round at half health, just absolutely no traction. And he was still playing fine outside of that, but just his role, obviously, what he wants to do is to have that kind of fight that it can open it up, and finally happens.
Retake nades for the top of banana here. See what G2 opt for in counter. And Hooksy just kind of hanging out in the smoke, and he just walks through it. Okay, that's a really bold approach to those nades. Usually there's someone there, but the reads are with Hooksy.
I don't like this.
Yeah, this is an awkward position for NAVI, but they do have 3 players now.
Yeah, but none of them have smokes to stop the Molotovs. So if they actually throw good Molotovs here, G2, especially if they were boosting, that was my real worry. Going to be flashing their way through, and Electronic, nice.
Oh no, they overlooked
lineup,
this.
instantly worked. They're not checking Perfecto, but Hooksy, he is the third man on the site, and he's still able to get the shot. That's super important. Through the smoke, though, it's bit to find JKS for some odd reason. 25 seconds and a 3-on-3, and look at how far away they are on the minimap. The bomb has been planted, but they were both at Arch, taking an isolated fight.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Navi here. They at least have a smoke to smoke off Banana, but there's no one even from G2 playing on that side. It's a triple crossfire between Hooksy, m0NESY, and Nico. And m0NESY, he's in his favorite spot.
Yeah, he is. And once again, maybe they have a smoke, but not much else. They can't easily get rid of him. Takes the shot onto NPL, and Navi know what time it is. They're already backing away. G2 is taking a long break, but in double OT, they seem to have found a little bit of a groove again. The question is if they can escape with what they have. The AK is going to be denied. The rest will go up with the bomb, but 20-18. This is starting to feel a bit more fresh.
Feels like the balance has been upset here. G2, they're looking good. This banana control, it's been working wonders for them. Nico on these entries just been so sharp. And we can see that really, if you let G2 get into a post plant, if you get m0NESY back there at the new box, it is one of the hardest tasks in Tier 1 CS to get him out.
Yes. 26 kills on the young start. So he is contributing, to say the least. Oh, that's some nice nades. Navi, so decent start, but it's not. Hooksy's up. What? He nearly gets the kill on Electronic. The pressure is back on. I think Navi felt like that was a one fight. Okay, we've cleared Banana. It's all good. And then Hooksy nearly broke through. The flash will definitely get the job done. It almost counts as a double here. Electronic, he can't even play that corner because of the health. He just has to stay back. And now look at the rotation that it forces on the minimap. That's 3 players of Navi that are over at the B bomb site. If they realize G2, if Hooksy is aware of this, that's devastating. He's going to go test it.
What? He's just walking through the smoke?
He's lost his
mind.
mind.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Hooksy is acting like a star right now. This is what star players do. This isn't usually what in-game leaders do. What people... I can't believe this. He's inserted himself into water. He could catch these players off guard.
If NPL moves one step more forward, the shadows might just be showing on the ground, and Hooksy can crouch in and get the job done.
Oh, he saw it.
He did it.
That was a pixel right there.
I'm pretty sure that he did. He's thinking about it. He's got to make sure no one else is nearby. There's the flash, and there's the setup. It's so sick. 3 versus 5 in the back of the bomb site. Electronic low from earlier. His earlier fight against Hooksy was a real issue. 27 seconds. So even if the bomb stops here, it should still be recoverable. Nico making sure that Bit cannot join, and now Electronic, the hunt is on. Hooksy continuing what he started. A triple kill here in double overtime. As simple as alone in a 1 versus 4. Might as well go for it, because it's going to switch half in a second.
That might be the craziest thing we see today.
I know.
Hooksy just charging in to take banana control, to find the opening kill. Their m0NESY is flashing for Hooksy to take top banana, and then he sneaks in, and then there's another flash to set up Hooksy, and Hooksy just kills Simple. What a round from the man that was so polarizing in the CS community for so long.
If you had to take a quick guess, Alex, what's being spammed in the chat?
Oh, we know.
Just one word.
I can't even say it. I can't even say it.
I can't get yourself to say it. I appreciate it. Oh,
that's the Giga Chad.
That is
the Giga Chad. It's say it. Just say it. Just spam it.
He's back.
Yep.
You might as well. We've made it a meme already.
Yeah.
Probably most certainly at the wrong point in time, but whatever. We'll roll with it. 21-18. G2 just need one more round. One more round. And they will shock Navi. They probably thought at the end of that comeback in regulation, Navi into overtime, that was it. They had finally broken G2, and it was going to be another one of these games to add to the long string of games that G2 have lost after being up so far. Nico winning the fight earlier against Perfecto, and if this could be how they start the year, if they can feel this kind of confidence, even being tested as hard as they have been, that's such an encouraging sign for G2. This is the kind of strength they need.
Oh, m0NESY. Oh, what? A headshot through the wall?
No way.
No. Oh, no. Simple. Didn't even get a chance in that one. This kid right here, Monacy, he'll continue to be tested. He doesn't have to see his opponents, Anders. He takes another life. And JK, yes, this is a freebie. Bit lurking out in desperation, 1 kill away. And G2, they have survived the storm. NPL, the rookie himself, trying to get his team back into this one, but it's hopeless. It's desperate. It's Monacy in the back of the site. He might get another blind kill right here in just a moment. But NPL is still pushing on forward, finds the tag, and the swing is there. Nico, G2, they weather the comeback from NAVI to take it in double overtime, 22-18.
How are you supposed to fight someone that you can't even turn the corner? You're just dead before he can even spot you. It's absolutely absurd, but that's where we are. G2 taking down NAVI in 2 maps, and brilliant maps they were as well. We won't get to see Mirage, but I think we got treated something very nice today. That is beautiful.
The level of individual play from some of the players in the server today was a sight to behold. And what was beautiful on top of that was that NAVI, tactically speaking, started putting the pieces together. They started coming back there on that offense of Inferno. Would have loved to see more. I wanted it to go to Mirage in terms of just for the fans, for us, for everybody that is witness. This is what Tier 1 CS looks like. This is what we have so much more in store for you guys for the rest of the year.
Yeah, 2023 starting off in an amazing fashion. I'm excited. We've got Hooksy with Banks.
Hooksy, a very, very close game on Inferno. You guys were up and looking in charge of it all, but do you feel like you let yourself take your foot off the gas a bit there towards the end?
I think it's one of the worst Inferno games we ever played. Both actually T and CT, now that I think about it, we threw away a lot of good situations on CT, and on T, I don't know, we were just disconnected a lot. We didn't say all the small things that we need to say to each other to enable each other, so yeah.
I was going to say that because I'm sat behind, right, waiting for you guys to potentially finish up the game, and I was hearing the communication until you got to overtime had kind of slowed down. We were hearing Navi get a lot louder than you. So was that something you were trying to push back into the boys?
I actually think I didn't do a good job, good enough job at least, holding up the morale and trying to lead the guys. So that's on me. Obviously, everybody can chime in, but the main responsibility is on me, I think, in the end. So yeah, for sure, that was a mistake, and shit happens sometimes.
It does happen, but you're still walking away with 2 wins here early on, and okay, we're coming back after the season. You must be feeling pretty good from all of this.
Yeah, I think that. I did an interview with you earlier where I said that I hope that we could bring some of the energy and the play we have from Abu Dhabi, and I think we have. So that's very positive, and I think that we had a good boot camp before this. That is also paying off a bit, so yeah, I'm generally pretty happy. Yeah.
Well, G2's going to be very scary if you get to 100%, mate. Thank you very much.
Man, talk about an absolute roller coaster of a map. I thought the path was paved for G2 to be taking this one in regulation. Somehow, some way, Navi bounced back to push us all the way to OT, but G2, it does come out in their favor ultimately in the end. I think Maui put it perfectly. That was some absolutely stellar Counter-Strike coming across from all sides of the equation, but the G2-0, the dream lives on, Matthew.
Yeah, what a wild roller coaster this game was. Honestly, I feel like we went through so many different emotions and so many different states when it comes to G2. The start of the game was pristine. It felt like Navi had absolutely no say in it. G2 were superior tactically, individually. Navi could not get the ball rolling, sorry. And then the throw happened. The throw, there's not another word, an absolute throw coming out of G2. Navi takes control again, and then G2 show us a strength of character that is still surprising to me, in which they can re-grab control of the game and close it. I thought we were going to 3 as soon as we hit overtime.
That's the main point for me as well, the resilience coming out of G2 after throwing the game, as you said. I would say the first game and a half, it was G2 all over. Yeah. They're up 14-7 here in Inferno. We're talking about they're absolutely banging out Navi of the game, and it wasn't even remotely close whatsoever. And then the throw happened, as you said. And I thought as well, when we got into overtime, that's it for G2. We've seen it so many times that they find a way to lose a game that's already won. But the resilience, the maturity, a new version almost of G2 is coming out, and they still managed to close it in quite a nice fashion as well, dominating on that T-side Inferno.
I mean, to be fair, it took us a very long time just to see what Navi is made of. The true Navi. I felt like we had to wait up until round 21 or 22 just to see them finally kick into gear and have some sort of coherence with the rounds they were playing and some sort of idea and a rhythm. Electronic looked lost a little bit at the beginning. They were disjointed in how they were trying to attack. It didn't really make sense. But then G2 allowed them a way back in, and then it started. And then you got into that feeling where, oh snap, they're about to win all of these clutches, all the 3v3s are going to go Navi's way, and this is why I was certain we would see Mirage.
Yeah, and it's kind of a perfect iteration to, you know, the weak starts we saw from Navi, looking back to Nuke as well, the fact that they didn't wing a single pistol in those regulations rounds as well. If they'd have just had a little bit more gas at the beginning, I think we could have been seeing Mirage. We could have been seeing that third map coming out.
Doesn't happen often, but there's actually a player within Navi to blame for that in a way, and that is Mr. Simple. He's been struggling massively on the CT side of Inferno so far in this tournament. He did it against NIP, where he went 1-12, the scoreboard we have coming up right here. The first half for him against G2, he's sitting at 6 kills after 15 rounds. CT side, Simple standards, that's unheard of, right? It doesn't happen often. I'm always willing to say it never happens, but it actually happened against NIP as well, where he went 1-12. So you have a combined 30 rounds played CT side Inferno, Simple only combining for 7 kills. We need to see more of him on that CT side. Even in overtime, he didn't feel comfortable. He couldn't get it going. So it's not necessarily blaming Simple as a person or as an individual, but something is not working out for him on the CT side right now.
And to add on top of that, tactically speaking, I feel like HooXi found a couple of solutions on the A side that were very meaningful. The first half of the game, 2 or 3 times in that first half, do they just rush the A side? And I'm talking about a face-it type rush from the spawn with an executes utility where they have to be and just straight up barge into long, barge into short. And Simple had the positioning, had the opportunity twice to stop that rush twice. And once he got 1 kill and once he got overrun. If these rounds went Navi's way, that's it. You cut the tree, you cut it straight up from HooXi, but they won. And I agree with you. Simple positionally was problematic on the CT side.
It's a two-sided story though, because we also got to give him credit for then bouncing back on the CT side, playing fantastic Counter-Strike. The 1v3 clutch on the bomb side, that kept them in the game. There's so many moments for Simple coming out in this one where he looked like his old self, but isolated looking at this game, there's a clear problem right now. That CT side Simple is not the same as T side Simple, and that's something Blade will have to figure out.
And we've got to talk about the room that G2 gave Navi, arguably, to be kind of getting back into this one. There were later stages of that second half where, you know, G2, I feel like they were being a bit too hasty trying to close things out.
I mean, we used the word throw, and I think it's apt. It's apt. They want to have a look at round 28.
Exactly.
That is an example that G2 should probably watch and watch again and watch again just to make sure it doesn't happen. Look at the scoreline. It's a 4-4 at that moment. Monesi finds Perfecto. But with the boost, they have the information onto Electronic. And Nico gets a little bit antsy, a little bit impatient. There was no need for him to commit like that through the smoke. He gets found, and this is all the lead that Navi needed to come back into the round. Surprise, surprise, through the smoke, pop flash, and just like that, the scoreline is 15-12. This is typically a situation. Right now, I want to make the point. We're in a studio, right? It's a qualifier. We're in a group stage. We're in a studio. It's fine. You make that kind of mistake. You lose that kind of 4v3 when you're on stage on a grand final. This is the type of round that makes you lose a map you're in control.
Yeah.
And G2 did that a couple of times. They didn't get punished. They had great resilience, but these rounds shouldn't happen.
Yeah, of course, Navi not down and out of the competition just yet. They will be moving into that lower bracket to face the winner of either Big or NIP later on today. But I do want to get a few thoughts from NPL.
NPL, a really close game there. Obviously, I want to first just touch on the fact that your Nuke was the first time we get to see you on it. It's a tough game and you're going up against a Nico. Do you think it's a fair representation of you, or just like G2 were playing really well?
Actually, I don't think G2 playing real well on Nuke. That's why we picked Nuke, I guess. And I don't know, we just played better, especially me, bad performance. Like I said before, it's my, I've never played Nuke, but yeah. By the way, that was bad game for me, and yeah.
But you'll have these bad games, this is how it goes, right? You're learning throughout all of it. On Inferno, it felt like once you guys started to believe in the comeback, that there was a chance. What was the mood like and the communication like in the team?
After that clash of Sasha and Perfecto, I guess, 2 versus 4 on 14-7, I guess we just something changed, and we was full focus. We said to each other, just let's do this comeback, we can do this, and yeah.
And
but we didn't do it.
Nearly.
Yeah.
Nearly a chance of it, but you're not out of it yet. And when I spoke to Blade, he was very much thinking, okay, more games for you guys, right? More practices as this team. Are you still confident that you can fight back? Because when we've been talking before, you've been talking a lot about how good you know you can be, and I know right now this is hurting you.
Can you repeat?
So I'm just talking about how, right, when we spoke before, you know, you said this is a bad performance, it's bothering you, but we've spoken many times, you have this confidence, so how do we get that confidence back?
I don't know, I just try to not focusing on my bad performance and try to fix my mistakes, and with the game, every next game I think I play better and better, so just you have to focus on your mistakes, not your bad performance. Yeah.
Sounds like a good thing to do, NPL.
Yeah, certainly Navi will have to be keeping their heads strong going forward, particularly as that doesn't spell elimination after that loss versus G2. G2, though, tantalizing the close Machu to claiming a spot at the spring finals. They just have to win that grand final of the group, and that cements themselves a spot there.
Yes, they're one best of 3 away from the spring finals. You're correct. A little bit of an alarm here and there in a couple of rounds, but I'm sure they'll review it with Swanee, with Hooksy, making sure that doesn't happen. And there is a possibility, I'm not foreshadowing here, that we see again G2 and Navi in that grand final.
Yeah, that might be a spicy one to go down indeed. There's also a possibility that we're going to see that Navi NIP rematch going forward as well. That depends on the result of our next game as we take a look at our schedule. It's going to be NIP taking on Big to round out the day here in Copenhagen.
Kicker up. Oh, there's that
the
scout.
Oh!
See what the
Free aim to the top of the half wall.
No, open B
He just
site.
wins the round. He just wins the round like that. He won the whole round. That is unreal.
How does he do things like that?
That's crazy. The boy is special.
Outsiders did nothing wrong.
They had 2 good spots and good guns.
Oh, that is disgusting. And Hooksy's losing his mind.
Yeah.
Hands off the keyboard.
You're so sick, Monacy. You're so sick.
That's what he always says. I love
Ilya.
Ilya, you're nuts. You're so good, bro. And honestly...
Yeah, really. He just won. That's the cool part about Counter-Strike. I mean, he just won the round by himself. He did.
Watch this.
Oh, man.
Now, James kind of posted and then...
Wow.
Oh.
It's insane. I can't get over it.
Show me how.
Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Dexter. This bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Dexter just lets loose.
He wants an angle and a timing, and has at least gotten the first. Molly ahead of him, sees the gun, executes Twist first and foremost, tries to wrap it back around the hut, but the Heaven support, that could be the bigger difference maker. Rob's dead. Hunter continues to thrive until Brokey puts him down, and it's time for the ice-cold JKS to try and come through. This isn't Ramp, this isn't his wheelhouse, but it's still a chance to shine. And Brokey doesn't know where he's at. A peek out with the A4, sees him up in Heaven, and he nails it! He nails it!
A fight to keep heads above water as either NIP or Big will finish dead last in Group C after this series. For NIP, new talent added to the roster with Orba Hedrick, and in all fairness, a decent first showing earlier on here in Copenhagen. The rest of the cast was much of the reason to blame for the faltering versus Navi. For Big, however, finally, Jacob, they get to attend a tournament with their full starting roster, but that didn't spell any success, sadly, versus G2.
Not in the beginning. They also were fighting a very, very strong G2. We've seen that. The 2-0 win, of course, against Big, but also the performance just against Navi tells quite the story that G2 are continuing the great shape. So I'm not necessarily putting too much stock into that loss for Big Clan. I'm not expecting them to be able to compete against a team like G2, but I would like to see them show some progress. I think the main theme for me for Big, and I guess for their fans as well, is that it has been a rough period. The fact that they haven't been able to play with the full lineup. The fact that we're not seeing any progression in any sorts of the roots of the team. You can argue Sersen as an individual is getting better and better on land, but you look towards Taps, you look towards Faven, you look towards Keto. None of them are progressing right now, and neither are they as a team. So they have stagnated a little bit, and I would like to see them progress, and I would like to see them get better throughout this group stage at the very least.
It's been complicated at the end of 2022, let's be honest. The eternal reset of rosters, of course, we know they had comings and goings in terms of who can play a tournament, who is absent, health issues. We can understand that, we can empathize with that, of course, but from the outside, it becomes increasingly complicated to get excited about Big. And I'm sitting here trying to think, how am I going to sell this story to the people? How am I going to sell the hype around them? And I struggle to find the argument. If anything, the man we had on our screen right here, Surson, and he's forthcoming on LAN, this could be it. This could be the light that kind of gets us ignited, but the rest has been very bleak.
For me, that kind of prompts a question, and I pose it to you for OG, so I'll give it to you this time, Jacob. What is actually the identity of Big at the moment? What is, as Matthew was saying, the selling point, the reason you should be getting behind this roster?
It used to be a well-structured team. It used to be a team that always had their prep done. It used to be a team that would always come into a tournament with a new way of thinking the game, or a new way of approaching the game. One of the most innovative teams as well. Got B involved as a coach as well. That excited me a lot when he came back into the CS scene as well. So it used to be a team that could excite me. It used to be a team that would come and always have, a trick up their sleeve. That was sort of the identity, a well-structured unit where there were no big star players outside of Surson, but that's not really the case anymore. I feel they've stagnated. I feel they've shown no progress. And as you said, it probably comes down to the fact that they haven't played with the full roster for a long, long time.
Of course, it's going to reset their progress. To go back to our very beloved culinary metaphor, I'd say the way Big does it is like they have an excellent mix of spices for that piece of meat, and that would be their ideas, their innovation. But the piece of meat is not exactly good. So that's not going to make it a good meal, right? You can have these incredible spices on top, but if the meat is not great, it's not going to be a good meal. And that's the problem that I've had sometimes with Big. It's like, great, you have these incredible sets of nades. We haven't seen that before, but we get into a 3v3 where the baseline communications, decision-making in Counter-Strike comes into play, and they fall short. So yeah, what am I going to do? Just eat the spices like this? That's not going to work.
Well, arguably one of the top chefs inside the kitchen of Big, it's Tabson with Banks.
So Tabson, you guys had a turbulent year with constant changes and the players getting ill and not having a main roster. But how was it affecting you personally? Because you had to keep bringing in all these players, all these changes, and you're obviously IGLing and also trying to be a star player at the same time in some ways.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's really hard to maintain always the right composure, to be focused all the time and to be on a certain level. It's really hard, but I'm looking forward to have a decent roster now for a longer time, to have a system which we can rely on as well, and especially for myself, it's also really hard always to bring new players to see how they are at the level where I need them the most. And right now I feel comfortable as well with the players I have, and we will see how it goes in some months.
Time will tell, right? But hopefully, fingers crossed, it all stays positive for you. Now, I want to look at the fact that obviously before these constant changes, the team was still performing pretty well. But how far away do you think you are from being at that stage? Because obviously, everyone's come back. It's the start of a new season. You're still kind of learning, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say, especially in the beginning. Some teams started really late in the new season. Some teams started earlier. It's really hard to say, but for us, we started really early. I believe that we are maybe more ready than others. Obviously, we played against a very good team. They just won Blast World Finals. They are a really, really good team, but I believe we have now better chances. First official of the year is always a little bit sloppy, but I think we still showed quite a good game on Mirage. Inferno obviously was really hard, but I'm looking forward to have more games, obviously.
And that's it, right? You touched on the G2 game. It was competitive for you. So what did you learn from that game? What did it tell you that the team was missing at this point?
For me personally, if I wasn't able to perform for example, I was on Mirage, then we have a hard chance to win against such teams. But obviously, we have made a really good comeback. We were losing 0-8, and hopefully we'll win some pistols as well. It's a really important part in the game as well, but we will see. And I believe we have now the right pieces, and I'm looking forward to just play.
Great to get to hear a few words from Tabson. We know how important he is, not only just because of his aim in the game, but also the brain as well.
He's overworked, I feel like. He even said it himself right here, that sometimes he feels it's hard to keep the composure. And I always, been a big fan of Tabson. I think he's a great Counter-Strike player, and he does so much good stuff for Big, helping out the academy side of things as well. He's a big part of their identity that they still have in that regard. But I can't help to feel that he doesn't have the mental capacity right now to help out the other pieces of the puzzle that is not working. I'm looking towards your Crimbo. I'm looking towards Faven. Those two, when when they first came into Big, they came in with a bang. I remember Crimbo coming in and he was clutching everything, doing so well in the RMR, doing so well in the major qualifier. Same could be said for Faven as well. They were doing such a good job to begin with, but they've stagnated together with the rest of the team. And I don't think tabseN right now have the mental capacity to help these two guys on the screen to actually develop as much as they probably could.
You're right, it's about the other pieces, right? Because I think it's normal, it's very logical for any leader to have moments where, yes, maybe your energy goes somewhere else for the team. It goes for the tactical side, it goes helping out a new player coming in, and your performance drops. But the rest of the squad is supposed to frag you out, right? They're supposed to help you so that your lack of frag or lack of input isn't sensed as much as it is. But the truth is, we've always hard-sold Big on Sursen, tabseN, +1 hopefully. So when tabseN goes a little bit missing, then that's it. The boat suddenly doesn't have any balance and you're straight going Titanic on them. And that is what's happening. With tabseN isn't kicking, there is a whole lot of issues in Big.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot of reliance on the in-game leader to put up the numbers inside the server, arguably, as well. So how, Jacob, do you then compare him to Alexi B, who's arguably, you know, his counterpart in terms of the in-game leading on the other side of things?
Very different, I'd argue, right? They both like structure, we know that for a fact, but Alexi B is a very demanding in-game leader. I think he's an in-game leader that fills a lot of the room in a team. He's coming in and he has a clear vision, clear idea of how he wants to play, and it's his way or no other way. I feel like that's what we sense when Alexi B is in a team. Also, partly the reason why I think he didn't work out in G2, there was maybe a little bit too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. I think finally he has a project right here where he's allowed to fully form it as he wants to. I think the players with NIP respect him a lot. I think the players within NIP have the certain abilities, the certain characteristics that he likes to play with, a lot of rifling power behind it, and then Hetrick coming in as this joker that maybe Alexi B can get the best out of.
I like that you say that, because I would argue that one of the main difference between Alexi B and tabseN is how legitimate they are in their team. No one would ever touch tabseN in Big. In fact, they are probably just still burning like voodoo dolls so that he never leaves forever and ever and he stays in Big for 30 next year. Alexi B, on the other hand, has been trying to fight for that trust once again. He was, we all know what happened with the ENCE project. He goes into OG, does correctly, but without going too crazy either. G2 is arguably a little bit of a fail. So now he comes to NIP and he wants to prove to everybody that he can do it. That is diametrically different than the tabseN situation in Big.
Well, Jacob, you touched upon the riflers on the side of NIP, and arguably all our eyes have been on that of Rez. So let's get him on the mic with Banks.
Rez, you're back with another season and back with the rifle. I want to just ask, how is that? Is it an easy transition to go back to because it was always your role, or does it take a bit of time?
I would say obviously it's easy for me because I'm going back to my old roles and I'm used to it. So I just feel very comfortable right now. Obviously it was difficult in the game just 2 days ago, but I think in practice it has been going really well for me. I just need to translate it into officials.
You don't miss the AWP then?
I do not miss the
AWP. I love it. There we go. At least we're sure now. Now, when it comes to taking time away, right, from like the practice and stuff, and you guys obviously had a little bit more time than other teams. You've got Hedrick coming in. How far away are you from having Hedrick in a comfortable position? How far away you guys been comfortable with it? Because obviously you've had the first official now, so you have a better understanding of how it feels.
Yeah, we kind of know now like where we are as a team, but obviously we'll need much more time, and I wish we could gotten more with Hedrick before the tournament. But yeah, obviously it's contracts and all that stuff in behind the scenes. But yeah, we still need a lot of time, I think. And I think when we get Hedrick to a comfortable position, and when like yeah, you know, when he gets comfortable with the strats and the way we play and all of that kind of stuff, English as well, and I think it's going to be much easier for him.
And what's he like as a person within the team? Because at least we noticed during the game, he was kind of cheering along. He seemed quite motivated and upbeat.
Yeah, he's like, he seems really excited also the game. Like he really want to play. Like he's a kid that really likes to grind CS all day. Like every time after practice or after we talk, like he jumps in DM instantly. So like he's just really like he's really a fun guy to be around. He's really calm as well, collected, and he's a really good teammate.
What's that like for you guys to have that kind of new energy?
I think it's nice. I think like I would say like it kind of like when I joined NIP in the beginning, like this young gun energy, you know. It's always nice because he brings the new blood, and he comes with like this I don't know, like kind of kid face it experiencing. Like he does crazy plays and like crazy ideas, and like you can put that in like in professional games, of course, and that's the stuff you can't counter as a like when you anti a team. So I think it's good to have.
Okay, time for likely an incredibly popular opinion. I love to hear that Rez doesn't miss the AWP because 1, hopefully we'll see him returning to that star rifler role. 2, we get to see Hetrick entering the server. And the temperature check, first of all, he was looking pretty good.
Yes, what we have seen from Hendrik has been positive, honestly. I know it's only been a series, but we've had plenty of questions, and I think he answered most of them in a positive way. I'm looking forward to seeing more from this guy. And Jacob, it also feels like he's kind of inspiring the rest of the team.
That's what I loved about Rez's interview right here, because it's a very underrated fact sometimes that these youngsters can come into a team and inspire an old generation. As he said, when they're done talking on TeamSpeak, he's jumping straight into deathmatch. I'm pretty goddamn sure that some of those NRP players gets inspired by that. Maybe I want to join him. Maybe I want to be part of your DM session. Maybe I want to work a little harder because I see where Hetrick is going. I love that you get some new energy in, and that's also sometimes what I feel certain teams need. Instead of getting an old school player into your new team, get a youngster and get someone who can inspire the rest of the pack, because I think Hetrick potentially can do that.
I mean, to be fair, of course, Hetrick has to be so happy about this opportunity he's getting at NIP. I'm not going to discuss that. But the other way around works too. I think NIP are extremely fortunate to finally find someone that can grab the AWP, that has that prospect of a bright future, that can bring in that kind of motivation. And if I'm the rest of the squad, I also want to prove to this guy that he made a good decision, that we can also give in, we can also put in the hours, we can achieve something. This should not turn into a Dexter OG situation. That's what I don't want to happen.
Yeah.
And of course, we haven't seen enough of Hetrick. Hetrick is no Dexter for the moment, but I don't want this to be the situation we're barreling towards. They all need to do more than what we have seen from them with Hetrick so far.
Yeah, I think initial signs from Hetrick, I've got a big fat green tick next to it, but I know you have a question mark versus Hampus in this lineup, and not just because you got him on your fantasy team, but just exactly how he's been, you know, actually putting up in the server now that Alexi B's obviously taken the reins of in-game leader. You wanted a little bit more.
Yeah, we discussed it the other day as well, just a little bit. I think Hampus, in many eyes, is a great Counter-Strike player, and a guy when he was in-game leading NIP got to show the best out of him. He's a very tricky player. He's a player that can create chaos. He's annoying as hell to play against. You're going to see him in this game as well come behind the enemy lines and you know, win rounds on himself. The problem for Hampus right now, it happens rarely compared to how much it happened before. I don't know if Alexi B is paying enough attention towards Hampus, if he's more focused on getting Hetrick to work, more focused on getting Rest to work, which you can understand from an outside perspective. All I'm saying is that I think Hampus is a very unique Counter-Strike player, and if he's performing at the level we see right now, they're going to lack a little of that spice Maniac would like on his meat.
Absolutely. I think Hampus benefits from knowing what the hell is going on in the team. I think chaos within the team, as in time is needed to implement Hetrick and to know exactly what exactly. I think he needs to know what the hell is going on to make educated decisions. I think Hampus is a very clever, very level-headed player, and right now it's true. It's been a minute since we saw him take over a game as it's done in the past.
Quickly, Machu, we see the same veto playing out as we saw when Big actually took on G2. Do you think they have a better fate this time around?
I think the conditions for Big remain the same. I think you're going to have to win Mirage. They seem very lackluster on Inferno. Not to say G2 is the same team as NIP on Inferno, that's not the case, but Big as a whole struggled massively. So the odds are stacked, on Mirage when it comes to Big. They need to win that map.
Well, both teams hoping not to be drowned out of this series, as unfortunately for one of the two, dead last does await them. We're going to start off with big picks of Mirage coming into things. Inferno brought into the mix by NIP, and Anubis, a little spicy one if we do so need it. But it's time to jump into the grounds of Mirage.
How hard is it for you to prepare for a team like this? Because you guys, we always consider to be quite a prep-heavy team.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously they played only one game, and we watched this game and we prepared some stuff, obviously, but we prepared mainly on ourselves, which we can rely the most. Since we played a lot of practices, we try to transition it also to the real game. And yeah, hopefully it will work out, but we will see. And if not, then we need to adapt, and hopefully our raw main skill is good enough.
Now, today you've got Big on your hands, and this is a team who finally got their stable roster together, but I think both of you are kind of unknown in how you're going to play it. Their Dust 2's gone away, maybe Mirage something they play into. How are you feeling? Are you comfortable with how this can go down in terms of the veto and your preparation?
Yeah, I think Big is a comfortable team for us. We prepped them really well, like we know what to do, and we're confident on what the map's gonna be. So yeah, I think in general, like, we're really excited for this game and we're ready, and I think everyone feels on point at the moment.
So Rez, prepared, on point, fired up, and confident, ready to go. So are we. Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the back half of today's action. NIP versus Big. It's Group C, Launders, and I kind of touted Group C as the battle of the Oppers, right? You had Simple, you have Monacy, you have this hype new addition in Head Trick, and then you got Searson. Searson, who found his form at the end of 2022 on LAN throughout the year, and it kind of feels like now, of all four of these teams, if Searson finds himself at the bottom of that stack, where's the hype gone?
It's a good question. I think that story is the one that is the most appealing. I just want to know why we're casting Maui's two favorite teams.
Yeah, where is this guy?
How did that happen?
I don't know, but
I wonder who he's cheering for.
That's why we're on this schedule. You know, he sat back, feet up, ready to enjoy.
Yeah.
Hope you guys will as well. We get ooh, Keto. Gonna go ahead and find the flying Glock headshot, because why the hell not? Big into this B bomb site with a bit of conviction. That three-player pack, unstoppable. Brolin with a chance to have cleared that corner. Just reels back into the marketplace, and CT is not looking inspired in this one. We've gotten to the point that we're saving Kevlar.
I know. The year is 20XX, as the Melee memes go. Yeah, that's tough. Well, you know, but we saw some good moves out of Keto at this event so far. This is another round that displays it. That entry, jumping out of the window, made that unwinnable, basically, in the retake. It makes sense. You hate to see you saving the pistol, but it is what it is.
We'll let it slide. This time. Nice pop out from Big.
Tonight on the overtime show, after this match ends, we'll be talking to Tabson.
Tabson?
Yeah, so hopefully he's in a good mood, ending on a win. I think the trouble, though, is that because they have to play Mirage, the interesting thing about this match, in my opinion, is that NIP haven't been playing well in Mirage, but as soon as they got Head Trick in, he dropped 30 on NAVI, and they actually won in overtime. So it might strengthen the veto of NIP to have him be very comfortable on this map, translate it super well in his debut on this roster, and now to go up against Big, it's, you know, on paper, easier competition. Sorry, let me correct. From every angle, easier competition.
Hampus gonna go too far. They're already very close to him, but he's not alone. Hampus's Deagle catches Keto. Crimbo, 29 health. Tabson's just gonna spam through smoke, so at least they bring it back by 1.
There's still a lot of activity, though. You can see Brolin right now inside a connector. There were a couple on Cat. They're looking to put pressure on. We know they don't have great guns, so it's a bit scary for the T's. Look at the HP right now. Crimbo is so low.
Good on Tabson to have at least recovered that one.
Oh, he's timed to lurk perfectly, though. He comes back out of the underpass, so he can cause problems inside a connector. Might be a timing to take out Brolin in this spot. Ah, beautiful kill.
Nice and clean. And none of the other CTs really close enough to trade that. We see Alexi working back the other side of Murder Hole, so there's going to be a huge gap here, made possible by Tabson, and trying to make possible a hit into that A site. All of his teammates trying to work up from ramp. He is currently being pressured from the catwalk, but that draws a little attention away. Head Trick actually just killed one towards ramp, and that sets up Alexi nicely with that scout. Mac 10's gonna make the difference, and Rez is gonna have to clutch. See if he can pull it off. No, sir. Peeks into tabseN's crosshair, who was the kingpin of unraveling what was nearly an upset out of Nip.
Yeah, at every single push and pull there inside of mid, tabseN was keeping up. He got the refrag on the smoke here. A little bit of an awkward tactic to flash through this smoke and to be so aggressive on a round where they know that Nip are going to be forcing, but tabseN makes up for it every step of the way. I think Alexi kind of misplays here. He gets the first great kill, and then I think maybe he assumes the bomb's getting planted, so tries to push out while there might only be one protecting it, and instead loses CT control and puts Rez into a clutch. No armor on him.
So a little sketchy for a second there for Big, but now reap the rewards. B-site completely clear. What else do you want to talk to tabseN about tonight? You got anything on your mind? Any teasers for the people at home?
I want to avoid everything about last year, because I think it was just really unfortunate. And I don't want the conversation to be too depressing, but if we talk about him in 22, it's really like he was there, a couple teammates were there, but it was really a revolving door of substitutes over and over again, and no luck, you know what I mean?
I felt like everybody was constantly having to pick up slack. Tough to probably find your groove with different teammates every week.
But I think I'd like to focus actually on the analysis of this game.
Okay.
After it takes place, no matter what happens.
Bobbin, CSGO, easy does it. Nobody's going to find any footing on that one. No impact, no guns dropped. All is good for Big 3-0.
So you sort of set it up with a CSGO head trick question, and I wonder what you would have to say. Do you think head trick is going to be the one to tell the story today, or do you think CSGO is going to be the better upper?
Oh, it's such a tough question. Such a tough question just because CSGO is God mode at times, and head trick, I mean, proven entity, but in the Academy League. So, you know what, listen, I'm gonna actually give this one to Big tonight. I'm gonna give this one to Big tonight because this is the formula that they wanted to play with in 2022. They had a good amount of time off at the end of last year. Should have been put into preparation. And Keto able to focus forward onto Brolin. Meanwhile, trying to implement head trick. It's all a bit more delayed. tabseN, and Hampus clash in middle. Alexi takes it back, so duel of the IGL comes up finish.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of awkwardness on the map. I think we had both a bad game from Alexi and Hampus simultaneously, while Hedrick came through with this carry that was strong enough to light it up and take the win over Navi. But if he's the only one that we can expect to play well, that's a lot of pressure on him to put up a back-to-back performance on the map. But it does raise interesting questions, especially considering Big. They're like, normally we would love to go here, but because Nip are bringing something new, they've got a kid who is fresh and has been playing a ton of Mirage in FPL, is now going to come through and maybe bolster their Mirage. And for Nip, it was a map that was defining for their team. I mean, Hampus, I think, really made a name for himself as one of the best T-lurkers throughout 21 on this map, getting through window, finding timings inside of the B site. And he's actually been a lot more reserved. His stats looking from 22 to 21, I think the most notable thing is he's made an improvement on his DPR and his KAST. So he's staying alive longer and playing more of a supportive role, being a part of each and every round, but he's taking a little bit less initiative than he used to. And so we don't see as many aggressive lurks. Like, the map is not as much about Hampus as it used to be. And I think that makes more sense. Nip made a very pragmatic upgrade. They got the Opper, they got Rez back to start rifling, and now Hampus doesn't have to be necessarily one of the stars. He can be one of the optional stars, but the consistency across the year is going to be demanded of him. That pressure is now on Hedrick, and I think that makes sense for somebody who is as talented as we've seen. And we spent a lot of time casting Hedrick in the Academy League.
Right.
And I think for us, it was very clear. I mean, for Nipple to get the move up to Navi, they know a lot more about these players than we do. But from our perspective, Hedrick was clearly the next best player after Monacy. And not just the next best player on Navi, but still maybe the first or second best player in the whole Academy League at one point. And he actually started out rifling while Monacy was on the team.
Glad you bring that up.
Then he started opping, and he said that he enjoyed opping and wanted to. Now, does that mean that that's why he's not on Navi? No, I think, of course, he would go back to the rifle to play on Navi if he had the chance. But this maybe works out better for him. He's on a team where now he's the center focus, he gets to kind of be the symbol of the roster, if you will. And he's playing the gun that he really likes.
Crazy when you think about that, right? In order to get this jump up, like think about the NIP formula and what they were trying to create. They brought in Device to fill the op role, right? This lack of Swedish oppers that was plaguing NIP. Obviously, that is what it is, falls apart. And then, you know, NIP's COO Calc was kind of very open, I think, in conversation at events that like he was on the prowl for another op.
Yeah, he brought it up,
you know, asked
to
us in
at
person.
Rio.
Like, yeah, what are your guys' thoughts?
What do you think about Hetrick?
Yeah, feeling out the waters. And then obviously just a few days ago, on the 20th of January, he's on record with HLTV of saying that with this roster move, he now believes that NIP can contend for majors. And that's a huge statement to make, I think, when you're putting this stock in such a still young and inexperienced player. But I think it also just bolsters like the amount of potential that everybody around sees in him.
Yeah, I think that's still far from the truth. If we're going to be real about it, it's not only
I agree.
If like Nip could be better, that seems like for sure Nip will be better, which is a great thing. But just because other teams are still so good, and there's so many teams that won tournaments last year, it's going to be harder than ever for Nip to make that a reality. But if they can make exponential progress, and Hetrick slots in really well, even before he's really learned how the team plays, and he has no nerves in officials, then maybe there's a chance.
That was another point of the interview. He said that, you know, now with no turmoil on the roster, we're going to see the best that Brolin has ever given us. And I think that could be an additive to NIP. But right now he's 0-3. So let's give him a chance now that he's got guns. Hetrick very much pinned in the corner, but escapes. He's got a pocket between the Molotovs. He can hold on to half his health. And Crimbo will retreat.
Yeah, a little reset here. Couple of prods from Big early into the round. But no harm, no foul. I think Hetrick on half HP. It's not a big deal. He's still got the off up. So a decent situation for Nip. However, they haven't made a foray back into mid control. So are playing in a very vanilla setup. 2-2 to sites. Waiting and responding. Playing close when you know a full exec can come is a great idea. And Brolin, well, he's got so many opponents right there, but he doesn't see any of them. Oh.
Because he doesn't see them, thought he had that extra second to get into sandwich. Little did he realize Tabson right there ready. And with a deep smoke on jungle, Rez, had he had a teammate come through with him, would still be sectioned off and burned away. Plus, Favin looking to get aggressive. So Big aren't just leaning back with this pop into the A site. No, sir. They've got Searson posted in ramp with the insurance policy of Crimbo behind him. So as long as Searson can fixate forward, Ninjas very well could have a problem on their hands.
Yeah, it got a little awkward there for a second, and it was a huge symptom of the fact that they didn't have any information. When they went to get it, it was a little late. I think what we would have liked to see there from Nip is getting back into mid a little bit sooner to make an informed decision about where to go next, because they actually did win that kind of pressure battle by staying alive versus Big in the first half minute of the round. And I think right there, Big just, since they didn't get anything out of it, well, they did the next natural thing and just picked the site to go for the full exec. And it really came down to one flash from Brolin just to check. When he didn't see anything, they didn't have any other outs. This could have been a spot where they have 3A, they're fully informed on mid, the rotations from B are a lot quicker, but instead they had resources tied up in the market, watching the B apps, a dedicated B player, a mid player making sure there's no lurk through window. None of these players are really supporting Brolin in the way that he needed.
May I say, Launders, convincing so far.
Yeah.
Big have showed up. You know, I think Big is one of those teams that people sleep on because they sometimes forget about the potential of some of these players, right? We've seen incredible games from Favin. We've seen incredible games from Crimbo. Tabson and Searson are kind of the most consistent pieces, and Keto's trying to reinvent himself and recover from that reinvention.
Yeah, this is like the best, best five that we've seen from this team on paper in the last 3-4 years. So it's like, and they've had better results up until this point. Provided there's no more unlucky moments here for Big, and they build and they continue to innovate when it comes to utility, there's no reason why they shouldn't take some big wins.
Let's see. Spots a few bodies, has Hampus to crossfire with him. Smoke allows for the van exit, though. two players hit the ground. Alexi catching Crimbo, and Hap is traded out instantaneously as he stands in the open. Headtrick wants to find somebody moving inside of the site, but the bomb should be able to go down without any challenge. Should. They do reposition from that utility pressure. And they're even going to put Favin inside the site on the box. Great off angle to catch somebody pushing out. Searson's got his own problems. Busy in mid versus Rez, who just nades him out of the corner. So well done to push this onto Tabson. But if there's somebody you want to clutch, surely it's Tabson. He's thinking there could still be something towards mid, but it's an all-in from this market. They're not looking the right way. Tabson, he's got a back turn to him already. Headtrick's gonna swap this back. And Rez, that late walkout with the rifle's enough. The Ninjas have found one.
Yeah, he kind of took a risk by going back to Cow with the bomb not planted for him. It almost paid off because he had a chance to get that first kill for free, but still 1v3. Whoa, comes down to the wire. My goodness. A little bit more delay and he actually wins. Well, a nice try, but overall, that position they boosted up inside of the site, that can be okay if you're up numbers. You know, early contact, it's a elevation change, it can catch someone off guard, but in the 3v3, it looked a little bit more scary. And of course, that's largely because Searson missed a pretty easy shot inside of middle. If that didn't go down the way that it did, then they would have been fine. Let's see if NIP can leverage this. They've now got their one round.
Ooh, Bigger going fast. Moving straight to this B site. Headtrick puts down the molly. They move through, not letting off the pedal. We've got one inside sight. Mac 10 between them. Headtrick combat opping. That is clean. The fact he turns that on. Hampus here to help. Headtrick ever so low to death. And Keto inside of the smoke, given a chance to depart.
Wow. Well, they absolutely were not ready for a fast round like that. The flashes were very effective. The attack came in, and as you mentioned, it was all about the combat opping from Headtrick. It's not the place that he would be if he knew that type of round was coming in his direction. You know, bad goes to worse. So two players from Big will fall back off their own molly. And that's the X factor that Headtrick will bring. Rez had a good review of him, very calm player, fun to be around, and said he's just been grinding so much. And he said it was like when he joined the team, and that was, you know, I think 2017, maybe 2016. Oakland was 2017, and that's when Rez was the clear star player to come in as a new Swedish talent, the best outside of the team at that moment. And he said it kind of reminded him of him when he first joined and was wanting to grind every day, learning so much about the game, being so young and full of energy. And I think most importantly for Rez, he's just got some help in that regard. It's not like he's slowed down in any sense. I'm sure he's playing a ton. It really shows in the numbers with Rez in these past couple of years. But it looks like a good call. Goes sour here for Big and gives Ninjas 2 in a row. And that's that leverage. 4 alive for NIP to close out round 7. But I think we saw in this round and the round previous, setups that weren't that excellent, that NIP still won. And I think we're still missing some proactivity. I'm not seeing tons of ideas. In a round with very basic mid control from Big on that previous round, not a huge response from NIP when it comes to like getting back in formation, doing something interesting, setting up a big flank, slicing through mid, and then either hitting A or B. They're playing on low information and mostly standard setups. We don't like to see that. But sometimes wake-up calls like these 2 rounds that they just won, it's just been handed to them.
Right.
Well, now it's time to think, okay, we got a little fortunate there.
Kind of lights the fire.
Yeah, and so we've got Alexi top of mid for a second.
And talkative. Ooh. Careful now. Flashes both ways. Got Crimbo getting closer towards underpass. Oh, it's clean from Rez. Double kill in an instant. All 3 fights inside of middle go the way of the Ninjas. And so make that 3 rounds straight by the looks of it.
Yeah, massive support there this time. Alexi up front, but he doesn't have to move back even with all the flashes coming through. Headtrick spotting off the corner of the cat smoke. They're watching underpass from Connector. No kills go the way of Big.
You love that, eh? You know, you get to see the general within the battlefield. Alexi B at the top of that middle takes the risk. Positions all his pieces perfectly. Ninjas had an entire battalion ready for Big's walkout.
Yeah, and Alexi's not a star, but he does love to make aggressive plays happen. So if he's got that support, why not go for it?
So, I mean, this round, man, that takes the wind out of big sails real quick.
Yeah, that'll be a bit frustrating.
All you did is tried to round the first corner of middle, and 60% of your team is dead.
Yeah, so we started out with, okay, we could probably win that round. It's all right. We go on to the next. Ooh, another one where we probably should have won into now. Nip are getting better and winning. And even though we've got a couple of saves, the money is starting to come down a little bit for Big, even though they had a great 5 rounds in a row. Still some left in the bank. But Ninja's got their 4 AKs and an op.
Counter-terrorists win. Let's keep an eye on this. Rez couldn't have been easier. Not sure how much Tabson was in fact flashed, but his arm was up. Both he and his teammate went down.
It's interesting because they brought up Hampus playing better as the IGL. But actually, when Alexi joined as the IGL, Hampus had like a great tournament. I can't remember what it was.
European RMR.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
That's why they became legends.
Right.
You know?
That's
or
right.
legend stage. Whatever the title. It was wild. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. But since then, has struggled a bit.
Even transitioning into the major, right? Obviously, they get 0-3'd, which kind of shocked everybody. But within those losses, Hampus was again performing. It was only, I think, once we got towards fall finals and the end of the year where Hampus then started to dip back down. So it has been a downward trend, but it started well. Who knows? New year, new Hampus.
Yeah, he's the kind of player who has a bag of tricks. I think that's great. See if he's still got that dog in him.
Nice nade. Tabson gets a frag between the feet.
Yeah, they're readying the retake on mid, which is really nice. Again, a new look here from Nip, a little variation. We've seen a very standard approach as well from Big. I mean, once they lose mid, okay, they're leaving one here, but they're going back to A. They're leaving Crimbo upper B. Taking a peek at the grenades. Crimbo could just throw in some kind of default utility. And there are 3 B, which means they might want to believe that it's the B site, but Hetrick's ahead of the Molotov. That's the important thing. 20 seconds, it's time to think about A, boys.
Man, they got to get this one going. Brolin, easy first contact, confirms bomb as well, and still has util, but a little off the mark. Bobbin's trying to come up from connector, gets caught by Hampus before he can strike. I mean, bail. Absolutely call this off. 5 seconds to the clock. 3 players need to retreat, and that is 3 rounds in a row now that have been completely stuffed.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse, or better and better for Nip, depending on how you want to look at it, but I think they're seeing an opportunity at this point. The rounds are only getting cleaner.
Just stuffed. Like a turducken.
The turkey duck, what is that again?
That's a duck inside a turkey.
Inside a turkey, right. Which side do they put it in?
It's your choice. All right, maybe we get something faster. We've got 4 players with the setup already. Here's the thing, it's not just Brolin. Brolin and Headtrick both moving forward. Oh, this is like the perfect call at the right time. This could be another moment where Big just die in an instant, but a flash, that stops the op, won't stop the rifle. Brolin's ahead of it. Searson and Tabson to claw this back, but now Headtrick's still within the pocket. He's compromised from behind, has to fight forward, nails his counterpart, and has bomb at his feet. So they have to come to him. And he's gonna draw them further away, allowing Alexi to come off of Ticket. It's another stuff. Ninjas tie this game at 5.
Yeah, look at Brolin go clean on the A ramp there. And that was after Headtrick missed his shot. They had some good protocols to flash the op back, but as soon as he was gone, Brolin was right there, right for the call of action. And with the flash dodge on top of it, one landed right beside him.
We haven't seen that ramp aggro yet.
Yeah, they're doing some new stuff. And again, sometimes it removes the cobwebs to just like win a round based on some luck. Individuals come through, and then suddenly the mood goes up, the calling gets better. Happens all the time. And for Big, it's just been the reverse story. Hot start into, man, they're starting to let it drop. Another full A again, this time less guns.
Trying to just force their way inwards. Brolin's got the AUG over smoke. 2 players to his left, make it 3. That jungle is just packed. Bobbin.
Boy, hit him.
Yeah. Pegged by the incendiary, has to just sit on site. Oh,
they missed it.
Yikes, man, you're starting to make mistakes. And if they think that's smoked, as all of a sudden it fades, Favin's in the open. He's got nowhere to hide. Tries to fall back. Head trick takes a dink just like Hampus. So now let's watch Alexi, Rez, and Brolin move this forward instead. See how many can truly survive. It's just Keto back sight. Finds Brolin at a distance, but 4 players pushing in, and head trick through the box. See you later, sucker. That's 6.
Yeah, doing just enough right there. What a shot to end it off, and Nip take a lead. Not too shabby. They've totally transformed within 10 rounds here. Mirage win makes this so much harder for Big. Again, I didn't think this was clear as day coming into the veto. It would have been if not for that last map with head trick over Nip, or over Navi, excuse me. That changes things completely. It makes it really uncomfortable for Big to want to go into Mirage. They don't have any experience versus this version of Nip on the map. They don't know how much practice has come as a result of this new pickup, how much head trick is like, oh, let's try to pick this more often, or let's play it to be ready for it. But their stats on the map might change. Big trying to get in the middle of it. 2 full A hits, 1 with low guns. We've got a lot of variety in terms of tempo changes and stuff for Big. Not seeing tons of innovative stuff. It's pretty standard. Mid control into shake hands on no one takes damage into move into a sight hit. Nothing in the way of fakes or lurks so far.
This half did start with that emphasis on B. Big look to bring it back. Underpass more often than not was given over towards Big. So the fact that gets smoked off, it's got to just put that grain of doubt in the back of their mind.
We see the prophylaxis here from Nip with the mid control once again. They've got that high-low setup, holding top mid and 2B, so they've got fast rotations. Big need to disrupt this before they do anything else. And right now, they're the ones with the bigger, greater fog of war. And I think at this point in the rounds is where, you know, Nip can even take it to a next level and push something as soon as Big try to choose the site, because they're doing so around the 40-second mark. This late window smoke is standard protocol and can have this setup basically, but they still got underpass covered, which means that with the 3 players here, they don't actually have to move.
Rez, feeling a little antsy. Losing the bottom of mid, so tries to push forward. Missed chance to have killed Hampus. A 5v3 would have looked great for Big. At least they still get mid.
Yeah, now this is good material-wise, but 20 seconds, they have to commit.
Head trick. Oh, snapped up.
Big one.
Missed the second shot. Pressure. Nice kill from Favin. Holds it back. Brolin looks to lay down the law, to draw the line in the sand. 10 seconds. That bomb crosses over. Crimbo's going to try to go for the con plant. A little bit awkward here from Brolin. Can't quite stop it. He's got a teammate right next to him, and they're anticipating that walkout. Crimbo, it's a long run away. Searson, chance to shine, but executed by Brolin.
Damn, he's having to struggle some map, man. A few big shots being missed here from Searson. That's uncomfortable. We saw that one from top boxes, thought that was an aberration, but this whole round was full of them. That's 7 for Nip, and talk about clutch shots. Head trick hits one, the biggest one. And so even though it's 5v4, that's at 27 seconds inside of mid control. So it's very clear with the 2-cat setup, it's going to be an A hit. There's so much time to get into good spots. And we don't even have a jungle smoke in that situation for the A hit to come through. They don't have time to set up all the utility they want. Nip are starting to cook.
And it doesn't smell like Surströmming. Oh, wow. Taps it can't even move through middle. Rez tries to go one better, and they lose that 5v4. Listen, Favin hit a bit of a zinger in that last round. Maybe it's going to be him.
Speed. Oh.
Yes, a second. Nicely done here. Favin, the jackknife of round 13. Can't get a triple. Hampus will stop him there. Now Alexi versus Keto, point blank. And Alexi's got both.
Wow.
Oh.
Individual level shining through.
Just when they were preparing for that pop, Searson meant to bring bomb. Alexi with the drop kick.
Damn.
One leg per chest.
And
boom.
And that was with what appeared to be some mid control, but also an idea in the B, inside of B. And that's what we were missing in the first 5 rounds. Now they've got multiple ideas going at once. Things are starting to mount. And that was with Favin making a very cool play.
Good timing, though.
Yeah.
Look at this.
That's true. Maybe a redemption story here for Searson. He's also great in the clutch. It's not the best situation having to go up against 3 with all this utility, but the health bars are down low. It might be to his benefit to have an AK, and it looks like
no.
Ooh, no, the plant's gonna get this.
Or no, okay. Bomb still goes down, but head trick cleans up shop.
Okay, yeah, he you know, 1v3, try to go for a good plant because you go for something standard, you're probably gonna lose. No problem trying to go for that.
For all he knows, there's a player in Palace or there's somebody tucked on CT.
Yeah.
So
man, we see this shot from head trick, and it's the consistency in the hard shots that I think is going to bring Nip the most benefit over a long period of time. And we know that Headtrick's output has been really high. We just don't have that much frequency when it comes to the tier 1. So back-to-back great showing so far on Mirage.
Also, nice presence of mind from Alexi, right? Gets the first kill on Smoke, instantly just snaps in case.
Yeah.
You know, it's like some people would have just gotten that one and kind of tunnel visioned on the moment.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm like, this is why I relate. But no, he just snaps to the left. And then not only snaps, but adjusts. So really good mechanical level from Alexi.
Yeah, it's the ideas, and they're not letting the hits come to them now. The problems were much higher when Big got out of the window, like get into the B side. That's where they found some success. Well, Nip looking for a strong closeout, and now here I am wanting Big to answer back because it was super solid at the beginning, but 8 straight for Nip.
4 of 8 by way of defuse. So there have been moments for Big, but also convoluted stat. Some of those plants are like Searson's 1v3, instantly dies right after. So I'm just trying to pump up Big a bit. Mid control far more passive out of the ninjas here in round 14. We've had Rez foray through the smokes at times. Alexi gonna move forward. Now they would have heard that little tidbit of damage onto Rez. This means cat control for Big.
Yeah, look how deep Alexi is though. Again, ideas. He's in such a strong spot to stop a late B hit, and because Big haven't been defaulting with a player deep in there early on, well, there's some pressure on Rez. He's got a great angle though to stop the first person coming in. This is a pretty hard fight to lose, but there's a cat player who's waiting for that rotation.
Yeah.
Ooh, big mistake here from Rez. They didn't have any information on cat, or in mid for that matter.
Now Alexi activates, looking for something more, and it's Big's patience that should pay off. 35 seconds still.
The bomb is going back towards the A site, but the weird thing is the CTs don't have an easy way to rotate over to B, and Favin, whoa, wow, lucky he gets that, honestly.
Poor head trick. There's a smoke here in his spawn, and a guy comes out.
Yeah, he now sees that they were actually heading towards the A site.
What if Brolin does this?
Yeah, so he's going to chill.
Bomb needs to cross over. Tabson's making sound. Brolin's going to strike down the first. Oh, clean ticket peek. No. Searson has to give cover, and he will. Then the cat players punish. Should have never gone their way and won't. Yeah. Big, it took a while, but that's 6.
Well, it's about time they won a disfavored situation. Right. So, okay. Yeah, that almost got really ugly with Favin having to come through that CT smoke. And they actually, that's a big smoke that they threw. The one in CT spawn, that's normally what they use to wrap B. And Favin hoping there's a timing here. But I think he makes a mistake because, again, they killed Rez, overstressed inside the window. It's hard for the CT players to rotate because they lose window room control. So it doesn't make that much sense for them to move quickly through CT spawn. They could have just had a full split on B with one player there.
So let's wrap up this half. It's got to be a slight sigh of relief out of Big to at least get one more sprinkled in.
Oh, that's... Okay.
Oh, yeah, if that bounced off, yeah.
For a second.
If that had Tabson's name on it, him and Searson could have been on half health before they even see a body. Keto's not going to shy away from that one. Plays through it. Gets the better of Alexi, who, for his credit, did still hit a dink. But the AK reigns supreme. Ninjas waste no time getting active. 2 players pushing down ramp. If Rez doubles back, they'll still have eyes on A, and that opens up a world of possibilities for Brolin.
Now, in most situations, big waiting, not too big of a deal, but because we have this full flank coming in, they know it's not A at this point unless some kind of palace pop.
So Rez just fixate on Searson, who has been seen.
This might affect the CTs. They just saw him inside A, but they're not freaking out about it. I mean, they pushed through A ramp, so...
But maybe that brings Brolin back to middle as opposed to the apartments.
This is for Brolin now. They're coming through underpass.
He's going to hear all this movement for certain. They may be watching Cat. They're even watching mid. tabseN had eyes on the flank. And so he reacts to Brolin, not taken off guard. And Rez, now all of a sudden, sectioned off. He went back to CT, grabbed that op we saw left in spawn. And so, Keto able to just float inside the window at the end of this half. It looks good for Big. All things considered, you take 7, but 8 straight for Nip could mean well on that T side.
I think throughout all the players I've had, the most important thing was to let them know my vision and like trying to get all 5 of us on the same page. And obviously I've had like a lot of, like I've had Taco, Steel, I've had Zeus as a coach. I've had like different cultures come into my team and try to apply like different concepts. And I think nowadays, like I can apply everything that I've learned to my own game and like my team's game. But I think most importantly in CS is like getting your players all on the same page and having that same vision. And then from that like vision, you can create your structure and like have all your different plays off of the structure. And everyone like believes in the system, because once one player stops believing, then it becomes really hard. Like Nexo was saying, with like you can feel that disagreement and like you just feel it. Like they're just sitting next to you.
Yeah.
It's just like such a bad feeling, because ultimately you're the leader and no one knows what's going on inside the team besides you and your teammates, right?
Yeah.
And like I think that's just the most important part of the game.
It's all been on the same page now. Now, real quick, last thing. Who, in your eyes, is the greatest leader of all time?
Well, in my eyes, it's Kerrigan. Since when I actually became first-time IGL, I was following him a lot and like stealing things from him and like listening to his like YouTube and like all the interviews and stuff, like trying to see how he thinks and like why he thinks this way, like why does he make this decision, like watching his POVs, like why did they go B now, like this and that, so a lot of things I have in my game is actually from Kerrigan. So in my eyes, he is the best thing in the
Thank you. Nick?
Not to boost the ego, but I think I think Finn has been like, you've been pretty consistent throughout your whole career, like on top. So I would say him, just like the longevity of him being at the top. I think Glaive obviously had his peak where he was really good and they had really good structure and all that stuff. And they beat the crap out of me. So, but I think overall, I think Kerrigan has been.
One under.
Yeah.
Under.
He's on bench.
Guys, go play the sides now. No
Yes,
sides.
yeah. Yeah. I'm in ladder.
I'm taking. Can be
I
up there.
just
Can be
Big
up. Can be
sound.
slow.
Short. Yeah.
Come on, go B.
Come. Nice.
Mark on. Bomb. I'm taking. One yet.
Who's me?
Jungle.
I have jungle.
One more. Nice. One more. Close me. Offcon. Wait. Play together. Play bomb. Play together. When bomb taps, we go.
Incon.
Bomb dead. Wait. I'm on it reload. He's not dead. Yeah.
He's low HP.
I got. Go back.
Nice.
Come up. Wait.
No smokes, guys.
Nice! Master.
I feel like that one was almost more about Searson missing than anything else.
Yeah.
It was more than a couple of rounds that happened, and if he gets either of those kills, he can just start playing time. But It didn't work out. At least, luckily, his team bought him some time here to get back into the game. He's on CT side now. They got their 7 rounds off a great start.
0 opening duel wins for Searson. Contrast that to the 3 of Headtrick. tabseN and Keto trying to get those first frags for Big. He'll do it again. Searson with a pistol. Tries to hold this in, at least serves up a distraction to allow tabseN to come through smoke.
That was big money here from Big. So, okay, they get 3 rounds in a row. Mugabe's trying to get the energy here, the camaraderie up. We know he's always good for that. And this will be a real test now, for sure. Looking at the... Well, we could start with Big, I guess. When it comes to this map, they're definitely doing marginally better on CT side, 54%. Coming out of last year.
Farm, Searson, farm. It's Glocks. Ninjas don't even have a flash, man.
You don't get rich spending money.
A wise man once said, scared money don't make money.
That's right. Iconic Stewie 2K quote.
Ooh. Ah. Now it's all gonna get unraveled.
Rob's drop there, successful.
Nicely
Always
done.
A fan favorite.
1 kill? Nah. All headshots. Get him down. Get him out. And Searson makes some money.
Is that the Rob's drop or is it a Cloud9 drop? Is it the...
Well, let's get all of it. Yeah, it's a Rob's drop.
Anything movement related.
I feel like
is
he
a
did
Rob.
it versus OG last year at a Blast event.
Yeah.
Let's just give it to Robs.
Yeah, we'll give it to Robs. Why not? We're trying to get turn Maui into a Robs fan. He says the last remaining Robs hater, and he's losing strength. He's giving up.
Okay. Something about a weakened Maui that just makes me happy. Like, yeah. Yeah, kick him while he's down.
So, well, Ninja's not great on either side, but equally so. So they did so well on CT. Maybe they've got some tricks in store for us. When it comes to map stats for them, again, it's all brand new, really, with Headtrick. I think such an important part of the map right now that whatever happened before him, I don't think he's really worried about it. They're going to be good on Mirage if he feels comfortable on it. Well, let's see if he can show it. You would think no one was on the map by the amount of noise being made.
Don't want to disturb the peace. There's bylaws around these parts.
It's a very timely B push coming in here. So it looks like Rez could potentially get shot in the back. I don't know actually what's going to happen. The split is starting to form, and it's looking pretty good.
tabseN doesn't really have help here. Not to mention, Stairs player got out, but Keto, he's going to win his fight versus Hampus. Bomb Carrier is now on his own. Crimbo finds that late con play up from Rez, so we hit 15 seconds. The CT flank got heard. But Keto's going to continue to tear him up. Headtrick, Bomb Carrier confirmed. Can't get past Keto. The rock of round 18.
Yeah, you got to give it up to him. Okay, so the B push came in, and it was nice, and it wasn't early, but it was like right on time to make sure that even if things went wrong on the site, they still had a good chance to retake, good retake positions coming in. But Keto, as the one player to push through in the A-ramp with the flash, it's kind of like what we saw from Nip in the first half. Their one idea with the A-ramp flash, but the better version, with also a B push involved, gave them outs. So maybe the B push didn't amount to much, but the 1A tactic with Keto was good enough. Nice lead.
Are you guys having fun? Because I'm like watching your screen. The life of a B anchor. Or cap player. It's Crimbo leaning back. I hope Crimbo gets a chance to shine in this half.
Ooh, there it is. There's Searson.
Searson's gonna steal his kills. Finally coming at this B site. Come on now, Crimbo. Catches Rez, jump back towards bench. Favin dies to the MAC-10 at quite some distance. So Hampus is hoping to keep this alive, but it is man advantage big.
And Brolin is just so far away right now. So he's coming up cat right now.
Ooh, gets a fight versus A.
Well, that makes a difference, doesn't it?
But still, Hampus is locked in. Oh, what's not supposed to be a favored situation? What? He does 3! The cat kill and both market frags. All Hampus, all MAC-10s. All of them instrumental.
Yeah, and all of them long distance. There was no easy kills there for Hampus to get, and he did it with just that gun.
Man, imagine if he had an MP7.
I know. One grand spent. Hey, would have aced.
Clean Hampus.
One grand spent well.
It's actually $1,000.50. Could have bought a decoy. Definitely as loud as one. Those 9mm bullets tearing up that B site. Grabs a free upgrade. Now they're sizing up this A site. We've got 3 defenders here, 4 big.
Yeah, we do. Oh, the one goes down.
Yep, Searson.
Oh, and they know that Palace is being watched with his comfort coming up there on the stairs, and Nip decided immediately, let's slow this down. We got a opening duel on the Opper. Over a minute left on the map.
Feels even better as that's his own op.
Let's see if they go wait for the B push. We saw this happen before. Looks like not. It looks like they just want to turn it into a con split standard and just sort of watch the flanks with the slow buy. We've got a very curious big. Definitely putting their best foot forward and making up for this lost death, but oh my god. Keto got spotted, huh?
I think so. Oh. Got to get traded, so at least he gets a kill. But there it is. tabseN looking up in the sky, trying to set up some nades. And instead, the timing goes the way of the ninjas. So love that, right? Head trick gets the better of Searson, wins the head-to-head op duel. Again, Searson kind of struggling in those opening kills, despite now this time being used as the first peak. Head trick gets the better of him. I love that ninjas just fell silent.
Yeah, he had a strong kill in this half, but the kill matrix leading towards head trick is quite meaningful. Favin, well, let's see if he just walks in and 10-second diffuses this bomb.
I have my doubts.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can get an op, however. I mean, Searson's op going to fly towards connector, so I don't know if I'll have to just run back in after and see what he can find. Or not.
No, let's go.
Or, no.
Let's it go. All right. So Kevlar 5-7, smoke and flashbang. And nobody on big above 2.3 thousand. For tabseN.
Yeah, it was a pretty mean split, and again, good timing on the push from big, but maybe just a bit too slow for how fast Nip were moving. At least the ideas were there.
Poor guy. I love that camera angle specifically so we can see like just how little that timing came down perfectly, right? Yeah. M4 back in hand, putting it down center lane.
No, these pushes with just a touch more resistance on the sites themselves. Like when they find out it's not B, any site of a flash can create a timing. If they flash connector, slow the attack down just a touch, then maybe that flank can come in the connector and they actually are able to win the round. But it's a round where they don't have many resources, not much utility, so you don't want to fault them too much. Either way, the score is 10-10 with a chance for Nip to take the lead once again. Smoke flash on Keto. That's it. Goes over to Favin.
Ooh, missed smoke. You don't like that. Ooh, he hit that.
Yeah, he did.
I request a slow-mo. USP, dead. Who's next? Ninja's going to make sure this one doesn't end up falling the way of Big. The fact that they're going for those top mid pushes means that at any moment we could get another attempt. So sit back. You've got Big exactly where you want them.
Anubis would be the third, but I really don't see Nip losing Inferno to go to the second map. So I think for Big, you know, if they're being sensible, they're thinking, you know, it's Mirage or nothing.
Mandatory ask. Okay, that saved 5-7.
Old Hampus, aces on the eco.
Right. Oh, this one's still alive. Oh, it is alive because we've got a little corner camp out of Keto.
And 2 and B.
Yeah. Crimbo, he'll be smoked out of the arch. Rez kills Searson, so it is going to come down to the only players on site. Oh, he gets spotted by Alexi. Crimbo's going to pick up one and some damage. Nice attempt. Very nice attempt. 73 health left between the two Ts.
Yeah, the flash was good, though. Upper B right there, so that caught him. They didn't clear it totally properly. There's a shot.
Damn.
Knows he got some damage. Yeah, he's been good on the hard shots, man. Very good. Who else had that pink juice? Someone else.
It was Zywoo's Woohoo juice.
Oh, Hetrick's got the Woohoo juice too. It's just op juice.
Op slop.
Op slop. I like that. The AW fizz.
Raindrop. Op slop.
Speaking of raindrops, congratulations to FaZe Rain for having a child.
Hell yeah.
Raising the next generation of Counter-Strike talent.
Get him on a mouse and keyboard ASAP.
Get him watching those Monacy demos. Fast track him.
Okay, here we go. Come on now, Big, rally. If you want it, fight for it. Can't forget the nature of that first half as well, right? 5-0 Big start. This half, 3-0 Big start. And just taking back the halves as fast as possible.
Big don't want a long round here. Like, slightly lower on utility than their attackers. But NIP have been pretty adamant about keeping this pace right now, and it's working, so maybe saving the faster stuff for later. Oh, that minute window smoke, standard for all teams these days. Bigger kind of like allowing the split to happen. It feels like the map for NIP in that first half when things weren't looking that interesting. Like, we've got a heavily stacked B site with not much information, full gun round, a hit coming in. Hampus totally open to find lurk kills. Time is not on Big side, actually. It's a pretty good situation for NIP, but if they get a kill, things get interesting. Oh, it's being covered.
He tries to force it.
Yeah, he tries to force it. And look how desperate that looks. Man, Big just dying right now in all their usual spots.
Keto, what did he do wrong?
Oh, they're just immediately going to save. There's nothing here on Cat. The bomb gets planted. That is not a great round, Connor.
Damn, man. We made a minute 20 seconds to watch 2 kills happen in the span of 5 seconds, and then it's done.
You know, you're not in a good spot if you're at that point of the round. 30 seconds, 5v5, and Tapson feels the need to jump out of the window to get a kill.
Crazy.
You know, they don't have any information here. So, yes, it's fortunate that somebody else is watching this frag. He could have died still to the guy under the window.
Yeah.
He just felt like he needed to make that play happen because they had no idea where the split was coming in. And in my opinion, that's just a symptom of foggy calling. So I'm not sure if he's feeling it right now, but you know, NIP doing that in the first 5 rounds, that's okay as long as you keep getting better. And they've trended in the right direction. They can't really afford to do that right now. 12-10 now. At least they saved 3.
Kind of feels like, you know, you can't have pity for Big for getting caught off guard when they choose to just keep themselves in the shadows.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's all about that proactivity. And it's like, if you don't make the move early enough, then you can never do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's all, you can set it up with some of your early grenades, figure out where you want to take your risks, and then start placing your chips. And then if one thing goes wrong, you have another idea. But in this situation, no, it should never come down to the individual like that in a 5v5.
Ooh, and this time we talked about, you know, those faster plays. When would they come? Well, Hampus is already out from ramp, and Searson has a sitter. I mean, that was a Molotov in Hampus's hands.
Yeah, they weren't ready for him. He gets mollied now, and they just found out where the op is, so there's no reason to just hit this right away. And they actually don't have the money to buy guns on the remaining 2 players who saved, or who didn't save. Big playing low TCS right now. Very low T.
Somebody get Godby a big stick.
Yeah. And some trend.
Then he can hit him with it. Do something. Come on, Crimbo. 4 kills. Come on.
You're just playing hockey right now. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. You know when you miss those first few, Hampus is feeling wily.
I can kind of let him go. Crimbo 2 HP, Searson half HP. At least they have mid right here, but the A split once again coming on at the right time.
At least Tabson could find Hampus running away. Oh, yeah, nice and clean. 5-7 finishes him off. Is there a smoke? Yes, sir.
They should be mollying this. Oh.
They're waiting for that deep smoke to land on Khan, and there's another one coming for Searson, I believe. Here it is.
Yeah.
Keto over top of the connector smoke, though, catches Rez. Alexi, hands busy, push through Khan. And now the Ninjas, all of a sudden, are split incredibly thin. There's still a chance, a slight chance, that, nope, not today.
Okay.
Roland can't plant, and Big will squeeze a round win out of the Ninjas.
Listen, it's not the prettiest ACS for these 2 teams here on Mirage. It's a little prettier, though, for NIP, and they're the team who are disfavored. It's not their map pick. Big have less excuses, and they pull this together, I think, because they get a little unfortunate. If not for the smoke push from Keto, which, to be fair, warranted because he killed the Palace player, you know, they're going to lose. So they'll take it. Hopefully that's their wake-up call of the half.
We saw it at the end of the first half, right? Closed it out with 2. Oh, my God.
Searson trapped underpass. Can he escape to connector, or is he just going to fight here? They've got a smoke here for him, but no. Oh, sorry, that was Favin.
Yeah, second op. They tried to come in with 2, tried to change up the game.
That's expensive. Good HEs.
Yeah, utility could bring this back. Let one of these rifles just clean up shop. Tabson, careful. Careful. Alexi's on that mid-smoke. Searson gets Hampus, but Alexi just waits out that smoke grenade, brings this one back. Man advantage to the Ninjas. But at what cost? Remember, low HP on head trick and res from the get-go.
Oh, this is not the spot you want to be in on a connector split, but unfortunately he lost his support, and now
it's getting worse.
Can he make it happen? Oh, he gets mollied out.
Roland burns him into the open, clears up that A site. Crimbo towards jungle as Alexi has consistently unraveled this setup for Big. And of course, Alexi's gonna play it cool. Slides back through murder hole, disengages, know where Crimbo's at.
Yeah.
He'll let him have that AWP and walk away, but we've got Ninjas right back in with another win. And despite Big picking up the last round, remember, double op. Double op's a big investment to get hard reset right after.
Yeah, really expensive. It's not looking good, bruv.
Can he save it?
Not even that. Alexi's still on the hunt. Kept tabs on the rotation. Wow. Nip in the power position. Absolutely. And it's his first kind of failed tactic to try to jump up to cap, but not even get over. And Favin's in an okay spot, but they don't it doesn't feel like they're in the zone to have fallback protocols.
Right.
You know, they might have an idea or 2, but there's not layers, there's not reactions, there's not fail safes. And I think that's Big's issue at the moment. Last timeout will be called. Best time to do so. They can probably talk about this next round. The money's okay, but I don't think we're going to get a full investment. Crimbo and Keto and Tabson don't have enough money.
So you let a 14th slide to the Ninjas.
And then it comes down to that match point rifle round. If they can't win it here.
Oh.
Are they investing?
Yeah.
Oh,
they've
wow.
made the call.
Okay.
But it's still looking light on some. Keto just gets armor 5-7.
This is a very weird buy.
Someone's got a calculator in their pocket.
This is a crazy buy.
What the hell is this?
Wow, Searson picks up an op here. I don't know. You know, when I see a buy like this, I'm going to assume I did the math wrong because they do it with conviction. So let's see what they get out of it.
Okay. I hope for their sake, worst case, lose pistols, and the rifles can survive. But Crimbo's dead already. So if they just walk this into the B site, perfect call out of the Ninjas. Go to B. The only thing that was there is the pistol. The only 3 players left alive now do have guns. This could catch Ninjas off guard.
There's huge incentive to save, though, isn't there?
Exactly. Plus, you know, it's already retake needed. If the bomb hadn't gotten into the site so easily, maybe the rifles can take some kind of a gamble chance. But now the entire mission just becomes save your guns. You could have had these no matter what next round had you not bought. But by coming in with an investment, you have to stay alive. And every single one of them is being pieced up all across this map. They know where Favin is. And if I'm Ninjas, I'm going hunting.
Absolutely. They know that there's some weird investment that came through. Not sure how clear the money is for them, but it should be pretty clear. So here we go. Eat your heart out.
Nice attempt. Nice attempt, but you can't ask for much more than 2.5 kills out of him. Not only do Ninjas get what was going to be that free 14th round, but I mean, Crimbo peeks through the apartments, dies with 5-7.
Yeah, so they did do some good math. They actually have enough for the op again, which is the thing I thought they for sure wouldn't have. And then they've got the full buy on the other rifles. So they have the loss bonus. You know, I think it was just down to 3 rounds or something like that. So feeling good. They got the AUG, they got good nades, they got the op. They still wanted that round, but
could be enough. Could be. No kit on this one, though, for the record. Don't let that bomb go down.
playing incredibly composed. And because they just have not really seen any issues with the slow pace, they've saved in their back pocket, like different levels, different paces. That's the scariest part for Big right now when it comes to making this comeback happen. So a full A hit looks potent. Keto not playing close on the A ramp. His goal right here with the AUG, try to score first kill without dying, then tuck and wait for the retake. Let's see if he can do that.
Luck, Keto. Gets one. Traded out by the op. Alexi goes over top. Him and Brolin just got hit hard. That's crazy. Searson, he hits Alexi and Brolin back in Palace with the same bullet.
Oh, really?
Talk about the amount of misses we've had from Searson. That is bang for his buck. That first shot, a collateral, but 0 kills.
Yeah, absolutely a great idea from Nip to go for the A site in this situation. From what we can see, it's a gamble on their part, but no one playing close A ramp, no one under Balk, no 3 players on the A site. Heavy mid control here for Big Clan, and Keto gets his. I think that's really important, and Searson clutch opping. He's recovered his scoreline. I mean, he's 17 and 12 somehow. It really doesn't feel like he's had that great of a game. If we look at the first half, nothing will matter if they win the map, of course. And for the moment, nothing will matter as long as Searson can continue to carry this forward and win some rounds here late into the game.
But just like you were saying right before this round came in, right? Because the slow pace has been going so well.
They've been one note.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ninjas throw something out of nowhere right here.
Yeah, so it's just about when Big try to predict it, and this is what draws out a lot of utility. When teams play slowly, then you start overreacting early on in rounds, expecting that fast hit to come through. If it never does, you're using nades for no reason. And for Nip, it benefits them the longer they can just hold that off. We don't know if they're even going to try that right here and now. Maybe it'll be too obvious right after a round loss.
It's got a little tempo to it. Searson.
Oh, totally smoke blind.
Rolling down beneath him, keeping his head down. 56 HP because he took that nade as he came around the top mid corner.
He's not ready for. I think he feels comfortable that he spotted them if they would have come here. Oh my God, Searson's making noise.
Oh God!
What the hell?
Searson just runs out as this B hit comes through. 4 players attempting to just push Crimbo. And he just gives them, he forfeits that bomb site. Nothing he can do to stop it. Utility made it so incredibly awkward. And Ninjas will have a bomb plant as they fight for 15. Alexi inside of the smokes. Big, do you save?
Yeah,
Unless Keto gets a kill right here, right now.
No reason for Brolin to move into the site. That place is claustrophobic at the moment. 5 players alive, all in good spots. NIP are going to get on the match point, force a save with 4. And from our perspective, Searson running out is because there's comms about the B site. You know, there's a hit coming in, so he's like, all right, let me just do a last clear inside of mid. It looks weird because that smoke's coming up, but ultimately they just didn't have any information. And there's that fast tactic that caught Big off guard. They've been so used to these slow-paced rounds. Here's a full-on attack, but they do it with a little mid-control as well. So they mask it, they make it seem like it's another slow-paced one. A really strong call out of NIP, honestly. Well-organized, and they put tons of pressure on the solo guy in B.
It's taken Ninjas a minute in previous rounds to have Brolin that close. Searson disappointed he doesn't even get a chance to see anybody.
Very fortunate they saved 4. So not dying there gives them a chance to actually come back into this game. Still a 3-round match, still an op in Searson's hands. Kits on every single player on Big.
Yep.
Let's just see if the spirits are high.
Nade onto head trick won't make his job any easier. This time it's not Brolin, but Alexi. And this time they throw that nade to the bottom of connector preemptively. Also, no smoke grenade, so he can't quite creep in just yet.
Alexi doesn't have a... Well, he has a resmoke if he wants to use it, but I think would like not to, so can't approach connector that easily because the window smoke will come up. He's going to play it back. They don't find anything right now, just a little bit of residual damage on head trick. But Big, I mean, they've been shoved out of mid. They've been told it might be A. They've used some early utility, and now they don't have a B push. We saw some of the early rounds in the second half. They were coming through on the double upper pushes over and over again. But they do recognize that this could be a pain point. So Searson's come over to help out Crimbo. There's still just options here for NIP. All right, this is the big one. Can dodge flashes in front of nades, deep angle.
Ninja's not accustomed to having to deal with the likes of Searson here. It's usually just been Crimbo, and it's usually been easy. Oh, smoke hit him. Makes things a little awkward. Alexi's still able to get up catwalk, posted, revealed, and falling back already. But Alexi, I mean, he is up close. Brolin just gets killed off of the catwalk. Phenomenal play from Searson. Stops apartment, stops cat, and kills that player running in. So there is still fight left on Big. And these final 10 seconds won't mean much. They move the Opper, and unlike the round prior, where he just gets blindsided by Brolin with that change of pace in mid, you put him in the pocket, and Searson pulls up 3.
Yeah, that's a great round. I mean, he's really done so much in these past couple. And that position, upper B, again, he was that support that came in for Crimbo when they didn't have the map control, reinforced the B site, and took the best position to do so versus a B split. Anyone trying to molly the van, of course, I don't think they have to die there, so that might have been a bit of a mistake, but he hit a hard shot nonetheless and still was able to survive, fight off Cat. And NIP looked like they were working the map really well up until that point. So big move from Searson. Will elicit a timeout here for NIP. Draw this game one step closer. But again, in terms of the arsenal right now, it's going to be hard to read the itinerary of NIP. I mean, I think they could end B or A. They've done well inside of mid. This T side has been pretty solid so far.
Damn, man.
More than a great shot right there.
Yep, this shows a little elbow. That was clean as well.
Yeah.
Like knowing there was pressure coming. But still takes the deep peek. So just like the first half, Big sprinkles some in. Now Searson here inside of the A site.
Oh, he had the right idea. Hetrick did that a lot, actually. Even versus NAVI trying to walk up the A ramp. I'm sure he's calling that himself. Very comfortable on that A ramp approach, and Searson nearly counters him.
Nearly. But also doesn't fire off. So having just seen Searson at the B site, nice to see him mask his position for the time being.
Now, they've got Searson in the most neutered spot possible. If Keto pushes into halls, then Searson can jump up ticket and fight into connector, and I feel like that's what they're precipitating. We see Big do that sometimes. In this spot, I think they're maybe anticipating something late towards A. That might just be the bird's eye view read of the round.
trying to get this window to peek. Oh
man.
Just spamming into connector. Rez awaits it, and Tabson walks right into his own death.
Yeah, they had nothing in connector, nothing on Cat as well, ready to peek at the same time. He's flashing for himself.
Steps into his own coffin.
Yeah, Keto really wants to do something interesting here, but
Roland's got an idea. Good damage coming out of that Cat exchange.
If they molly off Cat right now, we've got the 2 players in the site, and again, Searson ready to jump up. There it is.
Here it is, yeah, 25 seconds. Oh, and he finds Alexi B. Hampus grabs the bomb. We've still got 2 players floating, but now that ramp challenge, he's still alive. Rez has caught Crimbo. Keto's blind. He's gonna try to plant in the open. We've got 5 seconds left, and Keto picks up 2. They're gonna hold them off. They're gonna force this 30th round because Big refused to die.
Oh, that got so scary. And yet they still managed to pull it off. You know, full credit to the A players right here. That's beautiful work between Keto and Searson. And Searson, even though he didn't have someone to cover his A-ramp Palace situation, and Keto played for himself inside of Sandwich, he still knew he had to take some kind of risk. His teammate just died inside of middle. They need some info back. Jumps up the ticket to the right time. And that's the efficacy we're looking for. Beautiful work with the AUG from Keto as well. 2 kills straight up. And if he just dies to that 50-50 running out of the ramp, well, we might see the bomb go down.
So they've managed, man. They've hung on.
Yeah, and now Hampus just has a deagle.
But who goes X Factor? Who goes God Mode round 30? It only takes 1. It's just the fact that we've got 2 Galils and that Deeg sprinkled in for the Ninjas. Damn Big. Hanging on for dear life. They go back into that double off. Remember, last time Favin got cleared an underpass, couldn't offer us anything. And the last time Searson was posted on this angle, that's when he picked up a very critical 3K in order for Big to string together these final few rounds. So Favin has to do the same if Hampus comes around that corner. If. Ninjas back to the slower play. They're gonna go towards mid first. It's been abandoned by Big. No Tabson window peek this time. Crimbo just playing aside Favin. And they're gonna get aggressive. They're gonna move in. Roland, he's finally able to get that impact over towards the ramp. How does that change things?
That's a hard one to say. I don't know.
They're eyeing up this B split.
Yeah, it's Favin time, it looks like.
Headtrick has the last smoke.
If he gets a kill into halls, I mean, they easily forget about the second guy here, but they know Crimbo's somewhere.
And Cat's going to be a problem, so Favin, you've got to keep eyes on it. Flash comes around, they're already starting to apply pressure. Pistol, oh! Crimbo! And Favin! Deadly Deagle from the Swede, and it's an upgrade into the AWP. The only player they need to get that B site open when push comes to shove. Hampus drop kicks Big into that next map. And Inferno is a question because Mirage had to be a part of the big win tonight. 16-14. Hampus, no poser.
DJL, a very close but solid win on Mirage. No overtime this time. You seem to be at least calming down a bit from that one.
Yeah, I mean, they won both pistols, and I mean, they won the first weapon rounds as well. That for me is like 7 or 8 rounds. Yeah. So I mean, we knew it was gonna be hard, and I mean, if you win both pistols, you usually win the map, right? So we played pretty solid, I would say.
And on the first half, right, they got off to a great T side. It looked like you guys were just faltering again on the CT side. You spoke to me in the interview about the changes you were looking to make. Was it just a quick adjustment needed?
I mean, we were down 5-0, and then I took attack and say, like, boys, we literally are not doing anything what we talked about. And then we just kept on rolling, you know.
Now we're going into Inferno for the second map. It's your pick again. And at the moment, right, we can look at it and say your game against NAVI, you kind of got blown out the water, but you're learning throughout all of this. For Big right now, they kind of had a similar situation against G2. Do you think it's going to be another close game?
I mean, I think it's going to be a close game for sure. And versus NAVI, just overall, we have been really good on Inferno. And I mean, we love the map. So we have made some adjustments and all that, and we reviewed the game against NAVI, so hopefully it's going to be way better.
And is this where we're going to see good old Headtrick get a little bit more aggressive, go and take a bit more initiative you were telling me about?
I mean, if he's not doing it, I will tell him after the game for sure.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much, DJL.
last big to steal away their opponent's map pick. 16-14 is the final finishing scoreline. It was arguably a game of streaks in the first half, and then it got back and forth in the second. But Hampus, he said, hell no, I'm taking this into my own hands. Some dirty deagle action from him to close this map out.
Must be nice to have him on your fantasy team when he shows up like that in the last round.
Must be nice,
Must be nice. That was a fantastic showing coming out of Hampus in the last round. That was a very equal game as well. Two teams who fight it back and forth. It was hard to say one team were better than the other, I would argue.
Yeah.
NIP's good start gave them the upper hand here in the later stages of the game, but I would argue that there was two teams who showed us that they are very equal in terms of quality.
I mean, if you may, I think NIP was better than Big. I think Big had 8-0 lead. If you 5-0 lead in the first half, that's a pistol round conversion on the second. DJS said in the interview. I think they survived mainly off the back of Surson. I think Surson had a troublesome first half, but on the CT side, he was here, there, and everywhere. B side, he was connector, he was peeking into apps. He made life complicated for NIP, but I still think the Ninjas had it in the bag.
Yeah, I think it's an apt point about Surson because he's somebody that we always put under the spotlight, particularly when coming onto these particular LAN stages, because matches gone by, he's kind of struggled to put it up instead of, you know, just his online form. But it was great to see him having that resurgence, just a kind of too little too late, I guess, in this series.
I wouldn't say so, because I really think in the second half he did a whole lot of work. But what I do believe is that because Crimbo was having such a hard game, and the stats attest to it, 6 kills overall, I think Surson was limited in the freedom that he could have had and where he would have had to play. He played so many rounds on B because they just, I guess structurally they were looking for a solution. They're like, listen, this is not working. Like, Crimbo is definitely having a bad game. We're gonna need you to be in the B apps. He did that quite a few times, but as a result, it opened up the map for Hampus, for the likes of Rez lurking out mid, and I think NIP used that.
I think that's a point people sometimes forget about, because you're spot on the money right here. The fact that Surson have to babysit Crimbo at that point, right? He's, as you said, very limited in where he can be, how often he can be there. So having a resurgence in the second half is obviously great for Surson, but sometimes you would like to see him roam around from the get-go of the game, but he's not really allowed to, down to the fact that there's other areas of the map where Big couldn't quite handle NIP.
Let's roll that final Hampus moment one more time, because I want to see that go down again. Maniac, can you put any order to the madness that was that final round?
Well, I don't think it's a lot of madness on the side of Hampus. I think what he does here makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, mamma mia, that's a really mean. I thought that this was much more methodical than what he actually did.
Jumps into
This is a pure snap. Bitch, get out the way. That's exactly what he did. Oh my God. That was crazy from Hampus. I thought he hard-shaked the angle, but no, he actually reacted. My man, Hampus.
Disgusting. That's exactly what you envisioned, Pimp, when you brought him onto your fantasy team, didn't you? That's exactly what you were banking
That's
on.
what you had in mind?
Yeah.
That's what you had in
Not
mind?
quite, to be honest. You know, I'm not going to lie right here. It's good to see Hampus though, right? We spoke about him coming into the game. He has been struggling a little bit, and he is a man that's known for these chaotic moments, like the control chaos he's trying to create himself right here, and he still has a bit of flair to his game, as we saw right here. So good to see that he still got a bit of fire.
Besides that round, were you satisfied with him?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to get it out of him. I didn't know. That round was amazing. The rest was a little bit below, but that one was spot on.
Yeah, obviously instrumental in terms of Big, Nip rather closing that one out and not allowing Big to be pushing this one to overtime. I do want to go back to some other good NIP moments throughout this particular map though, but I guess this one comes with a caveat that Big shouldn't have been losing this one. I'm not exactly sure how to frame
Yeah, listen,
19.
firepower is such a basic word we always use at the desk, but in this time for round 19, we have to talk about firepower and where it puts problematic for the side of Big, because in this round, they had such an advantage. We're talking about a B execute coming out of NIP. Well, obviously the first trades are being found by Big. It's Surson is in a good position. He's kitchen. He knows where to grab the kills. But when things should make sense, unfortunately, well, you know what? I think maybe the lawyers of Big just said, we're not going to show this round. I mean, we reviewed the department, the public relations department. We should not show this round. There you have it. It is round 19 right now. Look, Surson once again in the right position, grabs the first kill onto Alexiv. Crimbo, the one we said was struggling massively, just gets one kill, but it's a 4v3, and this should be it. 4v2 even virtually for half a second, but that kill right there is way too easy for Brolin. Hampus bests his opponent with a Mach 10 at 50 meters distance, and just like that, 10-8 scoreline, advantage on the side of Big, still not able to close the round. That's what I name firepower to be an issue.
That was the difference right here.
Yeah.
Big winning this round, that's a step, a massive step in the right direction in terms of winning this game as well, which is why I'm willing to say that they were equal. You know, we saw mistakes coming out of Big, mistakes that, as you described right here, you cannot make them. You cannot lose a 4v2 CT side to a Mach 10 from Hampus right as well. Talk about impact from Hampus, right? That's two massive rounds that he's more or less single-handed winning for NIP. So again, uncharacteristic mistakes coming out of Big, and you said it, firepower, it's just individual quality that is lacking a little bit right here.
Things getting definitely tougher for Big going forward, as it now is NIP's map pick of Inferno. So Danny, what should we be looking at on this ground?
Yeah, Inferno is a comfortable map for NIP, and that's because they have so many different ways of taking B. So I want to show this one here. That actually happened in the last match they played against NAVI. So first, we're going to see they're approaching towards the B site, but the obstacle they have to deal with is somebody jiggle peeking with the smoke at CT spawn. And obviously, this is very annoying because as soon as this player makes contact, he normally just drops the smoke. But NIP, they have a good way around this. So the key here is actually these two people with the flashes and the way they interact with the players entering. So first, what we're going to see from the entry players, they're going to give a solid peek to the player jiggle peeking to draw out that smoke right there. And that's when the flashes come in. The first flash comes in from head trick. This flash bounces, or rather pops just over the roof right here. And this flash blinds all the common positions, the top first orange, top second orange, as well as CT spawn, to give safety and allow these players to pass through the smoke. Now the key thing here is that it gives confidence for Brolan to know that as he's entering out, these players should be blinded. Now the second flash here is actually a really good one. This one is one that Hampus throws. This flash pops right here towards first oranges. Now this flash blinds anybody who's playing on the right side of quad like this. But more key is that it actually blinds players who are playing on top boosted, because the first flash that I just showed you, it pops here. It's not going to blind this player. But this second flash that pops here, this will actually blind this player. And as well, it's also going to blind players who are playing towards that spool's position. And this comes into play when you see Perfecto, as he's trying to help his teammate, he gets blinded and he's not really in a position to be able to trade. So if we look back at this round again, you'll see that as NIP kind of comes through, they go through the smoke, and it's all as a result of the flashes. It gives them the confidence to know that so many places are going to be blinded, and that's why this is such a comfortable map for NIP.
Great analysis once again, and a great ground for NIP coming onto things. For Big, though, quite a different story, Jacob.
It's a map they've been trying to integrate a little bit more into the map pool. I think we heard in one of the interviews as well, they said that they would like to work on it. They would like to have the ability to play Inferno against some of the top teams. It is a weakness, though, when in the big map pool. We've seen that for many years almost, I would argue. It's never been up there with the best of the best. They've had certain periods where the results have been okay on Inferno, but I feel like a lot of teams out there are smelling blood in the water whenever they get the opportunity to pick Inferno, and it doesn't help for Big that NIP is very solid on the map.
Look, for a while they were naturally vetoing it in best of threes. That's how deep it went for Big, and I think the problem is when you then decide to bring it back into your map pool, you are facing up teams that are experts at it. Inferno is definitely not a map people ignore. Everybody needs to be good at Inferno. We know how it always ends up being that third map in all of these decisive series. If you then reintroduce Inferno, you're going to get a couple of slaps before you get back on track, and I think unfortunately we are at the beginning of that process, and they got outmatched by G2 massively.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you guys correctly, is this spelling the end for Big coming onto this one?
Smells a bit like a 2-0 for NIP right here, but I'm curious to see if Big learned anything from that G2 matchup and if they've been putting in the hours, putting in the practice. Because one thing is losing to G2, but losing to NIP on a map like Inferno as well, that should tell us the story that they're perhaps not ready to integrate it just yet.
Well, it does come down to the Ninja's pick of Inferno, the second ground in this best of 3 series, and we know it is a great ground for NIP. Can Big bounce back? We're going to find out in just a few.
Time for Inferno, folks. Mirage, 16-14. Incredibly close affair, but Happus decided that 2 times on that B bomb site, he was going to tear them up with barely anything. We had the triple Mac 10 round. We had the double Deagle into op upgrade. I don't know what the hell Happus is up to, but sign me up. It was kind of quiet across a lot of those rounds.
Yes.
But not when Happus decided enough was enough and he was going to win some.
Yes, absolutely. It was a scrappy Mirage. It was a good enough Nip. It was a good enough Hampus. It came down to every single round, right? 30. And in that, it was more good rounds, more kind of X factor rounds won for Nip. And I think, even though Searson really got it together in that second half, which is nice when we come into Inferno, he definitely probably, was probably a big reason why they couldn't pull it over. On top of Crimbo, 6 kills in the whole map. I mean, there has to be spotlight shone on that. I do bring up Searson's name a lot, but I think I do the same with Oppers in general. I mean, they do have the ability, they have the space, and they have the onus to make sure they have a lot of kills on average. And I think, unfortunately for Searson, just kills alone didn't tell the full story. But yeah, looking for a silver lining here. They're not out of this because they have to play Inferno. It's a map that Big now want to start playing, but it's definitely very comfortable for Nip.
Is it still odd to you to see them go back to this? You think it's just like
I'm not surprised.
A result of the new year?
I'm not surprised they can't keep up. I think they did show some innovation on the map they kind of figured out a way that they could win, if that makes sense. With the amount of talent that they have on their roster, they figured out ways to use nades to their advantage. And you think this would be a specialty map for them in that regard because it's Inferno. It's all about the utility. But unfortunately, big wins versus top teams just not there right now. Let's see if their work on the break has paid off.
Oof, damn. Keto.
Okay.
2 headshots as he barrels down middle, sick of waiting and waiting and waiting on Mirage. So he decides to get aggressive, and Keto with Favin have found themselves all across that kill feed.
It's one of the intangibles, but I do think it is important to have rounds like that for the energy. It's like more exciting to win in that way, and I think it's great when you can get them out and win. Go for mid pushes. Very fun that, at least on Inferno, CT pushes down mid are viable. Nice round, Keto.
My guy. Hell of a way to kick it off. But remember, Big has won all the pistols in this series.
Oh.
Big have converted all the rounds off of those. 5 rounds in the first half of Inferno, 3 rounds in the second half of Inferno. So everything is still par for the course.
True.
Remember, NIP 16-14, no pistols, and down.
In the start of both halves, yeah, that's... Damn, that makes that map look a lot worse, actually.
So, what are pistols really worth?
If you don't win.
But this round won't have much for you, folks. Hate to break it to you. You can tab out if you'd like.
Really?
Just come back in a second.
Well, to be fair, folks, Connor doesn't have a great track record when he calls to rounds like this.
I'd give you my house.
You don't have one, so that's kind of tricky, but I'll take it when you get one.
Okay. Yeah, it's a long con. Easy. Glocks ain't gonna do jack. M4 easy upgrade too, so the only thing that's lost is a FAMAS, and that ain't much of a loss at all.
That's true. That gun sucks.
Buns.
Buns. Yeah, I did say Hampus, king of bad guns, but someone aptly pointed out to me on Twitter, he didn't have a FAMAS. He had a Deagle.
The old hand cannon. If you were fighting in the Civil War, would you rather have a real cannon or a Desert Eagle?
In Canada?
No, in the Civil War.
Well, the only one?
Yeah.
The Civil War of all time. Would I rather have a hand cannon or a Deagle?
Yeah, think about it.
A Deagle, so I go out early.
Okay, nice. Force rush.
Yeah, I'd run down mid in the Civil War.
That's against the rules. You got to stand in a line. Those guys are idiots.
Oh,
stand in a line. Yeah, right, bro.
Can't punish me if I'm dead, so.
Yo, catch me hiding in the bushes. Or in the smokes, like Searson was attempting to get away with. Both players send shots through, and Searson peels back a little bit here.
Well, I mean, you know, Nip getting hauls here, ready for brackets, playing a little bit far back. And they are also at the top of Banana as well, so the flash retake comes through. Brolin's here. He's getting pushed off, but he doesn't get swung upon. And they're a bit slow to get over here. Now let's see the smokes come out and start to run over. Searson, he's got to get this kill, but he's actually going to fall back now. I don't know if the split comes on in time.
Lexi hears this. He can play around that smoke. Searson's just going to have to hide in sight. And he's gotten away with it. So far, so good. Tries to fire off, but will go down. Tabson able to emerge, now locked into the corner, and Rez hones in with both kills. So Favin MP9 1v3.
Damn, he repped him up right there. That was that smoke that they threw would have been great if it was earlier. Then they could use it to make it seem like they pushed through the library smoke. But it came out at a moment where Alexi was like, thank you. I'm going to get in front of this now because there's no way you could have run out and thrown this at the same time. And I'm ready to go. In fact, my team is ready to split. So that's tough. Well, that's one of those situations where they kind of made their bed. They played passive. They relied a lot on just this one point of contact in Searson to get his kill. I think he smartly fell back into the site, but no support in time. And they didn't kill Brolin on B either. So they got that info a little late. And this is what happened. But yeah, if there's anything that's the biggest problem for Big, there are some teams, they've got enough Riz to pull it off where they can play back in the site and let, you know, the site be taken over and work without banana control. But when Big do it, they don't win. They do need to have a bit more variation. We did cast them one other time so far, these groups, and I think that was one thing I brought up that I think maybe versus G2, if I remember correctly,
yes,
they just did not spend any time pushing down banana, whether it was getting to log control. And it's just so obvious when they're now throwing that fake utility. I think that's a mark against them in the preparation. As we heard from NIP, well prepared for this game. Well, that's one great shot with 3 spotted, 1 down.
You're right. We're talking about the prep from Ninjas. Find those glaringly obvious shortcomings and exploit them. They will do exactly that on this B site. So be it that a 5-7 found a kill. But there's a chance at another one here. Hampus, he's just playing with his nades. Ooh, but he gets away.
Oh, man, he gets away, and now he actually...
No way.
That's not even a threat anymore.
That's so crazy.
That's unfortunate.
It's like he just crossed traffic with a blindfold.
And lived.
Has no idea that a semi-trailer just whizzed by. What was that, bro? Wind? Unfazed. No biggie.
Let's see if Crimbo lurches out at them with this. Zeus!
Dive him, dive him, dive him.
Won't even try it. Everyone lives here except for Brolin, who died earlier on.
Damn.
That very strong 5-7. But an instant recovery. And yes, it would be a mark on the record to, as he pointed out, win all the pistols, lose the maps as well. Good starts are one thing, but the meaty rounds, the AAA grade rounds here from Nip are so strong. Searson quickly on that off.
As you like to see.
Yeah, and I think the best part for Searson was in 2020 when he was reached top 10. It was a lot of very strong CT sides, but nothing on T side, and I think he changed that story a lot. But he still got that in his back pocket. If he has a bad day, he's still, one of the best CT performers overall. Here he'll be needed.
I think he is one of those characters in Counter-Strike where it's like, there were at times, obvious criticisms, like you're alluding to. Once upon a time, T-sides, fix that. Then it was lands, fix that.
Yeah.
So continuing to round himself out as a player.
Now it's kind of like get that top 10 with lands back. And to be fair, fix a lot of those problems with no real team consistently behind him. So yeah, he does have excuses for sure. I want to point that out. Big had a very rough year when it came to roster moves. Probably the roughest of any team.
Funnily enough, right there alongside Ninjas.
True, actually. 2 peas in a pod. Ooh, wow. Well, that's...
But not over. Hold on. Not only do you have Tabson still on top of second orange, but Keto's tucked in closer with the ump. But Alexi can wrap this around. tabseN keeps his head down. That's all right. That's perfect, in fact. 20 seconds. We've got a crunch. They have no other option. Here come the ninjas. And there goes tabseN. Orange held. Keto, tons of damage. Gets the headshot onto Rez, which means this one's still a live wire. Shocking that they're able to get through, but the little that was left of Rez is easily dispatched of. Head trick, time to clutch. Time to shine, kid. Both CTs up from Banana, and a wall bang through the coffins.
Okay. Well done, CSGO. He plays that clutch beautifully. Picks a good spot to split the odds. He can fight CT spawn, no problem. If he wants to, if they come con, he has a good position to fight as well. And if they come banana, he can easily pick one off and hide. But CSGO, make sure to lock in that wall bang. Would have been hairy if he didn't hit that. This round with Doe was really good on the setup from Nip, right? I mean, we have an arch taken completely while it's wide open. Alexi, such a big timing that he kills the arch rotator and runs through spawn. And they could have actually just trapped the A players, split the A site, lots of time to spare, and instead decided to go forward with the exec because he had such a strong spot in CT that early on and just missed his frag. And then they let too many trades go down. Like, they had the CTs in the worst spots possible. They're in oranges. Normally it's okay. It's just that they knew they were there because of that boost. And they still couldn't do it. So individual skill gets big out of these muddy waters for the moment. And they go right into a timeout. That's not the right energy, though, I think that's going to carry them through this half. I think there was one good thing in that boost, but, bracket control. When we talk about teams like FaZe and NAVI and G2, it just feels like they managed to both have all of the correct utility for the first 30, 40 seconds of the round to put pressure on Banana and also keep an eye on bracket at the same time. There are no really big holes anymore, even when you might have that 3B start. You just don't have that happen that often. So you just can't let it go. And when it came to the preparation for Nip, that's probably what spurred Alexion to run as fast as he did up into that direction. They had an instant read on the map. And here's a slightly better face, but big with the mid presence. But even this, I'm not a huge fan of the setup still. It's kind of a classic setup, I guess you could say, but I think it's sort of fallen out of the meta. Like, they're still way back on the B site. They're still succumb to rotations that are as slow as possible. And bracket control can be taken with some standard grenades, and they still have the timing for halls that they have to worry about, and they're not in great spots to deal with a late halls pop. So they'll fall out of mid with no banana control.
Yeah, man, sketchy.
Yeah, and so
it's one thing to have one of these problems. The fact they have all three.
Yeah. And worst team's not going to exploit it, but Nip, they're not one of those teams these days.
So it's going to have to lean on Crimbo, Favin, and CSGO to just pop off with the guns. Rifles all in hand. Still no movement out of that B site. Nice clean one from Favin. Catches Alexi off. Then they get the drop off the balcony. Players pushing site. It's 2 from Favin. And he's still got support. Fully health teammates. CSGO catches head trick, but Rez doubles down, brings it back. They're stuck inside the pit, or at least Favin still is. And that bomb was a necessary plant. A Molotov thrown over towards Little Pit. That's gonna spread, you'd think. Or has Favin found the perfect pocket? Ooh, he holds. tabseN tries to come around from Arch, but Rez a third. He has done everything he needs to. And maybe just one left to find. Hampus executes Keto on the wrap back around from Boiler. Let's see it, Favin. He's got the kit. He's got Reslow, and he's gonna take a nice route over top the pit. Time is ticking, and Hampus in position to close out Ninja's third.
Hey, well played from Hampus right there. That kill through Boiler, that's not something you see every day. Right into the headshot. Didn't even have to swing with it. What happens here?
Yes.
I get the bomb? Yes. And Rez plants it. He gets 3, kills both in pit. They jumbled a little bit, getting both into mini pit in that situation. Got a little awkward. The setup was actually serviceable there for a second. They got opening kills on the hold. But now it's 3-state from Nip, and money's not awesome here from Big Plant.
Keto did pop Brolin. Last time it was pistol versus gun on Banana, but ooh, yeah, exactly.
So definitely something I'm going to ask Tabson after this match, you know, about their Inferno. I think that's a really important talking point for them coming into this year, again, because they're trying to play it.
Sorry, Keto. Not today.
Yeah. Oh, they're not clearing this. Uh-oh.
Keto.
Oh, Keto.
Oh, my God. Oh! Keto! 3! Wow. Okay, X Factor moment, but listen, Rez, gonna save the day again. Plays up through the arch side.
Still a chance.
You hear Searson moving over. That's the scout player.
Let's see if Rez freezes up. He's walking into the angle, but he's coming in from the other side.
Kills the pistol.
He knows Searson's here.
And Searson gonna get cleared out. Rez, again, gets into that A site. But I'm sorry that I made Squidward noises for Keto because that was an excellent.
Yeah. Rez having a map.
Nice try, SpongeBob.
It was a great attempt. And hey, I mean, they had nothing on this round, so those kills, massive. 15 grand down.
I want to see, it happened all so fast. I think the CT cross player must have put out some damage. Must have.
Yeah, there was something happening.
Somebody in there was low.
Or an AT.
Yeah, some kind of jazz coming out of his teammates.
Ooh, but they survived it, man.
Yeah. Keto brought the funk.
Rez plays it perfectly.
Surely we get to watch that back.
Really looking forward to another rifle rounds.
Yeah, some real CS.
See if they try anything different. In some ways, fundamentally speaking, there are some mirrors to Mirage in that, like, well, when they weren't playing their best, there was kind of one idea at a time. And then they started to evolve as the match progressed, which I just feel like they sort of unrusted, opened up communication-wise. But big on both maps, they sort of have this one-note energy where it feels like there's an idea on each round, but there's not 2 or 3, and there's not too many reactive protocols. And we know the thing is they know they have them, but it doesn't feel like they're prepared to use them all simultaneously.
Tabson's nade, destined for greatness. Keto's got one as well. Yeah, finds Brolin, but, you know, as far as the trade goes, I think Brolin comes out better.
Brolin's on the board.
But still, these nades are finding their homes. Alexi's down to 65, Brolin on a quarter. Pistols to try and follow, but head tricks here for support. So it's just Brolin down and it's Nip up.
You know, I think in a world where the Counter-Strike circuit isn't as crazy as it is, like there was a point, I think in 2019, where there was like a tournament every single week, and it's still pretty hectic.
Yeah, a bit
Teams
much.
like Big, who put a lot of inventing into the maps, I feel like would benefit from like a slower schedule, I guess.
Sure.
But I don't think there's that much benefit to inventing in CS more than there is stealing. And I think that teams that are really good at just grabbing what's best, you know, treating the map pool, or sorry, treating like the top teams like a cafeteria of different strategies.
Yeah.
Those are the teams that benefit the most, and I think that unfortunately for Big, they have brought a lot of innovations that other people use, but they just keep getting taken from them. And
it's like a potluck dinner, you know? You don't need to bring the best. You still get the feast.
Yeah, true. Is that how you treat the potluck?
Exactly.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I'll bring a bag of chips. Thanks for the steak.
Yeah. Here's some Swiss chalet.
Idiot. But also at the same time, we talk about them innovating and whatnot, right? They had one of the longest breaks, right? After after Rio?
Yeah, and so they're a team that you expect. Oh man, okay.
Some innovation.
Yep, some innovation and a strong start.
But instead, they're getting chewed up by the ninjas in pajamas.
Not having a good time right now.
Shurikens in the forehead.
And they're starting a pizza when they need a French fry.
Searson at least able to hold on to the AWP, so we're looking for silver linings here for Big. Every cloud has a silver lining.
It's only when the sun's behind it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually just not true at all.
It's dark out for big.
Mm-hmm. It's an ominous rain cloud above their heads. It's starting to sprinkle.
I think there is something to be said, though, about, you know, both Favin and Crimbo had the markings of good players to bet on to become up-and-coming stars, but they both haven't really been that. They've had big maps. We've seen Crimbo flourish when it comes to clutch rounds. I think Favin, he makes good decisions. I think we don't see him make bad decisions, and we don't see many players on this team make bad decisions, but no superstars in that sense, besides Searson. And even him, you know, still working on it.
Careful, crossfire here. Hampus saw the boiler player. M4 is pushing in. Oh, Hampus. Holy moly.
He's been good at avoiding danger.
Okay.
He's actually just stayed up in here.
He's going to hide behind the lampshade.
He's a crafty one.
Keto tries to fight back, but outgunned, outnumbered. tabseN offering up a little bit of damage. Keto dies through the smoke. They don't even get the push through. And then Hampus will still die to Crimbo. So at least that M4 connects. And remember, I believe it was just the 2 guns.
Yeah, just the 2 guns.
And they're still alive and should be able to save.
It's just that this half is just quickly getting away from them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great little map for Rez, though.
Yeah, man. He's frying.
That's fun. Always nice to see Rez.
You got him on fantasy?
How
much did he cost?
Rez cost 191.
I think it's like a very fair price. Like, he's a strong player, you expect.
I did have him, but then I took him out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. For Nitro.
You feeling for big right now?
No, for my fantasy.
Oh.
Nice bomb pop. NIP, that's 7. So 4 above big. But again, right? At least the rifles were saved. You know, the big, they already knew they had to write that one off.
Yeah.
Cut your losses. Is that a double whammy?
Did they just do some tricking in the replay, or would they actually demand 2 fist bumps and get him?
Careful, Valve's going to ban that. Communication between coach.
True. What was that? Go B?
Yeah,
2 taps?
something like that.
2 taps, go B. Let's see if they do it.
I feel like Brolin has been on the receiving end of a lot of utility damage, but it really hasn't stopped him.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's also 3 and 8. So what am I talking about?
Yeah, and I think 2 Mac 10 kills on pistols.
Nobody actually inside the... Oh, wow. Not far off the mark.
Definitely in his direction.
And it always feels like the moment you get bullets back like that, the moment they shoot back that quickly, it's because you hit them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Hampus is thinking.
So again, the fickle part about top mid control is that the porch molly that comes out, you can be thrown from safety. The arch smoke can be thrown from safety. It's really hard to hold on to this if you really badly want it.
Ooh, back
try with the re-aggressions.
Easy.
Oh, not bad.
Nicely done. tabseN gets the triple. Finally, like a star moment from Big. And it has had to be tabseN and Keto, usually towards that B site. Whew. Almost gets away from him, but tabseN picks up 4. There we go. And you could see those visual frustration on him, right, in some of these rounds. The rounds where he knew he was going to take a beating. But there we go. Finds the timing, and because of just his teammate taking that deep angle, very deep corner of the porch, tabseN walks away with everything.
Yeah, he avoided the flash. He was there to help his teammate under porch and to fight aggressively for this mid control, and it ended up working out. Now, of course, you know, this a situation where it could have gone the other way if he ate the flash, or the swing comes out and it's beautiful from NIP, because they clearly wanted to fight both sides, not smoking arch on that attack. But Capson says, not today. Oh, he's a moment away.
Damn. A quick glance.
So close. But wait a second. The rifle here, spotting, and there's one behind as well. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Well
Very
done.
nice indeed. Nice 5v4 for Big to fall away with. Still a recoverable half. As much as they've started halves with pistol wins and conversions, they've also ended both those halves on Mirage with round wins. So, adaptation.
Something they're known for. And look at this. I mean, they just had this double hall setup with a mid push down, and they've got 3B, and Searson's moved over. This is looking a lot more lucid.
Rez between two pots of fire.
It's getting too hot.
Alexi sectioned off alongside Headtrick. They're both going to try to come and join him. Searson, oh! Wow. And Crimbo both fall to Rez, who's still alive and kicking. Tries to chase him down, and that flash served up a great distraction. Headtrick will stop the rotation, but you can't stop Favin from the pit.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That I'm so sad that almost got scary for Big, because that was like the best round for sure when it comes to their opening play. That felt like they had 6 players on the map, which is exactly what you want to see. And Searson nearly missed the timing inside of mid, but they had a double hall setup to catch Hampus. They laid that trap perfectly, and they spotted him inside a balcony room without taking the duel with that first guy as well. Had his back turned completely. Searson made the rotation over towards B. They had everything going for them. And Rez almost made some magic happen. Honestly, if he just kept holding W around that pit, oof.
Yeah, it's like he just wanted the flash to pop first, but then that rotate wasted no time. You know, we could sit here and talk about Rez all day, 16 and 5 at the moment, but the reality is, you know, Alexi's the next highest fragger with 8. So if it wasn't for this Rez over performance,
true,
maybe Big's defense wouldn't be this bruised. Alas, it is. The first 15 near its conclusion. So all Big have to do now, end strong. Hemp is not alone through the apartments this time. If somebody was able to come through that back door when he peeked into Boiler, then maybe Crimbo gets traded and last round's not so easy for Big. This time they double up and the buddy system finds it completely clear for the taking. Really, Brolin peeking around the fire. And ahead of the nade. And through the smoke.
Just pretending.
You want to go through this?
Feels like he's just like 2 seconds away from jumping into this op, but
just Alexi doesn't have the flash for it. Headtrick has one, he could throw it. Oh, he just phases smoke.
Ooh.
Keto caught off. Searson on cross. Blind as a bat. And Brolin at the head of this. They've already got 2 players, bomb included, into that site, so everybody else can just wait this out. And so 5 players from the Ninjas able to get into the B site because Brolin phases smoke.
Damn, that's all he had to do. Normally that top sandbags position is extremely powerful to stop and sit in. And it felt like Brolin was about to run through in the beginning. They clearly, the whole time, were just thinking about how to set him up to get through this. And he managed to find an opportunity by himself.
Quick snap.
Yeah.
Keto obviously frustrated, knows that he just leaves that site open for the taking. If Searson can't stop it with the one shot.
I guess the one thing Nip did there is they got Searson to leave, you know, as a support on the corner of the wall. The trade could have come through on Brolin if Searson had still been there, but they did some pressure on A and got that rotation out, made them scared about it. And normally you can leave one player as a rifle on top sandbags kind of into the minute mark or just past the minute mark, and it's still pretty safe. It's such a good spot to multi-frag from. But right here, Brolin's a bit too much. Brolin be rolling.
Two more still to play out. Big. At least able to rebuy easy. It's fast, folks. Favin already trying to gun down mid, and they've got these 2 T's stuck. But can the peek come through? Favin just to 1, and Headtrick gives great cover. able to find his angle over top of that T ramp. So I like the change of pace. Big, I respect aggression. The fact that Alexi, though, gets that early banana kill, and then those mid players can't quite capitalize on the shock of the moment, means Ninjas come out on top of it. 4 versus 2, and Searson barely alive.
Yeah, he got hit down to 1 at the beginning of the round.
And if a nade can find him, he's done for. But he'll hold on for the time being, and that's going to serve as the trigger. So, Keto, you got stuffed when you were playing up on sandbags. Now, time to shine. Puts a smoke back sight, wants to draw their attention away from his real position. Searson's running over, remember, 1 HP, and the distraction's fantastic. 2 kills out of Keto, goes above and beyond. Can Searson win another clutch? It would be the second of this entire series. Both could belong to him. 1 HP against the new kid, who's thinking he's at a further distance. Locked into the new box, Searson rounds the corner, and he nails him to the wall.
That's well done, man. And I mean, listen, it's Searson with the close. It's Searson to go down to 1 health and get a kill inside of mid at the beginning of the round. And that mid push looked really bad for a second. Everybody was dying from the big clan. But Keto, what a creative play to do by yourself, man. First of all, Searson is known in pit, so they know it's 1-1 to sites. If they think there might be 2 and B, then a play like that might not do anything because they're still going to clear other angles. But Keto, knowing that this guy was spotted, decided to make it seem like he was at quad. Very hard to read that play. So, honestly, a lot of ingenuity right there. Well done from Keto. And it's not in vain because a great clutch comes out from Searson.
2 kills on 1 HP. Ooh! But Headtrick visibly pissed that he lost that clutch.
Yeah.
I can read lips.
Yeah. He said the F word. Rez said he's a very calm player. We haven't seen anything like that out of him.
Yeah.
And they also didn't know Searson was on 1 health.
Because if I'm not mistaken, that's, again, you know, both those clutches from Searson versus Headtrick. Sit him down. Oh!
Hell yeah.
And stuffs Hampus on his crawl through apartments. So Big looking to end strong. 7 could be enough. Could be. Right now, we've got a lot of Big preoccupied on the B site. 3 players here for now. Crimbo starts to pull away. Searson carving a path for himself as he's going to chase this rotation.
Like this, like Pac-Man, just chewing through the apartments.
Yes, sir.
Looking for a new fight.
Now the numbers are here, and Favin trigger discipline, or did he not even spot the guy in pit? No, Roland, chance to claw this back. He's got him stuck on the skinny pillar. Keto can't hide this time. Tries to serve up, again, a distraction, but Searson, can you do it once more? They're not looking. The timing, it worked out, but the shot missed. And he's down to 2 bullets, so he's gonna need a reload or a pistol kill. And he's given a chance as that op shot whizzes beyond him. A flash over towards CT, doesn't know whether somebody has already rounded construction. Not the case. Utility to be burned out, and he himself falls at the fire of the ninjas in pajamas. 9 rounds on this offense to try and close this series 2-0.
When you guys were starting out as an AWPer, was there certain players you looked up to? Was there a player you thought, I like how he plays it?
I watched a lot of demos of Genius and Device. And man, Oscar as well, back at the days, he was unstoppable.
I watched like some Fallen POVs.
Fallen,
Device, like those hoppers.
Man, even Cold Zero sometimes. He's second hopper, but he's,
Actually, it's true. I was watching Cold Zero days before. It was one of the best examples for me was on Cash.
Okay.
If you're gonna talk about like main opers, it was Device most of the times, and Sasha, and Fallen back in the days, because he even gives some guides for Brazilian fans, and I had some people in my friend list that was good at translating. So nice. They was giving me these videos, and I was watching Mirage tips from Fallen. I even told it to him when we meet first time in real life.
Like Colzera, he made this highlight right on Car Mirage.
Yeah.
Like people in the future, like he's not main op, right? He's rifle. He's anchor maybe even. No, I don't remember. But people will think he's an op, right? Because of this highlight. And it's crazy.
Ones that stay in your mind for sure. And when you're doing that, right, you're looking at these, how do you translate what they do and something you can put into your game? Does it need to be a player that plays same position, or is it just the fact they use the AWP?
Like for example, like if I play against a team, I try to watch like before the game starts, try to watch like some POV of AWPer against who I'm playing, right? But for example, like on Mirage, like when we played against NAVI, I remember like I tried to watch like simple POV, but it's hard to prepare for him because it's like you know, like it's an AWPer who's always moving, and you cannot like predict where he will stay.
And you know, sometimes like Monazy can watch my demo, and I understand that he saw my last Mirages, so I need to change something.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're mind gaming each other?
No, of course.
Yeah.
It's like this between teams as well.
Oh.
I'm watching the Poe demos as well, but I like to see more like small details when he's trying to peek somehow or he has some.
Rez, no doubt, the star of the show in those first 15 rounds, but it's Searson that added fuel to the fire for Big in that little bit of a comeback towards the end. 8 kills on the half, but 2 in that critical clutch round. 1 HP, and Big's dream now is to win the 4th pistol in this series.
Oh man, you almost, like, if they lose the map, for example, like, you almost don't want them to win this pistol, because that's going to be a stat that's going to be brought up for the rest of the day, I think, for sure.
Yeah, you know Pimp's gonna just twist that knife.
Yeah. Load him up, give him ammo.
He's frothing ready. So is Big. Ooh, prepared to pounce on this B site.
Good start. But yeah, jokes aside, they need it. They need it right now. Whoa. I think Big are doing something else.
Alexi, you outplayed yourself.
They said have it.
Yeah, they're like, okay.
This is how they want to win.
Not today, Hampus.
Getting all kinds of crazy kills, but yep, not today.
Rolls the dice. No contact. Crimbo just waiting for this flank. 3 CTs coming at him. Ooh! And Crimbo's gonna stop too. Tapson gets his double. So that is a 4th. For Big.
4 pistols.
Every single one.
Every
and
pistol today.
They've converted them as well.
Yes.
Now, of course, because it was an early T-side buy, Big only got 2 with the CT pistol in following round. But hey, this is T-side. Go ahead. Play them Galils. Buy those Kalashnikovs. Let's get it on.
Yeah, we're looking for a good T-half. There was outstanding stuff on CT side for me when it came to Big on Inferno. I wouldn't say the same about T side. I'm not really feeling too strong opinion-wise when it comes to issues there. I think it's just CT side stuff pops out, but maybe they can do it. Maybe they can make it happen and give us Anubis.
Just don't lose to the force buy.
I'm gonna give him an early John and say it is a map that it's
flashes here.
Oh, uh-oh, that's an insane second shot, Alexi. That's 2 in the bed. Favin coming up middle, trying to make up for this. The smoke's not great, but okay, it actually works out for Favin. He watches that carefully.
Well done.
Hetrick left alone on A.
Alexi's gonna run this around library. Hetrick doesn't sit in sight, he pushes out. Favin's right around this corner. Oh!
Okay.
Favin, okay, nicely done. Recovers. Recovers critically so. Because you know Hetrick saw that AK barrel. You know he's ready for the fight.
Yeah.
But Favin just kind of stutter steps it and bring this one back.
Yes.
Good. Nicely done. Big. Stabilize.
Yes. Largely thanks to Favin right there. This 5-7s were doing work, but it's only just for the kills.
Sketchy, sketchy.
It is. But the theme continues. The pistols, the conversions. Things are looking good. You would assume you know, even on a disfavored map, comfortable map pick, whatever, you win both pistols, that's how you lay the groundwork for an upset to take place. And Big can at least tell themselves that.
Yeah, but if you lay the groundwork and then don't build the roof, it's all gonna rot.
It's gonna be wet in there.
Like a moldy cave. So clean.
Yeah, the clotheslines. I feel like that was one of the quiet changes that Valve added to the game, where it was like where the ragdolls when people die.
Yeah,
looks so cool with the 5-7 instant headshots.
Fantastic.
Even though I'm mad about it, the instant, you know, first bullet kills from the 5-7s, it just looks too. It looks too easy sometimes.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I don't understand how anybody on this planet, simple, can play CZ over 5-7 and Tech 9.
What the hell? You mean the #1 player of all time?
Yeah, that guy.
Well, he also takes a silencer off his USP.
True.
Who knows what other kind of weird habits that he has.
He's also playing P2000 for a little while.
Four on A. Is the rifle? Oh, the rifle's solo on B side. Okay. Hall's pop coming in. They're not playing inside a pit right now. This is a decent setup to catch them jumping mini if they go for it. And they don't see this. Oh, the flashes are perfect. Oh, but Alexi, where did he
is
get
here.
that? Wait.
He was over on Arch. Oh, and Hampus climbs over top the hay bales to get into the app. There's somebody else here. Alexi's found another kill in the meanwhile. And this short guy could catch him off, but the nade tells him that it's coming. Alexi served up a distraction to give Brolin the final shot.
Oh, and they lock it down. NIP with nothing but that Galil end up winning. 4 on A, and the gun was there.
It was on Arch.
Yeah, I read the minimap wrong. I thought Alexi was just there behind the smoke over on B. Wow, he does a ton of work, man.
No, that was Brolin. It's the other blondie.
And a ton.
Oh. And this from Hampus, like he escaped from pit, right? Remember, Hampus was in big pit. He crossed paths with the first guy who falls off Balk.
Jumping up is so crazy. Oh, the fact that he gets away with that. And the flashes on the attack were great from Big.
It's not just so crazy, it's so Hampus.
It's so Hampus. That's true. That's that Hampus energy. That's why Pimp put him in his fantasy. Right there.
You ask him why he does that, he says something like, well, it's obvious, bro. I will not hide. Clean, man, clean. And then the fact that, you know, it's not even Alexi's Galil to get the last one, but just the pistol of Bro, and like both players were tagged to like sub 20 HP. Oh, it hurts if you are Big, but it feels so good if you are the Ninjas. Now let's see if they can also survive a bit of a test here. Numbers wrapping Arch. Head Trick's gonna be preoccupied. Could open a lane push. The numbers do double back that way. Head Trick, goes down. Nice shot out of Tapson. Rez has to turn attention back, has to hold them off. Keeps it clean.
Oh my God, it's just an aim map for Rez. Hell yeah, he's on 23 kills with that. Insane, and he knows he has 1 second to take this fight on Arch and get right back. Because his two teammates died on the A site, they're definitely gonna continue with the split. He has to do it all from that position out in the open, and maybe that's where Rez is best. What a sequence right here. I mean, it's just pistol. Look how clean it is.
A4
He just started
CSGO.
singing the Swedish national anthem.
That would look so much less impressive with an A1S.
Facts.
Welcome back, King. You know, I wonder if Rez is kind of like a JKS situation where we're just going to see like an individual step up. I don't know, man. Some people are just destined for it. Got that A4 blood. What's your blood type? Oh, A4?
It almost sounds like a real blood type.
For some it is.
Right. Now, Hetrick said in situations like this, he finds sort of, I'm paraphrasing, creative plays to make. That makes him hard to play against. He doesn't play typically, and I think he's proven that so far in the few maps that we've seen where if the usual optimal grenades are coming his way, he finds a way to get an advantage. And no map will put you to the test more than Inferno. And there's a quick one on Keto, who actually himself tries to cheat the map and run by after the retake utility has come down on top of Banana. That looked like some kind of fake from Nip.
It's a good pit commitment. Roland's going to stop this side of it all with just that smoke. Op shot rings out. Nade. Ooh.
Oh, man.
And Hampus can just lean back as Rez will be set up to succeed.
Oh, it's a fresh smoke, too.
He hears him run away. Roland picks up the first one. Hampus still over towards that pit, and Rez is an immovable object.
Jesus.
They don't even clear out the little pit. The guy in big pit doesn't even need to shoot. Somehow Brolin comes out from Arch and gets another.
Yeah, though you can see that was already a little bit late. They had that smoke fresh at a 20-second mark. 3 players still on the A site. Sears hits the no-scope, but he dies after time. And things get bad here for Big. It's a 4-round game. Nip on 12, but what a fun round to win if you're NIP. You're well in the lead. You have Rez playing like he is. You had basically no trouble stopping that bomb from getting planted, and you know it's Pistols coming up next.
And Big were starting to get that mojo going. Saw how badly they wanted it with the pop-offs on Sears and Clutch round. You know, emotionally invested and probably now deflated because this one is getting away from them. Economy's gone. Lead is growing. Rez shows no sign of slowing down. 25-9. They're gonna draw them into Brolin. Alexi's still on top. Farms a couple kills. And Brolin's gonna get a couple steps back. Can't manage both. Taps in with the rifle, but no head armor means no problem for the head trick.
It's tough for Big, man. You can't just like give up a map in the series. The fact that, you know, coming from the desk to here and everybody looking at the stats, you think there's very little chance that Inferno is possible to win. And then we have both pistols, and again, we shine a spotlight on that because it's both pistols in 8 rounds, right? At least Mirage was a 14-16 game that came down to that very last moment where Nip didn't even have that much money, and Hampus made a crazy X-Factor play. This game so far is not even close. And Rez is getting better and better. Hampus has 5 kills, and he's owning.
Hampus just sat in big pit the last time they tested that A site and let Rez do his thing. Why try when you don't need to? They put Rez at the helm of it again. Met by a Molotov, and they know, you know they wanted to pounce that. They tried to time it with that smoke over towards Arch. Now Rez prepared, high alert. Misses a few shots here. He'll give himself some ethereal cover. Oh, those nades. Just like last time, when they tried to come around short, they got hit by that frag, softened up, tenderized, before Rez beat them into submission. Nice flash to get head trick off the angle. Oh, but the no-scope!
With the bomb coming towards him in CT.
And then he comes right back in, serves up death to Favin. At least Rez is dead, but maybe now that means Hampus will have to hold left click. Maybe not even needed. Alexi with another double, and Crimbo with a chance. It's a 1 versus 4, a massive ask. And if he tries to get to that B site, there's...
Yep. If he tries to get that B site, there's a player who just fell back waiting for him, and he can take his time and play it however he wants. Now,
exactly.
That player has gone all the way down to the bottom of Banana. So maybe Crimbo can get this bomb plan off. This wouldn't make up for Mirage, but it would be a great start. And it seems like he's got into that spot. So with no time to spare, he's going to put the bomb down. He's getting run down as well. Brolin just in time. 5 straight for NIP. It is looking so messy here on this arch play. They can't run down head trick. He gets back onto a comfortable spot, is able to scope again. He's got a teammate here with a rifle. In fact, make it 2. And again, it's a 1v4 at the end of the day. Yeah, Crimbo gets 2 fast kills, but that's with barely any time to do anything reasonable. And now we're just on to these Tech 9s again. Unfortunately, not a great end, it feels like, here for Big.
I feel like you can just feel the confidence and individual levels of Ninjas starting to boil over the sides of the pot.
Yeah.
It's bubbling.
It's bubbling. That lobster's screaming.
Ooh, smoked off at least. Look, Tech9's known to rush down targets. They jump across, Brolin, gonna control it. 2 dead already. Running low on bullets, pistols out, and Headtrick and Alexi have picked up the additional kills needed. So Crimbo, go ahead. Get into the pit. Hate to break it to you, bud, your time is limited. Headtrick gonna end him right then, right there. Ninjas on fire, 6 rounds straight in this second half, and they will have 7 map and match points.
I don't know what where the solace is right now for Big. You know, at least you hope a team, if they lose, they can leave with some dignity, but this is a pretty depressing way to go. You know, Nip trending up at the same time that Big are hovering around their skill level, and it feels like Big, they want to be able to show in this match they can keep up with the team that made a fresh change. They've got their 5 coming off the break, and it is just not looking good, man.
No, sir. There were moments.
2 pistols in 8 rounds.
Yikes. Somber mood for the Big clan, and
literally a game without Hampus. And honestly, so far, Hampus just not playing well in the groups. And Nip doing kind of just fine. They took the map off NAVI. They had Headtrick has been slotting in pretty well. It's looking really, I mean, look at Alexi's 19 and 14. No individuals that are really just standing out in the same way for Big.
Headtrick gonna go right back at it. Boiler players also looking to get aggressive by the looks of things, so yet again, NIP not shying away. Rather bold in their aggression. Oh, and that's just like the cherry on top. The fact that you've got Headtrick or Brolin rather so ready for that fight, and Alexi just shaves one off before anybody's even spotted. Then you've got utility damage. It's dire straits ahead for Big. And in heartbreaking fashion, it's not over for tabseN after this match. Remember, head to blast.tv in order to watch the exclusive overtime show with Launders and tabseN and probably Mahone.
I have the pleasure of trying to cheer him up.
Yeah, good luck. It's not over yet. Here they come. Pressing in along the short side, Hampus. Cheeky. Honestly, he might not even have to do a damn thing because you've got Rez and Alexi just a couple paces back. Rez, however, will be caught off. They still don't know about Hampus, but they do clear that bomb site. This is going to be one of those chances for Hampus. He falls down and gets caught by CSGO. Game still alive, but Brolin's timing, it works out well. And he doesn't get dropped by that hopper. Crimbo has to come back from the apartments, wants to clear short. Should know Brolin's along that wall, but what's he gonna do? Goes over top, dives down into the site, and it's on to Headtrick. He's lost 2 clutches to CSGO, but can he stop Crimbo from extending map 2? He gets closer, he walks in, and he waits on that trigger. Too slow to the draw. Big continue on.
Okay, they get the clutch, they continue on. It just feels like, based on what we've seen, that was just going to be it. The 5v4, the 3 players on the A side, HP there. Hampus, not the best map so far. Had a good spot to line him up. I think Hampus, on another day, I think would have gotten more in that position, but at least for Big, okay, 6-round game, they buy again, and they try again. Wow, he's going at it like a rabbit right there.
My cat does that.
I see some similarities. Gob getting into the mix. They've got an extra timeout as well.
And nowhere else to be.
There's never been a timeout with Gob where he hasn't had a lot to say.
Right.
But you got to appreciate.
Yes, sir.
And again, fighting spirit. You could see it.
Always fixated right above tabseN as well, you know? Dabs up the others, but it's always right in tabseN's ear, man.
He's not going to be the guy who's lost. Synthesizing the data from all these previous rounds.
Got a cache of grenades here left in CT spawn. And they've been pretty consistent, Ninjas, in pummeling Big down banana with those nades. Head trick. Oh, they're going to let him loose. They're going to give him a little extra leash. Then they bring him back.
Hung out for a while. Missed the timing by a sliver. Big move in nice.
Through apps.
Yeah, they'll take over halls, and Hedrick will actually move into position to defend against this.
Ooh, but Rez is here.
They aren't coming towards him.
Oh.
But he seems to be aware.
What if he... Man.
They're trying to pop this. There's no one in pit right now.
No, but they do have, I believe, yeah, 2 stuck on short, op included. Primbo's going to be able to wrap around short side. This is getting weird. And then Searson catches that first one. Hampus takes his place. At least clears out the opera. That's something, but nice wait from Keto. A lurk in mid that goes well. Favin drawn into the trade frag, but Head Trick will still punish. Now they know Hampus was up here at some point or other, and he deals damage to set up Brolin, who comes around the side of Moto, hunting now in sight. Hampus tries to come out, but Favin and Tabson are gonna keep this game going.
Okay, that got crazy, but good call from Big. I mean, they avoided the off from Hedrick, and then he hung out for so long, he probably felt pretty comfortable saying that maybe there's nothing towards A for the next 10 or 15 seconds. Rez inside a boiler. He's there standing. It feels like he knew something, but he didn't actually see anybody. Crawled to the end of halls, and every time there's a heavy aggressive bracket setup like that, it's a great opportunity to try to halls pop. They take over pick control, and from there, not surprised that the kills go their way. So they make it happen. They actually have now just bottomed out the banks of Nip.
The fruits of their labor.
Looking for some dignity here.
Oh, but the pistols are stacking up Arch and the flank is in position. Ooh.
I mean, they'll be fine.
Never say never.
They've still got all their utility. AKs here. Uh-oh, okay.
Keto's got it. Oh.
I got another ding. No.
Searson's low. Tabson's on one. Hampus back sight. Hands busy. Favin saves it. And Brolin with Rez are somehow going to try to finish this off. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, Searson stayed alive getting at the boiler. I think that was the key moment. Safe move. Might lose the op. I don't know if that gun's sticking out. It looks like it is. Okay.
Collect your rewards. Big will take 11. You know, but that's not the kind of round that instills any confidence for Big. It's like, yeah, we're fighting just USPs, guys. Come on down. Yeah. What could go wrong?
No, there could be 5 here. We got all the utility.
Yeah, come
we got
on.
great guns.
You got Hampus hiding in the corner. Jumps out from behind his box.
A head crab.
God, he's such a freak sometimes, man. Just hiding back there, waiting. And if the bomb planter wasn't able to get that gun back out fast enough, you know, that's a awkward situation that he recovers. So props.
And Nip have kept the score of timeouts as well. I haven't really been pressured to the point of using them, but now it's a 4-round game on a brand new bye. I finally had to face the music and play pistols for once.
You know, as these rounds have stayed close, shout out Alexi B, climbing the scoreboard now 21-17, so 5 kills behind Rez, who we were touting as like the god mode of Inferno.
Yeah, he has.
And Alexi also played well on Mirage.
Yeah, man, and I think if there's one thing for Alexi, definitely inconsistent as an individual, but somehow has also managed to have some of the biggest maps in terms of, like, we see a huge peak from him as an individual, and we have seen him on different iterations of different teams. And some of the spots that he plays are clearly like high frag locations that he takes over. And maybe he's finding a balance where he can let that individual skill blossom without taking too much space all the same. And we haven't said his name that often. He's just coming through with 1 or 2 multi-frags here and there. Kind of just a perfect amount of individual level where the map's not about him. It's clearly still about Rez. But he is still a reason that they're out-fragging the other team.
Rez has gap. What? He's blind.
He just tried. He just tried to go for it.
And it works. And now Big, awkward, because they're looking for him, and he's still here. Searson
I mean, surely he dies now.
So fixated on this.
Oh no.
No way. Bomb dropped. Rez is not stopping. 2.5 kills, tons of damage. A chance back, but Alexi doesn't let off the throttle, and head tricks inside sight dies to the hands of Crimbo. It's a 1v3 attempt to keep the hopes alive, or else Big will be sent down to the first round of the knockout gauntlet. Not where you want to be. We used to say Big is best at Blast, but now they've been busted. 16-11, 2-0, and NIP find the win tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be a best of 3 to remember here as we move forward in this head-to-head. NIP proved they were the better team by a decent margin. They looked comfortable. They had almost no point in that map where it felt like they were going to lose. That last round was maybe the closest. At least we saw Crimbo get into the clutch, pull out a 1v1 here or there, but apart from that, the individuals stole the show from NIP. They were the team that we talked about the most by far. They've got a lot to be proud of. I mean, if they had a very close game, both maps, or it went to 3 versus Big, well, then you'd wonder how well they'll play against some of the upper echelon competition outside of Big here at the tournament. But because of this, I think they beat a rival who are on their level and can feel like they can move on to something else. For Big, it's a bit more of a somber atmosphere. They lose one of the matches they could reasonably expect to pull an upset on, and unfortunately wouldn't want to have this even be characterized as an upset.
Think back to the loss versus NAVI as well. There was success within that series, but just a couple flat halves that ended up leading them down here to the losers match versus Big. Now, the road to recovery has very well started. Very impressive game today from Alexi B, so let's get his thoughts from James.
Alexi, you managed to get yourself a good win here for sure. Certainly a battle on Mirage, but this Inferno was much nicer this time around. Rez feeling a lot more comfortable on the rifle, it seems. We were missing your rifle call last time around when it came against NAVI. What was the changes that you implemented?
I mean, we're still learning one game at a time, and I'm happy to play the same maps just because we just need more rounds. Like, it's just been so limited how much we played before this, and once you come against like really decent teams, they will punish you, obviously. And I feel like it is good for us, so we get to see how we play overall and see, like, to fix things. But I feel like today we just showed that we did our homework.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And in terms of, you're talking about like getting these official games, getting more matches underway, win or lose, like, is it all just about the learning experience at this point? And how much can you take away even from a win like this?
I mean, we can take away a lot, and I think there is still a lot of things to fix on what happened today. But I feel like we were finding our room, or on some of the maps at least, playing Mirage and Inferno now 2 times. And yeah, I think there was also glimpses of us fixing some of the mistakes and bringing it home today on the CT side, for example. And yeah, I mean, just back to the drawing board after this. I think we have 1 off day. There's going to be a lot of work again. And yeah, yesterday was like a 14-hour day, honestly, with the whole team.
Oh, wow.
We did so much work.
What did you do?
I can't explain it. And then we even wanted to practice at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, but we couldn't find any practice. So well, I feel like we're feeling super motivated now, so that's good.
And that little motivation, right? I keep hearing from all of you guys that Headtrick is always putting in the hours. You can't even get him off the server. So is that helping give you guys this extra motivation?
Definitely. I feel like all of us are showing right now that we want to work for these wins. We want to work that we would be better. There is still a lot we can fix. I mean, we were not really winning a clutch, and we lost all the pistols on both games, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, room to improve on that aspect. But yeah, we're doing good.
Well, the good sign I'm getting from this is you keep saying you want to improve as well. That's what we want to see from you guys, because that statement came out from Jonas as well, like, this is the team you want to see compete for majors again and stuff like that. Does that add an element of extra pressure for you guys?
I don't think so. I just feel like here we see a bit of our level. We see how we communicate. We see how everything is during officials. And it's going to be a hectic month. And I mean, we just keep grinding as we are right now, and you will see better NIP.
Oh, well, I look forward to seeing it. Now, I've got one more question for you, and it comes from our Blast TV viewers. Anyone who's heading over to blast.tv can be able to have a say in some of these questions. And this is quite a fun one, Alexi, because I don't know what you'd be doing. It says, what would be your job if you were not a Counter-Strike pro?
A lot of people have asked this on my stream, but honestly, no clue at all. Like, the thing is, if I were to think about that kind of stuff, I feel like it would kind of like cluster me in this moment I'm in right now. I've just always told my friends that I'm doing this until I feel like I'm not capable of doing it, and then I figure out what I want to do. Because I feel like during the past like 3 or 4 years, I've also grown up as a person.
Yeah.
So maybe something I wanted to do 4 years ago is something I don't want to do now. So
Don't give up on the dream. Keep it going. I love it. Alexi, thank you very much, man. Well done.
thank you.
Clearly, just one vision for Alexi B, and that vision in this series was to win. They completely burned big out of the server. Unfortunately for the Germans, no map wins to be kicking off the 2023 season. And man, alongside Alexi B, a name that we have to throw into the ring, Jacob, is Rez in that one, because he was simply on fire.
Had a fantastic show, and it's good to see Rez play some good Counter-Strike once again. Being freed up from the AWP role, that's the big talking point coming into this season for Rez. Had this little stint within NIP where he got the responsibility of the AWP, but I think we all can agree that we like to see him more with the rifle in the hand. I believe he even told James Banks before the game that he's happy he doesn't have to touch the AWP anymore. That performance right there, that is a great ground from Rez.
That's what we like to see. Look, he was offered so many duels. I think that what was so specific about this T-half on the side of NIP is that Rez was being fought on every single time. He was finding multi-kills, specifically when they were executing onto the A side. Here, well, obviously, that's a little bit of stat padding. These are pistols. But he can still showcase what he can do mechanically, and that takes your breath away.
You know what that's called, Maniac? I've got another one for you.
Tell me.
A Rez erection. It's beautiful stuff. Great stuff coming out from him. Great stuff coming out of us on the desk as well.
Yes, great stuff.
Let's move on and talk about somebody other than Rez in that one. Anything else that was kind of impressing you from the Ninjas in this one? I think the comfortability of Hedrick kind of across the entire series was something that impressed me, because I feel like he's kind of taken like a duck to water coming in under this NIP system.
Yeah, what I really like about Hedrick right now is that we very seldom see him being lost in a situation. I feel like he is almost always on point, knowing he's ready to be trading whoever he needs to be. And you have to realize, as an AWPer and you're running behind the pack and then trades happen, it can be quite disconcerting, not knowing where you have to aim, what is going on. And I feel like he's quite calm, and whenever he needs to take a duel, he needs to wait for a line, and he'll do it properly. The signs are still quite green. Granted, this was a different kind of opponent as Navi, who they faced first, but in that case, flying or pass right with flying colors.
I think that's my takeaway as well. The ground floor for Hedrick right now is pretty solid. Didn't necessarily have the best of the best game, but as you said, never seemed lost, never seemed to make any mistakes, never seemed to be a liability whatsoever for NIP. So fact of the matter is that if this is how he's playing when he's not really feeling it, or when he's still integrating into the lineup, there's a lot of undecided potential, or desired potential coming out of Hedrick right here. So the fact that we're seeing signs of stability early on, to me, is a very healthy sign, because we've seen it with MPL and some of these other guys coming in. You play good, you play bad, you play good, you play bad, and at this point, we've just seen Hedrick perform pretty consistent.
I love how we got the confirmation just in that Lexi B interview as well. So your suspicion earlier, Hedrick actually, you know, breathing some new life into the team.
Yeah.
In terms of the hard working aspect as well, we heard from Alexi B, what, they were working 14 hours just yesterday?
Listen, there's two sides to that, because I always love when a youngster is coming in. I always love when a youngster is coming into a team and forcing them to work hard, you know, forcing them to be inspired by him. But there's also the chance of them breaking his spirit. Imagine you're coming in. Imagine you're coming in and you're more motivated than ever. Imagine you're Hedrick and you're so happy you got this opportunity. You look to your right, you look to your left. It's looking good now in a month. But what happens in a month from now on? Are they still willing to put in the same amount of hours? Or will it be one of those, you know, scenarios where the old guys club is sort of slowly but surely soaking out the, I guess, energy of Hedrick, right? That risk is always there, so it's something they need to manage. Right now, it's very healthy that he's putting in some more hours, and it's very healthy, it's inspiring them, but I just hate the thought of, you know, sometimes we've seen youngsters come into a team and be destroyed by the surroundings. I don't think that's the case in NIP, but it's always a risk.
I don't want him to be destroyed, that's for sure. I think they have to find like a rhythm, a healthy rhythm. So it's okay to have some peak in terms of investment and motivations. I mean, right now we're at the very beginning of the year. There's a whole lot of, I guess, getting to know each other to do most outside the server and on the server. So great for them, put all the hours. After the events, you know, you can relax a little bit. Make sure that you have a rhythm that's sustainable.
Yeah, great for NIP, but unfortunately it's sad for Big. They will be placing 4th here in Group C. Not eliminated just yet here from the spring groups, but let's get a few words from Godby.
Gob, you'll suffer another loss here, right? And I know it's tough for you guys coming back in with this main roster, but one of the things I want to look at is Mirage was certainly a game where you had chance in it, but it was getting off to such a good start and then falling flat. Why was that?
I feel like it was we lost some unlosable rounds. I don't think any other team would have lost a 3-on-3 after plant on B side on Mirage. We missed some free shots. And all this stuff. This is the start of losing on T side. I think our plan worked pretty well. We executed it well. After that, they adapted very well. We adapted a little bit slower because today was not the best day for us. I felt like that's why I was also screaming so loud to wake them a little bit up. And yeah, that's why I think they came back, because we just lost some rounds. We needed some individuals to step up, and I don't think no one on this few rounds stepped up there.
Now, if we go back years, right, Inferno was definitely a great map for you guys, but you mentioned to me before we started talking, it's been a map that you guys need to get a bit more experience on, I'm guessing, because it's been troublesome for you guys. But why do you think that is? Because it's become like a very staple map, like everyone's playing it now.
Normally, yes, and I would like to say that it feels hard to play against a top-tier team, but it felt very, very easy, to be honest. When I'm watching behind them, I exactly felt like, oh, this is now maybe this round, oh, we should smoke this now, or it feels easy to play this map, at least for me, by watching, and I hope one day it's gonna feel the same way for my players, but they're getting better, but they need hard lessons and experience to maybe handle the pressure, because in practice it's going better, but yeah, as always, practice is not the same, and I hope that with experience we can show the same way in practice.
Yeah, often what you see, like if we're watching or you're behind them, it's different to what the players are going through, right? But one thing I will say is a little bit concerning for me, and I don't normally see it from your guys, when you guys lost, it looked like everyone felt a little bit down from it. Did you feel the same thing? Am I getting the right energy?
No, I think, yeah, we really wanted to win, and I also felt like everyone was expecting us to win from our team, at least. Not because we are the favorites or something, or NIP is a bad team. I feel like we felt like, oh, we learned so much from the G2 game, that the last few days felt very well, and we felt good, and I think the calling was good. It's like we felt pretty confident going into this, not because of the matchup, just because we felt like, oh, we're getting better, and yeah, exactly, and that's why we felt a little bit more disappointed maybe than other losses.
Well, hopefully you can bounce back, Gob. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, of course, they will have the chance to be bouncing back in that gauntlet. But Connor was right. We are going to bring it up. Obviously, winning all of the pistols, that is painful for Big to still lose out in this series, Jake.
Yeah, it is, right. It was a close game on Mirage. It was a back-and-forth affair. I don't think Inferno never got really close. It felt like NIP were cruising through that one. So I understand why Gob is a little bit disappointed in the performance of Big. If you win 4 out of 4 pistols, you convert 4 out of 4 pistols, you're in a very good position to at least win one map. And that's where the question arises for me. Should we be worried for Big, or is it still too soon? I'd argue it's just a couple of games. The G2 one, it was okay, this one today. It's not a disaster, but they can't have too many of these games where they have a lot of win conditions going their way and they still end up losing.
I think what worries me is that we've had a first game, obviously, against an opponent that was much better than them, G2, right? They had a decent showing on their map pick, and then they get destroyed on Inferno. That's all right. They learn, as Gobi just said to the interview, we talked about it, we have a whole lot of learnings and conclusions. They move on to a game against NIP, and the same exact scenario happens. First map, you are on pick, you cannot convert, and then you get smacked on the second map. So where does that leave us? Is there an improvement, or is there more of a disappointment? I echo his sentiment. I think it's even more of a disappointment to lose in that fashion against NIP.
Yeah, certainly a tough one to be cheering on for the likes of Big, placing 4th here in Group C, as we can see exactly how the bracket is panning out in our final group. We do get that rematch, NAVI taking on NIP once again. Headtrick versus Simple in this one. I'm hyped for that because things actually got quite close, and I'm wondering, you know, if we see some of the issues NAVI presented today, Jacob, maybe, just maybe,
I think Navi is struggling a little bit more than we may give them credit for right now. And I know they're talking about trying out stuff, and I know they're trying to integrate NPL into the lineup, and all respect for that. There's a vision, there's a meaning behind it, but as in terms of right now, the matchup is coming up ahead of us, and I think NIP is showing some decent Counter-Strike where Navi is struggling. So yes, I think that could be another close one.
Of course, this is a gauntlet which will be going down in a few days' time. This is for all the people that don't place first in that group and automatically qualify to the spring finals. Plenty more Counter-Strike going to be coming up, and we're going to round out the day with some of the best plays in our CS Money Play of the Day. Make sure you're heading on over to the Blast Premier Instagram to get your votes in. Matthew, what's up first?
Who else but Nico today, who put on a clinic, starting with this pistol round, who was absolutely massive on the B side of Nuke. Tap, tap, tap with the USPS.
He is so good with this weapon. He's so clinical. aesthetically pleasing, some may say.
Oh, I definitely, I am pleased. I am aesthetically pleased.
You know what I'm pleased about as well? This man getting a highlight of the day. And it's not a sick aiming one, but it's a great play and a great level of team play. HooXi on Banana getting a great flash, getting an entry. And then look at this play. Sneaking in below the smoke. The guy boosted, didn't see him. HooXi is waiting and waiting and waiting. He spots a shadow, gets another flash from a teammate. Boom, gets another kill. This is in double overtime as well against a team like NAVI. So it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing play, but my God, is it well played.
Move that oozed intuition. And finally, we have Hampus for NIP, who might have had a little bit of a struggle some map on the second here, but in the first, he was light up with the deagle. Look at this. Pam to the right, Pam to the left. Extremely fast play. Also, scoreline 15-14 at the time. This was impact from start to finish from Hampus.
Impact.
So fast, so precise. Dirty stuff from Hampus there.
Very dirty.
Absolutely love to see it. You know what we also love to see? We've been checking in with our Mersk MVP throughout the duration of the tournament, and I believe Banks has an update for us.
Oh yes, we do love to see our Mask MVP check-in moments because we like to see which players are hiring themselves up on this ranking. And right now, Zaru may still have that top spot, but all focus is on what we saw from NiKo today. For G2, he was the reason they were able to dominate NAVI from start to finish here on Nuke. He was laughing while he was taking away these kills. You can see he's not just confident, but he's comfortable with his teammates around him. He knows he can take just so much extra space, do so much extra damage, back and forth. NiKo has been an absolute beast. And well, if G2 can keep this form up, if NiKo can keep this form up, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. I personally cannot wait to see them go up against FaZe when it comes to some point in this year, because that is a matchup I'm looking forward to. But let's see if NiKo can push himself any further.
Yeah, the vibe check was certainly positive coming out of NiKo today. Smiles all round on the cams. We absolutely love to see it. But the vibe's looking even better going into tomorrow's games as well, as we can check in with the schedule. Of course, 2 more best of 3s ready to be going down tomorrow. EG versus Heroic, and then we've got Team Liquid versus OG. What are you thinking of these ones, gentlemen?
Ooh, I mean, the second one is obviously a rematch that is quite interesting. It shocked the world when OG were able to take the better off of Liquid. I wonder if the veto is going to remain the same, and if Yakindar can show up some sort of rebellion.
Talking about shocking the world, a rematch in the first one as well, EG against Heroic. Let's not forget that EG took down the world #1 in Heroic in the first game and made everyone.
What are these air quotes coming from?
I mean, let's see if that's the case soon. Heroic's played some good Counter-Strike, but EG then for a tough one in that rematch.
Yeah, they're going to have to double down and prove themselves yet again coming into that game tomorrow. But the Counter-Strike hasn't ended. No. We've got the Blast Overtime show over on blast.tv, exclusively to that platform, so make sure you head on over, because we have very exclusive special guest tabseN joining. If you were on the Overtime show, of course, it's going to be Launders and Danny guiding you through that one. Do you have any questions for tabseN? Anything you would like them to ask?
I think I would probably like to know if, in hindsight, he thinks he has the right balance between individual investment and team investment as a captain. Because we always bless his individual prowess, and I know he wants to do all that he can as an IGL. But selfishly outside the camera, does he think sometimes he would like to counter that balance a little bit, be a bit more selfish?
That's a good question. I kind of want to replicate that in a way. Right? I was thinking of the same thought, but maybe I'd like to ask tabseN about the German scene right now. I feel like he's one of the few who really is nurturing that scene. He's helping the
100%.
big academy. He's sometimes, I feel, overworking himself in that regard as well. We hear the big academy players saying that he's very helpful, always a guy you can come talk to. So maybe he has a good idea of who's the next big talent within Germany and whether or not there's a potential he could join big one day.
Well, Danny, Launders, I hope you gentlemen were taking some notes, because we've got some great questions down here, and I hope you guys are switching on over to blast.tv right now to join them in the Overtime show. We'll see you there.